FFiesta. Continuing to cruise along.
I'm disappointed this is not open.
Say that again? You were,
I said I'm disappointed this didn't open this quickly.
It's out there somewhere. So, I did also, between sessions, consult my various charts and graphs to know the level floor that I would like each team to be at for the final battle. Darts here should try to get up to 42. So there is much walking around in the abyss to be done.
I have honestly no idea how long one level takes in this game.
Depending on where you work on it, it can be a while or not a while. Mostly, a thing that this and a lot of other JRPGs do is that the curve for XP required is cubic or so. It's a useful shape for requirement curves because you can have it kind of plateau for a little while and then resume zooping off into space to create like a comfort zone that is the intended soft cap. I think the furthest in this team has been I think I left off with them before they had defeated a panda. Yeah, because they got to this point of the monk having rapid fire and various physical attack numbers gradually getting larger.
Oh yeah, I remember they tried to fight a panda and failed, I think.
Or no, they then went on to succeed against a panda thanks to bone mail.
Ah.
They are past a panda. Probably, maybe. We'll see.
I remember one team had trouble with a panda. I don't remember which one.
It was probably this one. Chemical team has some additional out of void prep they're going to do to make their Omega strategy work better. They've already defeated Shinryu. Quick Click team is on island time. And then yeah, this team and Beast team are just doing prep. Numbers going up. Right, yeah, this team has been able to go deeper, evidenced by the extra sandal. I had them walk back out to get more equipment, to get more, supplies. They have 68 Phoenix Downs on hand.
Is it possible to quick leak Shinryu, or is that...
Yes,
okay.
but that team also can do things the regular way there, so they will.
Okay. Is there anything in this game that cannot be killed by quick leak?
No. Speaking of, uh, yeah, Go-Go is probably protected by way of the time limit would run out before you would be able to finish it. Minotaur, all spells are off, so you would not be able to cast Quick.
Okay.
And I think some bosses that do the mechanics trick under the hood of the things on the battlefield are not directly the boss, but they instead have like numbers that they pass along to a bonus object. Those might be protected.
Stuff like Sandworm.
Yes. If you could somehow reverse time and fight Sandworm.
Everyone just standing here staring a kidney bean to death.
Beep. Single prolonged beep. Dragged out to span hours.
I think my favorite part about the Omega Sprite is he's taking a tiny little step forward.
It's getting ready to stomp. And back to darts. So that monk is currently doing 2,300 damage per rapid fire. Supposing it gets a hit. Supposing everything it's swinging at is in the front row. More than that when criticals happen.
And damage in this game is essentially a constant. It doesn't rely on the enemy's defense to mitigate it.
Rapid fire pierces defense.
Ah.
So it is going to be completely consistent. So I can also one of my various supporting documents here has the XP table on it. So I can give myself the big picture for level gaining here. Level 42 happens at a total of 312,000 XP.
So you have
when
to...
we are currently holding 106.
Yeah,
so
that's going to take a while.
That's going to take a while. Though there are powerful sources that we can go to. For example, if we were... So as part of this, I have various locales charted out. So if we were to fight out in the Void Desert, that produces an average of 4,200 XP per fight. And deeper portions of the Void get up to like 5k. The absolute highest, if possible, is to get into the last room of the Void Castle, which has a lot of Iron Giants. If you have a way to kill Iron Giants reliably, then those are the most valuable target.
Are Iron Giants immune to the normal procedure of just using the soft item on them?
Yes, they are not stone enemies.
Okay. Can this team handle them?
Maybe. Iron Giants have 18,000 health and are reasonably protected against most things.
Beep.
Beep. We have returned to this Omega 19 times. Yesh.
You were keeping track?
Some prior year, I purchased several little mechanical tally counters that I at times use for things.
They can be quite handy.
Yes.
I got one of those. My grandmother used to use it as part of her sewing.
Yep, that'll be good for that.
So you have at times heard.
Yeah.
That is one of them. That is a different one than the one I've been using to count how many times we've returned to Omega, naturally.
The big, yeah, chat mentioned the big standout I remember is death site proc counts and farming for a barrier. Right?
Yeah, during various situations that involve waiting for the RNG to agree. Just keeping count. Farming for rare drops. Doing instant kill moves against crystals.
Come back from the first full-time shift this week and a grocery run. Sat down, a little out of breath because it's miserably hot outside where I am,
And most of the U.S., yep.
yeah, and immediately am being climbed all over by my cat, who is wondering why I'm an hour late.
Right. Well, the dice have a very clear idea of who is making progress tonight. The wheel has spoken.
I mean, pretty much everyone is in the grind zone in some way or another at this point, so...
Yes.
Yeah, that is usually how Fiesta World 3 goes, is very few teams are ready to just go slap Ted and Ned in the mouth. And if they attempt to do so, they will get tied into a pretzel.
Chemistry team, as a group that has access to S-tier shenanigans, is going to be fine to just kind of go whenever they feel like it. The only thing they might need levels for is making Omega more consistent right now. The rest of the teams, so the numbers for the other ones, are 40 and 43.
Yeah, they gotta just kind of tank the
They
majesty.
need to be tall. Withstand majesty. These hit very hard. Interesting.
And there's no convenient heal-up points in the Abyss, are there?
So the thing in question, it is one of the signature moves of the final boss. That is just very large, consistent magic damage. So unless your team has Shell,
Which I assume most teams don't.
Most teams
like
do
one
not.
class
Most teams
gets it.
will not. You need White Mage or very specific toolkits.
Is that a healing book or?
Portal book.
Ah.
Yeah, white magic, blue magic, and chemicals can all give you Shell. There is a catch that can, but there are also more potent things you can be doing with catch and release.
I had a nap.
Nice.
The big ninja.
Well, I mean, it's a space ninja. Lives in space.
You in space?
I mean,
Well,
where
the
else is
void.
the Abyss?
That's the void. That's different.
Final Fantasy does do a lot of cross-pollination of the two concepts, depending on which game you're talking
Sometimes space is space. Sometimes space is space.
Don't let me get that fucking Elder Scrolls cosmology
about.
image.
Don't activate me, motherfucker.
Then we could talk about space. That's space, motherfucker.
So
Elder
okay,
Scrolls cosmology is fun.
So
Almost
picture a
as much-
wheel, and then turn it on the side, and then talk way too much about Dagoth
And then also at the same time have an orb that is hollow and convex.
And then
Well,
you
yeah,
got
it's
spokes, and you got spots between the spokes, and that's where hell is, except it's got like 16 of them, and only one of them really
And
looks
this is
like hell.
Mundus. That's where we are.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
I can explain exactly why it's like that.
Oh no, there's 3 of us.
Sickos!
No. The actual reason that it's like that is motherfucker learned from Glorantha.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, of course. Like, yeah, Kirkbride.
Yes. So the other Omega fight, which is occurring, you know.
Yeah, the other Omega fight, which is much more showing what Omega does.
Where, hey, do you remember what buffs we had applied last week?
Absolutely not.
I know someone's dead, but still flashing.
They're dead.
Yeah, so I
and
need to remove
petrified.
Omega's armor before I can get away with, and I need to do other things before I can think about encircling.
Wait, what just
before I can think about
happened?
attacking. Encircle.
Encircle
Circles
is remove target player from fight. There is no resisting die.
Can't remember.
And is there any way back from
No.
Nope.
that?
Nope, sorry.
This is
Remove.
encirclement is why Omega is Omega.
Hexes.
If it was just extremely fast and shat damage like there was no tomorrow, you can handle that. Omega just has 0.2 object on field and remove.
Okay.
That is why you can't let Omega do things, ever.
And of course, he decided to use that on the chemist, who is
Yes.
the linchpin of this team.
Yes.
Yes, this team is going to do Berserk Omega instead, which will be helped by going out and getting some Mirage Vests.
Unless you have a hard lockdown for Omega, Encirclement pretty much puts a very
Which,
tight clock
the
on
presence
how
of
fast
night
it-
here means that if I put some more effort into prep, I could have a team set up to be immune to physical attacks.
You could have Berserk Omega and Infinite Invincible Guard. Berserk Omega is even more dangerous than Berserk Shinryu, but is actually less dangerous than normal Omega because normal Omega has Encirclement and Atomic Ray and all sorts of other gimmicks.
The kidney bean will punch very hard, but will not delete the party.
Yes, it will punch you like boss rootin' straight for your liver. It will not find your arbitrary code execution and remove the flag
It will
that
hit
says
damage
"is here."
cap instead of uninstalling you.
Yes. God, that reminds me of how many good dumb computer jokes, like programming terms and code terms for games, are in the Omega fight in the Raid series. Like, one of the phase transitions is just force crash. Or something like that, or uninstall, or one of the ones. It's the one where you have to outpace the level checker.
I don't remember the names of any of the things that happened in the Omega fight because I was too busy fighting Omega.
I mean, you do the roulette enough times that you start paying attention to the cast bar rather than running around from fists screaming your head off. Chemist can make a lot of things that should not be able to be berserked because Chemist can basically use a loophole in the item coding.
Because Berserk is a buff.
And
Drink your
yeah,
soup.
the Blink Haste Berserk potion mix will ignore resistances on those 3.
Yeah, so I have the instruments of crime with this team, and so where I am going with them is
And the other reason I don't remember the names from the Omega fight is because I don't read words when I'm playing FF14. I learn
Right, we're
fights
going back
based on
to,
what the enemy is doing.
That's I do that too, but I usually have my cast bar pretty close to my buttons, so I can see a name and know what's about to happen.
this team will be going to Island Shrine to steal from birds.
Wait, you play Warrior, right?
Yes,
If you don't look at the cast bar, how do you know what Tank Buster's about to hit you?
I look at the cast bar. I don't read words.
The tank buster always happens at the same time in every fight.
Yeah, I know, but that's a hell of a statement of, I look at it, I do not perceive it.
You just internalize the timing. You know when it
Yeah.
happens while you're learning, because it's when the number falls off.
Yep.
I mean, the cast bar goes across the screen. I don't have to read things.
If I don't read the tank buster, it can't hurt me. I think the hardest fight I ever got around to tanking was Titania Extreme, and boy, that's that's fun as a tank. A capital F, Dwarf Fortress sense.
I mean, the basic thing I have learned as a tank is that I cannot count, I cannot read, I just have to notice what color things are and which direction they're moving in.
Yeah, most hard fights don't give tanks too many mechanics aside from don't explode. Know what the boss is going to do to make you explode and don't let that happen.
Yep.
Titania, you start having to use more of your brain.
Yeah. The good news is I have learned that I'm not the only one that can't count. Ain't no one in FF14 that can count.
You just take everybody to the second rate of Evilise if you want to see how many people can do basic arithmetic very quickly.
Yep. I mean,
The giant
brought
robot
that-
says prime number and 18 people have all their blood fall out.
they brought that back for the,
Of course they did. For a
what's it
boss
called?
For Jazz.
Yeah. It's, one of the
Yeah,
fate
I would call that.
chains. Yeah, one of the fate chains in the zone where you get your special weapon now ends in second coming of Worker 9.
Very good.
And I've died more than once because I forgot how he works. Like, okay,
Yeah.
you said prime number. I need to take my HP and add it to the wait, which of these things
How do I adjust
What
the-
are
Oh
you-
no, my blood!
Yeah, it's like, which of the what number are you checking for a prime number? Is it me? Am I trying to add these things together, or what am I doing? I'm dead.
For the
Yeah.
shit you get about MathBot really doesn't explain itself very well until you die.
Nope. Yeah.
And yeah, MathBot's spin move is actually what killed me like 3 times more often than the math. Oh god, the boss version does forced march during the math. That's
Yes,
diabolical.
yes, he does. Yeah, figure out which one you want to be in, then get in one of the ones adjacent to that so that you will walk into the one you want to be in.
Basically, anytime Force March shows up, it is always going to be an incredibly funny / frustrating mechanic. And yeah, okay, like I admitted and said, like, do the math quick is its own puzzle, but most of it is actually that MathBot really just does not tell you what to actually do. So if it's been a while and you are rusty, you will just die even if you know what you should do.
Although the thing I've died to in Boja more than anything else is trying to figure out which thing to stand behind when fighting King Behemoth. Okay, so do I stand behind the dead ones or the living one, or what's going on? Why are there so many behemoths here? I enjoyed Chess Boss, though. That was fun.
This team is heading out to the pharmacy.
Yeah, I will blame no one on this earth that got blown to pieces by thinking that 1 was a prime number. Like, that's fair. That's people not remembering a very specific math factoid from high school.
I don't remember what the fuck prime numbers are.
Indivisible by any...
A prime number is any number which is divisible only by itself and 1, and which is not 1.
It's that latter part that gets a whole lot of people killed in 14.
Okay, so super, super rare numbers. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Numbers that, on their own, that definition is like, okay, so numbers that can't be divided evenly by any number but itself. That's neat. And then you start digging into the weird math, and turns out prime numbers get very strange and very important.
Yeah, prime numbers do very strange things and are very useful, and I don't think there's a clear explanation for why some of the things they're good at happen.
I am here to explain any questions you have about...
I knew it when I heard the ding after
If
talking
you speak
about
of math.
I was like, I bet it's what you said.
Okay, why do gears work better if they have a number of teeth that is based on 2 co-primes?
Oh, so if the gear train has 2 primes that don't divide by each other, that means that when essentially they could potentially run into each other, aren't patterns of when they could hit the same teeth repeatedly. So essentially, if there are certain teeth that get worn down, it's not going to get worn down in the same place each time. So let's say you've got 3 and 7. Let's say the first gear has teeth labeled A, B, and C, and the other one has teeth labeled 1 through 7. Let's say teeth B and 4 both are worn down. B and 4 are only going to show up together at the same time, 1 of every 21 cycles.
Okay.
To make sure that all of the teeth evenly wear on each other because the gears do not divide cleanly
So
with each other.
it's a topographical problem, like a tiling problem, but sideways.
But specifically about 1, why 1 is not a prime number, to go into that, you have to go into what are the definition of numbers and what are integers.
We have to make a parallel
This is
universe.
immediately like you
ask,
have put me
what
on
are
the edge of a very
numbers?
large cliff and leaned me forward, and it's just like, uh-oh.
Just so we're clear here, is 0 a number?
0 is a number. 0 is
very
also
a number.
not a unit or a prime. So there are essentially 4 types of integers. 0, units such as 1 or -1, or in certain other number systems there are other units besides 0 and 1. Prime numbers, which are numbers which are only divisible by themselves and all units, as well as composite numbers, which can be factored into products of prime numbers and units.
You are a touch loud, and
You
also
are
your
clicking on
keyboard
the
is picking up, so I figure that's a dial is set strongly right now.
Yep. Better?
I'm not hearing any more clickety-clacking, so yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Perhaps.
It was
Oh,
also
wait, there it
just...
goes.
There it goes.
Yeah.
I thought that was just special interest voice.
No, that is mechanical keyboard being very loud.
Whatever.
Happens.
But yeah, so essentially units are special numbers because one of the key things that we care about for numbers is that if it's a composite number, that the way you can write it as a product of prime numbers is unique. So if you think of the number 21, you can have it as 3 times 7 or 7 times 3, but you only care that it has a 7 and a 3 in it. As soon as you add 1 into it, you can add an infinite number of 1s to it, right? Or you can add -1 twice each time to replace a 1. So that no longer allows for the prime factorization to be unique, and as such, we don't care about units when we consider a prime factorization.
Okay.
This is one of those situations where my intuitive response is, could you give me a practical example? And I realize, wait, advanced math, no such thing.
I mean, I've been watching the TV show Numbers, so I can say, yes, there are practical examples, but they're really dumbed down.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest example would be to go into the Gaussian integers, which are integers with complex parts, and talk about units and prime numbers in there. But at that point, it's already like most people just don't like to deal with complex numbers at all, period.
Yeah. Someone's in chat says prime numbers don't exist, a prime ideal does.
Oh, come on.
Look, okay, here, like, I barely remember calc, and that's about as far as I got, and maybe a little bit after that. They could have just slid that right by me, and I would have nodded along. Like, yep, that sounds like math.
They're technically correct.
See?
Is this in the sense that numbers are arbitrary concepts assigned to sets?
Sort of, yeah. So essentially, you can think of there's ways of we can categorize a prime ideal. Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've worked with ideals that my brain's just farting.
Hold on, like, so ideal mathematically doesn't necessarily mean ideal a philosophical concept, or...
No.
Of course not.
No.
No, okay. I wasn't sure if this was a crosswire or if this is a new definition thing that I have to be absorbing. Cool, got it.
No, we're getting into things mathematicians argue about, not what things philosophers argue about.
Fuck you, repeat yourself.
It is. This is something that is directly comparable, though. Okay, if you wanted to discuss physics, you could have your simple observed explanation of rock falls because rock is heavy, and
Rock
then
fall down.
thousands of years of detailed technical analysis has revealed rock falling and heavy are all more complicated than they appear at a glance.
Yeah, exactly.
The answer is still rock fall down because heavy.
Which I adore that. I adore that you can dig in, and it is still exactly as simple as it sounds until it isn't. But for practical purposes, yeah, it does work like that,
Isn't
unless
it
you
like-
hit the edge cases where it very much suddenly doesn't.
It's the same thing. It's like doors work on hinges, and that's like, yes, of course they do. But also, have you thought about how hinges function?
Yeah.
How is it hold away? What the fuck?
Is math philosophy a thing? Absolutely.
Yes.
For thousands of years, the two effectively were indistinguishable in many cultures. Most old forms of classical education expected you to be doing math alongside your thoughts of
There's a reason
everything.
that logic is a fundamental part of both.
Yeah, and natural sciences usually meaning both philosophy and math and physics and things like that, because they was all basically the same curriculum.
The
in a whole lot
rancid
of ancient
secrets of
academic.
triangles are often one of the jumping on points for having serious think about serious topics.
When you start doing the shapes math and you realize, wait a minute, this doesn't make any goddamn sense, then
Like,
that is your checkpoint at the door of you need
One
to
of the
start
things
thinking.
that invites hold on are ideas invented or discovered. Is okay,
Yes.
so if we were inventing math, why does everyone agree to invent the same math?
Yes. Which brings me
There
to
would
the
be
actual...
no reason for people in completely isolated circumstances to, by coincidence, make up the same laws. So they must
Over
be
and
real?
over. But how are they real and how do we
But
interact with
how?
them?
I mean,
And
the
then-
argument then becomes the laws themselves aren't real. There are a variety of other alternative sets of laws, but these laws are useful because they seem to correspond to the universe. Thus, we use these ones.
And that actually has a lot of tie-in to both like linguistics and psychiatry and psychology, and also extraterrestrial philosophy. Like again, one of the
Yeah,
most
like aliens probably know math, right?
that is actually the concept
yep.
of SETI is okay, if there is any form of intelligence out there in the universe that is even remotely something that we can interface with in the same sort of experience in this reality, they're going to understand that something beaming out prime numbers in order understands what math is.
Comma,
Yeah, it's-
probably, unless.
Hopefully.
It is the
God,
hunt
we
for
hope so.
the hunt for patterns that are patterned but not natural is the whole SETI
We're
thing.
trying to find what the fuck the universes are, and that's not really possible to go check.
when we
Basically,
only have our own
any-
perspective to work with.
Any form of extraterrestrial life search and or beaming out of information is predicated on the idea of there are patterns that we have converged on repeatedly across time and cultures and can be proven beyond most shades of probabilistic doubt to be significant of something did this on purpose, or something is demonstrating an understanding of this. So let's look for that. Let's look for if aliens are, like, arranged shit.
Stuff that has a clear meaning, but which is not naturally produced by a neutron star.
Yes. It is not random beeping from a star vomiting into radio waves. It is, wait a minute, that's a repeating pattern that was obviously structured. Something did that.
And this is why the particles of Earth are cubes.
Wait, what?
What, you didn't think we were going to get on this subject and I was not going to talk about Aristotelian physics?
Oh! Okay, no.
Therefore, the
for a
Earth is
whole-
made of tiny cubes!
No, for a hot second, I thought you were referencing like 4 different things at once, and I had to figure out which one you were referring to. Aristotelian, go on. Yeah, no, this is your wheelhouse, buddy.
Okay, so basically, Aristotle decides, I'm going to explain everything. Fucking
Like-
everything. Because
All of you?
this is what you do when you're wealthy, Greek, and not...
Way too much time on
yeah.
your hands and bad ideas about women.
I mean,
and
it's
like
also
Lorenzo.
what you try to do if you're Leibniz, like 18,
Leibniz is
Some-
another case.
some number of hundreds of years later, where you want to develop your own system of the world.
When you reach a
And-
point in your life where you think you have enough time to explain everything, so you go for it.
So
Yep.
he divides the world into 3 rough parts. The metaphysical, the moral, and the physical. And decides to write a book about each of them. The one we care about in this particular case is the physical. Because this is where he talks about elements, which are not his idea, but he classified them in a different way than past people, so he made a new version of it. And his definition involves 4 or possibly 5 elements. There's some argument about that one. We have air, earth, fire, water, and possibly ether. And each of these is represented by tiny, tiny particles which clump together to form physical substances. And every substance is a different mixture of these. Well, of the 4 particles, because ether only exists out past the moon and is special, and you don't have to worry about it.
It's not
4
void.
elements, and also space!
Yeah.
It's not the void element, as some people will mistakenly think of it as. It is. Don't shut up about it. I understand there's a hole. It's over where you can't look at it.
Cosmos!
But each of these particles has a number of traits, and one of them, my favorite one, is that they each have a shape. And the shape of Earth is cubes.
Yep.
I believe water is prisms, or no, it's pyramids, I believe.
Yeah. I thought it was like a D4 for lack
Yeah,
of
it
or
D4.
tetrahedron.
Yes, yeah,
They each get assigned a platonic solid.
yes, and yeah, and then and the thing to understand is the particles are what are the elements. If you look at fire, that is not purely fire. Fire contains particles of earth, air, and water as well. It just is predominantly particles of fire.
Oh my god, if I come in time for platonic solids.
Yes, and Aristotle. And I have to get out my book.
I activated
Oh, boy.
Morse. I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry. I love this every time it happens.
Matters of the science
Yeah, I have to get
of
out
the
my
earthy.
book of the Aristotelian physics, because this shit is amazing.
I
I
mean,
don't remember if it was during this fest or during a comment or discussion in the Discord where you posted the whole Aristotelian psychology the incredibly good diagrams that look like shitposts thing from that Ars Magica book.
Oh yeah, that. Yes, I can get you that picture again.
The really funny thing to me is we do actually care about tilings and strange three-dimensional solids at the microscopic level nowadays. It's just none of them are platonic. They're almost always off regular or some other types of, patterned but not fully platonic solids, because it turns out that platonic solids don't tile space very well.
Yeah, I actually, for a bit in Exalted recently, I kind of got lost in shapes math, looking around for the significance of pentagons and polyhedrons derived from five-sided shapes and things like that. And I remembered how wild Tessellation gets.
I have dropped the image in the Discord.
And, yeah, I'm just gonna put that in chat for people to enjoy.
The silly video of there are
this image
43
is
platonic solids, whatever his...
This image that you see, that you're gonna see, is just an explanation of how the human brain works, and its correlations with the elements, and also a chart about angels. And I can't really explain to you what the angels are doing there. They're just there. But elements is what we were talking about. Hang on. Well, okay. Water is icosahedra that is cold and wet.
That's D20, ain't it?
No.
Or is that...
No,
Ico is 12s.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's the pentagon shape.
Yeah. Air is hot and wet octahedrons.
D8.
Fire is hot and dry tetrahedrons, which is your D4.
Yeah.
And Earth is cold and dry cubes. And if Aether exists, it is neither hot nor cold, neither wet nor dry, and it is dodecahedrons.
Hypothetically speaking.
If it exists, yes.
I'm not pissed him off this yet.
The answer to that is yes, in the real
That's
world.
magical.
Yes.
Good, I'm glad.
But, so everything is made of mixtures of those particles. And it is because of that that we get the arrangement of the world such that air is on top, and earth and water are below, and fire is above air, and you know that because the sky is blue.
What the fuck are you talking about, Jesse?
What?
You know what? Given an absence of all other forms of empirically derived evidence, I'll go with that.
Well,
That's
you see-
the logic.
What the fuck are you
You see-
talking about?
Well, you see, air is manifestly colorless.
What?
So why is
Okay.
it not water then?
Now,
Another thing that looks really blue.
okay,
No. That's the wine dark sea. That's the color we don't have a word
Greeks didn't have a word for blue.
but
for. Or green.
the
They
important
didn't
thing
describe
here
the
is
ocean in terms of color.
we know that the blue of the sky cannot be water because water's down here in the ocean. Water goes down.
If water were
is-
also up, then it would all be water.
But rain.
Water heavy.
No, water can fall out of the sky.
But that
but that
means
is-
it's going down.
Yes, water naturally wants to go down. And the reason
Gravity
that-
exists. You're not wrong.
If water go down, then why, Simon?
Fuck!
See, the thing you have to understand is that rain is not actually water.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Rain,
I love this every time!
rain is air condensing around moist particles until its state transitions into water and thus falls out of the sky to go where it wants to be, which is
We
down.
used the word condensed to describe this. That's how wrong he was.
No. Yeah. Well, what you have to understand is that, remember, air contains particles of water, and water contains particles of air. So,
In absolute sense, that's not
That
all
the atmosphere is not
entirely
pure
wrong.
air, it's just
Yeah.
mostly air.
I mean,
so
I
when
guess
enough water gathers in the air to form clumpy particles, it then becomes water and falls out of the sky.
which
I
true.
That is how
Ish.
precipitation
Is-
works, kind of.
how the fuck did you
Yeah,
figure that
I
out? Why
see
can't I
how-
put you on blast?
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna talk about like alchemy in the sky.
And so now, the what I'm getting to here is that the fire we have on Earth, the common normal fire,
Okay, this is the shit I was
Earth
hoping for.
fire.
which is red, is not true fire because it contains too much water and earth, and that's why it's red. True fire, pure fire, which exists above the air, burns blue,
Okay, I can accept that.
and that's why the
Fireball.
sky is blue.
And that's why really hot fires are also blue.
Yes!
They're at higher
So-
purity fire.
So when Icarus flew too close to the sun, he actually got into the goat shit fire and then blew up.
Yes!
I hate this so fucking much.
And yet you can see why it made sense to these
Like,
people.
yeah, I can see the through
Yeah.
line, but like, fuck, man.
Oh my god, that's why the Fury was so bad. I came back from space. It was
There
all
was-
blue fire.
There wasn't any special
Catastrophe.
fire up there.
It's
It's
preparing to
bullshit.
fight
But,
catastrophe
yeah,
with this team.
and the fire extends out to the circle of the moon,
Right.
the arch of the moon, which
So-
is a gigantic solid sphere with the moon embedded in it.
What?
Okay, so
Well,
if we're gonna
because
have to start talking
how-
about pre-Galileo,
How would bodies of the space stay up there in consistent positions if they weren't in some sort of structure?
if they weren't nailed up there, how would they stay up there?
They would fall down, right?
Yeah, so
Everything
obviously,
falls down.
Rock fall down, rock heavy.
so obviously there's a ceiling to the sky in which the moon is embedded.
And the sun.
And
the sun is on one
yeah.
of those shapes. The shapes are transparent.
And out beyond that, that's where ether lives. And you can't touch ether because it's out beyond the moon, but that's why the planets move. Ether naturally moves in circles.
I'm
Pre-Galilean.
impressed that they got space.
So, ether as a concept actually stuck around until like the 1800s because we didn't really have a way of testing, what's outside the atmosphere? Might as well just still
Yeah,
call
and,
it ether.
and observationally, they could tell shit in the sky moves very differently than shit down here on Earth.
So people thought maybe there's like a different kind of matter out there, and then, we sent out satellites and probes and things, and it turns out it's a vacuum. There's nothing there. That explains things.
Part of it was also because our knowledge of waves implied that we can't have waves without a medium. And light
then-
appeared to be like waves, so therefore, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
And then people found out space can deform into waves, and that's about the part where I get a headache.
But, no, the part where they had real trouble was, why do things move when you throw them? Because the concept of momentum did not exist for these people. And so they had
Huh.
to
And
try
hey,
and
folks, the
explain...
moment you start really thinking about that, you have opened the the prison of wait, why do objects move?
Why
What is
does this?
motion? What is distance?
How is this tied to the numbers and the shapes? And again, this is why
If
Like,
shapes are
this-
real, then distance is real?
this is to tie back to the origin point of this conversation before several people showed up.
Hey,
Basically, they were like, why are philosophy and math so intertwined? It's because they both basically bring you to the same thinking point about the world. Wait a second.
Yeah.
So I
can
don't
see
ever have to
that's
like
cool.
respect philosophers, just mathematicians.
I mean, again, past the
I-
point, they will hate admitting it, but the difference is actually kind of elementary.
And the explanation that Aristotle reached for why does a thing keep moving once you throw it is that it continues to be pushed by air.
So wait, like,
Okay.
Naturally, what an object wants to do is go down. Because an object, any physical solid object, is primarily made of particles of Earth, and Earth wants to go down.
I see how they got there, yep.
But if you throw an object, it does not go straight down. So obviously something is violently moving it in a lateral direction. Initially, the thing moving it is your hand. But once it leaves contact with your hand, something has to still be pushing it, or it would stop moving.
Conclusion. Humans have telekinesis.
The conclusion that he reached was when you throw an object, you not only move the object initially, but you move the air through which you threw it. And that air shoves it a little bit and moves the next bit of air, which shoves it a little bit and moves the next bit of air.
So he thinks displacement works. He's basically figured out like momentum by accident incorrectly.
That is a very common recurring theme throughout a lot of ancient texts all over the world is, you're not wrong, you're just describing it differently and also not getting the whole picture.
And so each successive bit of air pushes a little less strongly because it's being pushed by something that isn't very good at pushing. And so eventually the resistance grows too much, the lateral movement stops, object just goes down. And that's why things fall in arcs when you throw them. And if you do it through water, it happens faster because water is denser than air and has stronger resistance.
Okay.
I mean, water has a higher backup, so.
But if you were to somehow throw something through the blue part of the sky that is made of pure fire, I mean, that could take years before it starts falling, and that's why comets and meteors continue to move.
Son of a bitch.
They're in the fast lane.
Because fire is extremely undense.
Just sitting and thinking about, like, bearing this in mind, and then thinking about siege weaponry, and my eyes are just kind of glazing over a little bit.
Oh, there was so much very brave writing about application of this sort of philosophy to military and warfare and technology and things like that. Because again, they got there for a lot of it.
Oh yeah, they were very good at doing the math to tell you where the rock would land. They were not especially good at explaining why the rock would do that.
Hey everybody, why is trigonometry focused on so much in school? Because it turns out that without calculus, you really need that to do
Everything
a lot of the
is triangles.
Yeah. Turns out when you don't have calculus invented for thousands of years, trigonometry, when that's your only tool set, you figure out a lot you do with trigonometry.
Also, our education system is based off the Prussian education system, which, in order to educate the military class, specifically needed engineers in order to do sieges
artillery.
And artillery, yes.
And trig is extremely important for things like, where is the big rock going to land?
And this is part of the reason why trigonometry is such a heavy focus in mathematics curriculum in the West, still.
Hey, math is also just like a count with one stone.
I mean, I wouldn't say that trigonometry is bad. I think it's very important for a lot of things. There are a lot of things you can use triangles for, but the obsession with parabolas also shows.
I would agree
more
that, like, the education systems do teach more of math, except for the parts you can use to throw rocks at people.
I mean, again, that's not Trig's fault. Trig has 8 billion other things it could do that are not throw rock anything. And it is also a good foundational thing for you to learn before you go on to other parts of math. It's like...
I like the parts of math that let me look at shapes. Because
Yes.
the rest of it was just like, here's a lot of numbers. You don't know what a number is, have fun!
Yeah, like, shapes math is an incredibly deep well that you can go into. Shapes math is also usable for, like, military fortresses and shit. Do you blame shapes math for that?
Yep.
Fair enough.
Man, math. It's the problem.
I mean, that's exactly what some pure mathematicians believed, to the point of saying, yeah, I'm going to study pure math to avoid all military application of my stuff. And then it went on to be used in chemical weaponry.
I'm thinking of Yieldionicon
You know, I was
going, I
waiting
didn't
for
think the trebuchet could hurt castles.
You know, I was waiting for the shoe to drop because I was like, I respect them. Wait a minute, I remember vaguely where this is going. And
To
then,
be
yeah.
fair, the chemical weapons people had help from a man who was very enthusiastic about using this for military purpose.
Yeah, like, there were a bunch of pure mathematicians who just wanted to play around with numbers that didn't really mean anything. And then in came somebody who was very focused on finding a way to use that.
The historical Professor Death did not, in fact, intend the giant death ray to be used for good and not evil.
Yeah. Professor Death
Or
showed
rather,
up and
Professor
looked at the
Death's
pure math.
definition of good included destroying France.
Yes. Basically, Professor Death came in, looked at the pure math on the wall, and was like, hey, can I apply this to some chemical, like,
We killed
stuff?
France with this.
And in fairness
How
to
will this
that,
level Paris?
in fairness to that guy, he also did develop one of the most important bits of nitrogen science to modern agriculture that actually allows us to sustain the human population. So that's weird.
Also, as I haven't caught up and I've missed a large chunk of today, in discussion of philosophy and people that shouldn't be respected and so on, has Epicurus been brought up yet?
Not
No,
today.
but,
no.
Is it cool, actually?
I didn't catch that. Yeah.
I said in terms of the Greek philosophers is, as far as I know, the cool one, actually.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Epicureanism got turned into a slur by people who, for
He-
a lot of different reasons. But Epicurus was actually pretty okay. It was just
He's
a lot of
not
people.
he's not my personal favorite, but he's pretty cool.
Epicurus was basically had some good ideas. People did a lot of bad derivations of it, and then people strawmanned him to death.
He was particularly notable for allowing women and slaves to join his school.
Yeah, he was actually very progressive for philosophers at the time in place.
I don't really have anything to contribute beyond that, but like,
Now, my favorite philosopher is Empedocles.
not familiar. Please go on.
Is that time? Is that time loops, man?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'll say. You can go ahead.
Yeah, Empedocles was an extremely important philosopher who invented the concept of elements. He was the last of the Greek philosophers to do his work entirely in verse. He was inspired, among other things, by Pythagoras, and he developed a theory of a cyclical reincarnating universe in which he personally had accidentally invented the concept of suffering and felt he needed to atone by teaching everyone how to avoid it in future.
Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry you didn't exist in an era with brain meds.
Yeah, like
You
it is a deeply fraught thing and generally frowned upon, and it should not be done to like try to retroactively
Do not
backport.
try to armchair
things.
diagnose historic figures with
To be
anything.
fair, he also was fairly
But-
certain that he was very close to reincarnating as a literal divinity, so I don't think he felt that bad about it.
No, it's more like if you read the whole thing about his whole thing, it's like,
Yeah,
boy, you had something.
there was something going on there, yes. Because his theory was that at one point, all of the universe existed in a state of perfect love. And by this he means that everything was intermixed together and joined together by both physical closeness and romantic love. These were actually the same thing. And then, as strife came into existence, things began to pull apart and gain individuality. But things were still pretty good throughout this period, until one of the immortal super beings that existed in this state of mostly love decided, hey, what would happen if I ate this other immortal super being?
Wouldn't it be fucked up if I stabbed this other superhuman in
When
the
was
back and
this?
ate
Was
them?
this before Cain and Abel? Was probably.
Oh,
the
the
Bible?
Cain and
Long
Abel is
before.
not a concept at this point.
This
Okay.
is long before then.
Yeah, I was wondering how far this predates that.
This is sometime in the 400s BCE.
Okay, yeah, that's way before.
What was the name of this one again?
Empedocles. And so Empedocles believed that he personally was a reincarnation of the guy who decided to eat someone else.
And had reincarnated over and over through all of history, as history became a endless chain of suffering and division because of that original sin. And he personally had reincarnated every time to suffer more and more for his transgression. Which
Yes.
is the part where I stop and go, dude, you need to talk to therapy.
To suffer and also to learn.
Yes.
Because the goal of all this was that he would go through a series of lives that would teach him everything he needed to know to get everyone else on board with how to bring love back into the world and eventually cause all of existence to come back together into a perfect, unified sphere of undifferentiated matter, which would be the happiest and most perfect being in existence.
Until somebody ate somebody again, because that would be inevitable.
Well, yes,
Reunion.
eventually this would happen because time is a cycle, but until it happened, everyone would be part of Spyros, the most perfect being.
The ultimate life form.
Yes, the ultimate life form, Sphere.
This really sounds like someone invented a JRPG before they were.
Converge on orb.
Yeah, yes! Yeah, like for all the
And-
people cracking, like, Spyros and even... Yeah, no, like, humans have been humans longer than you think.
Zodiac,
But
the
the
one
important
true god.
Such
The important thing
devastation.
to understand about this is that the Greek philosophers considered Empedocles to be a genius. They thought he was one of the smartest men ever to exist.
I mean, he might have been and just had
he
some-
very well might have been. And
Yeah.
But like Aristotle is recorded as saying like that he, Aristotle, was nothing compared to Empedocles. This is the guy all the other philosophers wanted to be.
I didn't realize they had chat among them.
Yeah, actually, considering the propensity for philosophers to be ripped as fuck, was this guy what peak performance looked like?
We don't actually know what he looked like.
We actually know very little about him beyond his writing.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
most of what we have are fragments of his poems. But-
yeah,
And then everybody else in the next generation of philosophers going, man, that guy was king shit.
Yeah, but most of what we know about him is that the people after his death made a legend of him leaping into the flames of Mount Etna so that he would be worshipped as a god. It is unclear if this actually happened.
I would honestly believe it.
The only reason I don't think it did is that there was no local traditions in Sicily about this. This was something
True.
that Athenians talked about.
still, very strange person. The concept of love and strife, which mix and separate the elements respectively. I'm just like, that's order and chaos.
Yes.
Oh, very much so, yes.
This is the guy. Yes. This is the guy for the Western canon who did that.
Traditions converge on this as a theme.
But he was also influenced by Pythagoras and other pre-Socratics before that even,
Yes.
Yep.
which is why my favorite is definitely Thales, because we know very little about Thales other than Thales' theorem.
I don't even know who that is.
Thales is like the oldest mathematician we know about in the Greeks, from like 600 to 500 some odd BC, where a lot of the facts of his life are, Question mark. Some of it was written down by Herodotus, and we all know about Herodotus.
To sum up what Blight Cecil said in the chat, it's unclear if this actually happened, Greeks in a nutshell. I'd say Herodotus in a nutshell.
Now,
But
to be fair, Herodotus was much more accurate about things that happened near where he lived.
no shit!
But no, like he was actually a decent historian for things that happened within like 50 miles of his home.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
So
go on.
if this guy lived within 50 miles of his home, maybe it's true. If the guy lived outside that radius, probably not.
Yeah, go on, Macho.
Yeah.
But essentially, he did a number of activities. He did things like measuring of far distances based on angles and things like that. There's a variety of things that he worked on, but essentially, most of the Pythagoreans also saw him as like one of the first originators, and of the category of the 7 sages of Greece, he is one of the first ones that supposedly engaged in scientific philosophy.
Cool. Do we have any fun stories about how he died?
Supposedly he died in watching one of the Olympic Games in heat stroke.
Ah.
Stay hydrated.
That's surprisingly mundane, so I bet it actually happened.
Yeah, that is
probably happened.
that is a reasonable and unglorious enough death that I would buy that as just how it happened.
Yeah, that's not like the Aeschylus death where
Or Pliny the Elder.
Yeah, Aeschylus supposedly died because he was bald and went out walking, and an eagle mistook his head for a rock and dropped a tortoise on him.
No, see, I want to believe that one's entirely true, because birds are sometimes powered by spite.
And according to...
Terry Pratchett got like a chapter of a book out of that joke and made it really good.
And according to Pliny the Elder, Aeschylus had received a prophecy that he would be killed by a falling object, and so Aeschylus made sure to spend all his time outside, on the basis that he was much more likely to have something heavy fall on his head if he was indoors.
Better stay out from under roofs and shelves and anything else that could fall down, because things don't fall out of the sky.
And then, of course, there's the death of Archimedes by, the Romans say, don't kill this guy, but it didn't get to the soldiers in time.
Motherfucker.
It didn't get to the Roman soldier in time, and you're drawing shapes in the sand. Stop it. Stop it. That's our sand.
And these are my shapes.
That is absolutely one of the apocryphal deaths that I will just on principle believe happened, because that's just too narratively satisfying.
Yeah, pray don't disturb my circles is a pretty baller final set of words.
Yeah. I aspire to iconic last words like nearly echoing that loudly. Just this soldier barging in and making demands and just don't mess with my circles, man. Just an absolute, utter lack of the fear of death and just irritation at dude, my shapes.
I don't know as much about various ancient philosophers as I would like, and I'm slowly working my way towards it. But, based on someone's recommendation, the first place I tried to start was with the Republic, and then I got...
No, that was a bad idea!
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
no,
no.
I every time you bring that up, I feel the urge to just apologize for the universe for that asshole suggesting it first.
Yeah, so I started to read that. I was like, wait a second, this guy everybody always goes on about is kind of fashy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why
Yes.
has nobody ever mentioned this to me?
Because they don't want the loud part to be... They don't want the quiet part to be loud.
I then bring this up to the person who recommended it to me, and they were like, oh, that's just how they were back then, which set me on a journey of spite to find somebody who wasn't like that, to prove that no, actually,
were
this
plenty.
seems like an outlier situation. And that's how I found out about Epicurus.
Epicurus, Diogenes, fucking even Pythagoras himself.
Yep.
The beans.
I mean,
The
Again,
legumes.
Plato and the Socrates that is his sock puppet were kind of outliers in the Republic
that was
ideal.
kind of the Athenian group was kind of like that.
The
That
Athenians.
was my favorite part of all of it,
Yeah.
was learning that Socrates might not even be real and might just be Plato's OC.
I mean,
Socrates-
there was a man named Socrates,
But he did
know-
not
know
write
he-
anything down, so...
but we don't
know
know
there was
what
a
he was
Socrates.
like.
He probably died like that. Everything else came out of
Yeah.
Plato's mouth aside from a couple of historical corollaries of this person was said to know Plato and Socrates, and we can back that up.
Like, we know he existed. We know he was Plato's teacher. We know Plato loved him more than life itself. That's about it. What's that?
I said Plato's RPF in his political treatise.
Yeah,
Yes, straight up.
This was very much Plato putting his own thoughts in the mouth of the man he loved above all else.
We are now at 22 returns to Omega. We are inside the window for, depending on how long or short these visits have been,
We are
he
approaching.
will fall
quickly.
down at some point. It'll take
Not
anywhere
enough.
from 20 to 30 segments.
Yeah, like Xenophon wrote about Socrates unprompted by Plato, so that's a pretty good evidence that the dude existed and was similar in some form to what he said.
He did, in fact, get put to death for corrupting the youth. We're pretty sure that happened.
Which I would honestly believe that is just an excuse for it. The dude was a big enough asshole that they just found an excuse to kill him.
Yeah, I just attributed that to Athens.
Yes. And again, Athens. And the Republic is fantastic for anybody who talks specifically Athens up as the bastion of republics or democracy. Because then
Yes,
you read
that's-
their ideals of what the perfect republic looks like, and you're like, oh, that's an autocracy. That has nothing to do
I
with
read
either of
that. I was
those.
like, hang on a minute. Everyone's been telling me that this city was the hub of democracy and like freedom and thought. This is kind of fashy. What's with that?
So, the thing about Athens itself was, I would not call it fashy directly, I would call it intensely populist and reactionary.
I would say that there was definitely a movement of autocrats in Athens who repeatedly kept getting pissed off that they kept getting voted out of office.
Yes. What happened more often was an autocrat would get power, and then a very successful populist would slide into their DMs and get half the city going, hey, you know what? Fuck that guy.
A
And the thing-
good thing to point to for discussing political climates of the ancient Mediterranean,
Yes.
and is something that is in that is on the collection of unmitigated pedantry, as it's
Yes.
a subject that they often go close to, is that most ancient societies in that environment were about some in-group clique that is identified as the citizens of an area, and there's very
Yeah.
tight controls about when, if
is
ever, an outsider can be added to the body of citizens. It is mostly a group that just progenerates itself for a while and usually then eventually collapses at some point because you need to bring in new people.
You need
or-
to actually grow and diversify.
being dramatically more so than usual resistant to adopting any outsiders is part of what gradually dismantled Sparta from within. That it was
Like,
impossible, almost, to have more Spartans at any given time.
Sparta was a long and horrific and spectacular series of self-destruction via purity obsession and really bad political modeling.
Yeah, the thing to understand about Athenian writers is that most of the writings we have from Athens are from a specific political grouping, which was inherently anti-democratic and tended to support the autocrats. They thought that the democracy of Athens was mob rule because it kept going against what they wanted.
Keeps
Yes.
allowing too many of the randos to have a voice when only we, the enlightened.
Populism as a term comes from these writers, and it is used entirely derogatorily to basically boil down to mob rule. Now, modern use of populism still valuable in both the sense of, the popular movement of the people and also aiming mobs at people to do things that you want. But in the Athenian writings, it was basically just really embittered autocrat wannabes getting furious when more charismatic politicians learned that, wait, this is a vote system. I can just get more votes than you.
One
Yeah, like
could
Athens, a bastion of discussion and free thought for the in-group
Yes.
when discussing each other.
and
They still ran on a slave economy.
They would be extremely upset to find out that weirdos from beyond the seas and mountains were now using their words to also think.
Yes.
the interesting thing that you can compare it to is the works that survive from Greece are of this group. You could almost compare it to what survived after the burning of the books and burying of scholars after the 100 schools of thought in China.
Yeah, you really could.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also the case that we have these filtering events that narrow down the ancient body of work.
When all of the opposition material got misplaced.
Yeah, I should have been a bit more deliberate, sorry. My education on the political history of Greece was lacking and mainly focused on fight dates.
It's a
with
good
no
perspective
real
to
context.
throw
Yeah.
into the ring, because it's a common perspective to have that
and-
limited bit of social osmosis information.
And
And
honestly,
then having the seal crack open and the learning begins.
most especially in the Western educational sphere, and I would say most especially in America, because good God Almighty, they will not shut up about the lineage of democracy from Greece.
God, yes.
There is a huge halo around Greek democracy traditions in the classical world, and especially Athens, to the point where American Academy, academia, had to basically spend a couple of decades going back and scrubbing the halo off and going, okay, so maybe we were talking these guys up like way too much.
I will
mean-
still recommend reading the Protagoras, though. It is the best of Plato's works, not
Yeah.
least because it is one of the ones where he talks the least about what he himself thinks is good, and is spending more of his time
Oh,
elaborating
that sounds
on.
great.
He spends most of his time using it to elaborate on concepts that he will go on to use later.
Because, yeah, the stuff I read left me with an incredibly bad impression of Plato and anyone who hollers about what a good guy he was. Which
I mean-
He was an-
is
like,
correct.
As a barometer, that's safe.
Yeah, he
Most
was
of
an
the time.
awful person. I think he was a decent writer. That does not make him a good person.
I would call him incredibly influential and important to read for the projection of philosophy throughout history and synthesizing his ideas into what would be still adopted into far better, if not perfect, ideal frameworks. Anybody who points at Plato's Republic and says, I want that, and no changes, run.
Yeah.
It is one of the helpful things about scholarship that you can take infamously bad ideas that came out of a scholar and just kind of set them aside. And
Yep.
if they also wrote about some less bad ideas elsewhere, you can still use those
Or
because the
in
idea
the-
stands on its own.
Or in the work itself, in the Republic, you can point to very specific parts and go, alright, the rest of this is hot trash, but you had a good idea in this sentence right
Yeah, but-
here, and I'm gonna run with it.
Or like, okay, that bit about the cave, evocative, potentially useful.
Yep.
Let's scrap everything else around it.
Also, I see, welcome to Iron Giants.
He big.
Iron Giants are one of the major sources of grind for number in the Deep Void, and
If you are able to overcome one Iron Giant.
as you are
Also,
seeing,
hey,
This team is
I
not equipped to
recognize this.
overcome one Iron Giant.
So this is where that character design comes from.
yeah,
Okay.
14 has a 3D model version of this.
I'm
all of
looking at
this.
this from an armor critique point of view. And Iron Giant skipped arm day. The rest
Yes.
of him, sure, absolutely. That man has noodle arms.
Yeah, the giant robot version isn't a lot better about that, actually.
Oh no, the arms largely exist on the giant robot version to hold the sword, which is what they cared about.
But yeah, my history education on that front was mythology and key battles that I don't remember. And then when I went to uni, I was like, okay, I will try this again and see if it goes better this time. And My ancient history course focused exclusively on Alexander the Great and his various battles.
boy.
And I came out of this just like, well, fuck it then.
Actually,
I
you
will
know
do
what
it
you
myself.
You
you know
unfortunately.
what you might enjoy? The Birds. The
Ooh.
Birds is
Like
a
the Hitchcock movie?
no. This is
Yes,
a
but no.
this is a satirical play from Athens about Athens.
Yep.
Through the metaphor of a pair of guys kicked out of Athens for crimes, conning a bunch of talking birds.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, I never got shown like any of the plays. The,
Oh, that's
the
a
only
Oh,
the only art stuff I got was from my art class.
yeah. That's unfortunately the Western canon special is. They kind of gloss over the surface level and then they run before they have to explain anything complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun fact about Morgan is that I only passed like my ancient history and to a degree modern history courses because I was playing the old city builders like Zeus and Poseidon
Yup!
And
Pharaoh
just
such.
Age
yes,
of
you defraud
mythology.
the birds.
Age of
Yeah,
Mythology.
I just absorbed the encyclopedias on that and the one on Age of Mythology, and that got me through with really high grades.
I actually got a lot of stuff that I really shouldn't. Like, that classes did not teach me through Age of Mythology, Age of Empires 2, and Rise of Nations.
In my experience with taking classes in history, it's or at least in schools where I have been, it was a structural quirk issue consequence of how
Yes.
academics are put together as the different disjoint things that a university is doing as an organization. That history is front-loaded with very broad, general, introductory sample platters, and then you cross the event horizon into the professor will begrudgingly teach a class on the one very specific thing that they are actually studying in their real job
Yes.
that they would rather be involved with. With the upside of being, you're learning a weird specific thing that the professor knows about in great detail and deeply cares about, and is kind of on the down low winking and nudging that they'd like to hire more assistants to come out on their next expedition.
Yep.
God, that sounds great.
I had a kind of unique high school experience. My grade school and middle school experience was basically dead on all of this. My high school was weird. It was a kind of pseudo-accelerated college program sort of thing. So it had a smattering of a whole bunch of various narrow, fixed interest. Like, basically, it was the teachers were just kind of going in with their special interests, and it was a blast. Like, there are very specific parts of history or arcs of history that I know a lot about purely because my teachers more or less successfully argued to be able to teach this specific thing. And I love it, and I am grateful for that being available to me. And then college kind of went back to all of the topics were broad unless you hunted down the specific topic structure courses. So I didn't get much of that, except art history, which I'm looking over at my cabinet, or at my shelf right now with all of my old textbooks, and I'm looking back at my art history textbook because I actually really loved that course. It changed a lot of what I thought about contemporary and modern art, like a lot, and it is the source of both one of my biggest academic panic pulls and one of the biggest academic feelings of achievement I ever had of this is so okay kids, I say, popping a squat on a chair that is turned backwards as I flip my hands over it. You know what you should never do? You should never put off a 15-page paper 48 hours before the due date when it's assigned 3 months in advance.
Sounds right.
yeah.
Absolutely
Correct.
do that.
You know what I did?
Did the exact thing they just said?
I did that exactly. I didn't sleep for one of those nights.
How much
Hey,
milk off
hey,
Red Bull did you drink?
Oh,
I think it was I didn't do energy drinks, but I think it was probably a total of like 9 cans of Mountain Dew.
Because I think when I did my history of mathematics paper, where it was supposed to be like a partnership thing, and my partner was absolutely terrible, I think I drank like 6 cans of Red Rain.
Oh God, yeah. Even in college, that would have killed me.
See,
But
I never had that happen, but that's because I go into essay writing fugues where I sit down and then 4 hours later I stand up and there's 12 pages done.
So here's the thing. I can get
Yeah,
in
I
those
get that,
fugues.
but
It
at that
requires
point-
procrastination panic to activate. So the thing
Yep,
is,
that's the move.
so I procrastinated, I went into a panic, I went to the school library, I walked out with 9 books on the subject of the artist and the painting that I chose. I went into a fugue, I woke up, I had my paper fully cited out and fully meticulously written out with citations and proper formatting and everything. I turned it in, and I was expecting I'm probably gonna get like a C at best. That was just me panicking at this. At the end of the semester, not only did I get the paper back with a perfect grade, I had a handwritten note on it saying the teacher would change the way she taught the painting to reflect the arguments I made in the paper.
Which
And I just
naturally you
stared
could
at that
not
like-
remember writing.
Yes, and I stared at like, what did I do? I don't remember what I did!
Yeah, that's how I
That
make all my
happened
video
to me
games.
a couple of times with English. Like, I would go
Yeah.
into my fugue state and turn it in, and my teacher would come up to me and be like, "Yo, is it cool if I use this as an example for what I teach going forward?" And I'd just like squint and be like, "Okay."
Yeah,
I
no, like-
don't remember any of my my senior year at college, but apparently our game was good enough that I won the E3 college
Oh
like,
yeah, I forgot this was
competition
also
for that year.
Wow.
specifically during one of the worst depressive swings of my life, to the point where I was seriously considering dropping out of the last semester and heading home for my own health, but I did it anyway. And I was also doing my psychology final at the same time, and that one got a D, but it was a D's get degrees kind of situation, so I'm fine with that one.
See, that fucked me up a little bit because the Australian university system, you want like a HD or a D, because a
Right.
HD is a high distinction and a D is a distinction. And for a while, I had a perfect grade. I was
Right.
doing really well. I also got the accelerated situation where I actually started when I was 16, which was wild because like I was doing my literature courses alongside everything else, and I had been put for some fucking reason in advanced math in my last year, despite the fact that I didn't know what numbers were, but it was all on the algebra side, so I could just do that. I was doing the advanced math fine. I could not tell the time or like count beyond 10 without using my fingers. And it was just Gromit laying track the whole time in a frenzy as I tried desperately to keep my head above water.
I think, in hindsight, one of my favorite parts of that semester, air quotes, was that I had a 7:30 in the morning class, and visibly to everybody else, I was asleep through almost all of the classes every time, except I was doing that thing where I was, like, in that state of sleep where I was resting with my eyes closed and kind of quasi-asleep, but I was still able to follow the teacher's lecture perfectly. So when I heard her ask a question and the room would go quiet, I would just lift my head off the backpack and give an answer. And I eventually got seen as, like, the dark wizard in the back of the classroom was just like, what did you do? How are you doing that? And I'm like, look, man, if I could tell you, I don't know either.
Just passively absorb information and then let it percolate for a couple of weeks, and then you just go into a fugue state and there's an end result. It's that simple.
Basically, yeah, like, in hindsight, that's basically what I was doing in most of those courses in my last semester. And I was just kind of like, I don't know why you all think this is so impressive. I'm just listening and it comes back out and it's fine. What do you mean it's, like, terrifying to watch?
Yeah, like, my example of this for me is, like, I'm a professional writer. That's what I do. It's what I've been working towards my whole life. I cannot fucking tell you grammar rules. I can't do
Yeah,
it.
no,
I have to Google to remind myself what a noun is on the regular. I don't know. I learned the rules once as a child, internalized them, and now I cannot recall them again on purpose. I've tried to learn, it won't stick.
See,
For
that's
me,
the
it
good
is-
thing about art. You just have to fucking make it up on the spot every time. Who cares, baby? Woo!
Basically, it is for me is, does this sound right? And if it doesn't sound right, I will tweak it. And if I sit down and I really think about it, I'll figure out what exactly about it is not flowing right. But it is just more very intense, intuitive, hang on, no, something's not right here.
Yeah.
That is
for
the
me-
core of grammars. You internalize them and then operate on them without needing to think about them, which is why no English speaker can tell you about the anima hierarchy.
for-
But it's a part of English grammar.
Is that the thing where certain sounds and certain vowels have to go in certain orders? Because
This
I know
is the
that.
first time I've heard those words together in not a video game context.
Yeah, like
that or
you say
animacy.
anima hierarchy.
Animacy, I think, is the term. It's a part of word ordering where the proper order to put these words in English is in order from most to least human. Where that is
Yes!
a very abstract line, but you will
I
always
quantify
know what the right order is when you hear them in line.
Yes, no. I read an article about this once, and it also included that talk tick sounds wrong, but tick talk sounds correct, because there is a secret order for vowels in words and synchronicity of sounds that no one will tell you, but it will always sound wrong if you deliberately do it backwards.
Also, ordering of adjectives.
Yes.
The quick brown fox versus the brown quick fox.
Yeah, for me, the process of writing is just like I put a bunch of information in my head, and then I don't know, stuff happens, and then it comes out my hands.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, and there is a distinct difference between me writing with my brain and then me going, alright, frontal lobe, get it out of the way and let the subconscious talk and we'll fix this later.
I don't
That
remember
puts
writing
out
any
two
of this.
very different kinds of mood.
I remember none of the writing for Jastronauts.
Jastronauts was me not...
Same,
I
bud!
did not use my frontal lobe for a single second writing the
honestly-
cellist, except for the editing process.
Like, I
The
remember
editing
making
process,
the
I turned it
cutscenes.
back on.
That's it.
See, I end up using my brain a lot, but that's more because I'm okay. I want to reference a specific thing here that I'm pretty sure I read. Let's go back and find that thing so that I can make sure I'm doing it right.
All I remember for Jastronauts was that we were running out of time. You were making noises about maybe needing to cut the story, and I went, okay. And then I slammed like 7 energy drinks and was
Yes.
awake for 52 hours, and then it was done.
Yeah, no, the reason...
Saw what Morgan did to himself, and I was like, I can't not, right?
Yeah, like, Morgan did a huge amount of heavy lifting on the writing. Like, Morgan is really the heart of the Jastronauts writing. I just did the cellist, and then I added some stuff behind that. I'll be real.
It is possible to write 24,000 words in a fugue state. I do not recommend it.
Yeah, no, having watched on the sidelines, I would not recommend.
Yeah, it's, glad my work schedule is different and more healthy these days.
Who were the people who decided that A comes before B? Likely the Phoenicians, but potentially people even before them.
Yes, mandatory. Crunch is bad announcement.
Yeah,
It doesn't make good video games.
Not only does
Yeah.
it makes no good products whatsoever, it is actively detrimental and is less efficient than just fucking scheduling it to have more time.
Which, if you think, oh wow, but the Jaztronaut story is really good, I rewrote the entire ending because what I produced at the tail end of my feud was passable, but I knew I could do better.
Yeah, there was a full rewrite because, yeah.
Most of you have not read my writing because the stuff I've written for is not available for purchase. or
Well, some of
download.
it is.
A Demigod had a Kickstarter, but most of the stuff I've written you cannot buy yet.
Oh yeah, Demigod is not out yet, and the rest of it is not out yet. I have seen
Yeah.
snippets and previews of your writing, and I can back up. Hey, Morris Wrightus, really fucking good author.
Yeah. Also,
Extremely
just
good
like
for
very
historical
confused.
stuff.
I thought you
You're
were
respecting
saying
her.
that, like, I thought you were just saying that a demigod had a Kickstarter, and like that just hard blocked my brain for a second.
Zeus, you
no,
don't need
that
to go
was the
fund me. Fuck
name
off.
of the book. Yeah.
Who's to say a demigod hasn't had a Kickstarter?
Alright, but which one would it be, and what would it be
I
for?
can't remember if Jason was a demigod.
Technically, yes. One of his parents was a god, I believe.
Hang on, Jason and...
Fairly certain he's a son of Zeus.
A lot of the heroes were described as godlike without actually being gods, though, so it's a bit up in the air.
Great-grandson of Hermes.
Okay, so he is. I'm not sure if
Close
demigods.
enough.
Yeah,
Close enough.
yeah. He has divine blood, which makes
Yeah,
him
most
closer
of
to
the
being a
Argonauts
demigod.
have a divine
Yeah.
parent somewhere. Most aristocrats have a divine parent somewhere at that point in time.
Yeah, the big exception
You
is
find
my
them.
boy Odysseus, the world's first con artist.
The world's biggest fuck up, and I hate him and I love him.
I love the guy. His superpower is lying.
This reminds me of a really good, I think it was a Tumblr post? I saw it in a screenshot recently of the idea of, okay, so what if you got around Cassandra's curse of nobody will believe your prophecies by having Odysseus show up and introduce himself as nobody?
Well, I mean, but seriously though, there is a very great read of the Odyssey in which all of the fantastic stuff never happened.
Yeah.
And it's just Odysseus making shit up.
Yeah.
Because all of that portion is told by Odysseus to a bunch
the
of
wedding.
people he's trying. No, not at the wedding. It's
Or is it when they're all trying to kill him?
No, it's when his boat has crashed and he is now at the court trying to get a bunch of gifts so he can make his way to Ithaca.
Right, okay.
So he is telling his hosts the story of how he got there as part of him activating his superpower of knowing exactly how to manipulate the Greek hospitality system so that they will give him
Is that
everything
really
he
a
needs.
superpower?
In
Yes!
Greece? Yes, it is!
Yes.
Remember, Zeus is the most important god. Zeus is the god of hospitality.
Like, Odysseus uses his ability to obligate people to him in order to get everything he needs done.
Like,
He shows up
basically,
penniless and gets them to give him a boat, a crew, weapons, everything he needs to take back his island.
he shows up with nothing on that island and is basically going on about, oh yeah, you wouldn't believe the shit I went through to get this bad, man. And it's entirely possible that all that really did happen and he was just a really good liar to get through all of those things. Because again, he has two moves to get through all of the problems of the Odyssey. Lie his teeth out, and abuse social expectations to get away from not getting murdered. And then there's the other read, as Moore said, where he just shows up on that island having just wrecked the damn thing and makes up this entire, like, days-long story to ingratiate himself, con them out of boats, and leave.
We're all looking for the guy who did this.
Yes.
Look, you should give me some funds, a few supplies, some
There's
men.
also some...
We'll go find
maybe-
a way to do this.
This is also a general shout-out to the Odyssey, but also to a lot of classical literature in general. If you have ever read any of the translations of older works and thought they were really dry and boring and bland,
That
it's
is
likely...
the fault of the translator. Yeah.
It is likely because that you got handed a translation from 1897 by some dude in Victorian England who wanted to be as dry and boneless as possible, and you should go look up modern translations that aren't afraid to start moving a little away from the exact meaning of the words to get the feeling again, because when you read a version of the Iliad or the Odyssey that captures the epic poem nature of it, or the telling drunk stories around a campfire vibe of it, it is really entertaining.
Yeah, it's storytelling. It's not
There
boring.
was-
It's,
there was a-
it's how humans entertain themselves.
Yeah, there was a
You have been reading the,
relatively recent translation of the Odyssey also that the translator did a big Twitter thing on it where she explained her decision to translate the bit about the sirens differently than it has traditionally been done.
Oh, I think I know this one.
Because traditionally the sirens are presented as temptation, with the undertone being sexual beauty. But if you go to the original text, as she did, it's not. It's not sexual at all. The sirens are intellectual temptation. Their songs contain
Yes, I remember
all
this.
the knowledge of the world. And so, Odysseus lashing himself to the mast, but
I do
keeping
want to
his
hear this
ears
lecture,
open.
though, crew.
Dudes, guys, no. Like, they've got the good math.
I gotta learn. I'm gonna learn about servers.
Also, quite translated to bro. Yeah, that's the energy.
Yeah.
You are
Yes, and
accustomed
I looked it
to
up.
you are
This
accustomed to reading the early fan subs of the epics rather than the proper localizations. Translator's note: Nemo means no one.
All right,
Yeah.
I looked it
Yeah.
up. This is the Emily Wilson translation of the Odyssey, which is one of the ones that I thought of recently as being very good. And let me try and dig up that Twitter thread in particular, because I remember a lot of really good insights in it.
Sirens out there crooning about your special interests. Hey, Sirens, what's the Thunder lore? Give me the good shit.
And now you know why sailors crashed on the rocks and died.
Absolutely. I
The Sirens will just
yes.
go through a list until they find your special interest, and you will ram the wheel into that rock and just be like, I don't fucking care, I'm gonna know when I die.
Yeah, I'd fall for that.
Also important to note, sirens are birds. They are not fish. This is just me being annoyed at depiction of the sirens as mermaids.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna skim through it because this is, the paradox of Twitter of this is a very long thread for a very truncated text format.
Yeah, welcome to academic Twitter.
Yeah,
Very nice.
I kind of, yeah. One of the first things to note is that it is extremely short. It is a very tiny part of the modern. It is a very tiny part of the Homeric poem compared to how outsized a version it is in modern retellings. I will say this word for word because this is very well, just very well stated. Secondly, the sirens in Homer are not sexy. For example, we don't even learn about their hair, in contrast to other divine temptresses. Which is actually true. Basically, every divine seductress type woman in the Odyssey will start with a description of the hair.
Which is inevitably long and flowing.
Yes. The specific offer they give to Odysseus is that they claim to know everything about the war in Troy and then everything on Earth. And they tell the names of pain.
That is an
Odysseus can
evocative
go to
statement.
hospital and just directly describe what he's going through and get effective treatment. That's wild.
No.
Iron Giant cannot be controlled.
How would you even though?
So I have gotten completely distracted by the question of when did A start to become before B for the past
Good.
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Was there a point where it didn't?
Well, we know that in Greek, it definitely was there because there was pottery where A comes before B. And then the question of what is the ordering on the Phoenician abjad is, I have no idea if there is a place where it was written out entirely in ordering, and whether or not we fully accept the taken for granted as the most common explanation of Phoenician as a descendant of Proto-Semitic, as a descendant from hieroglyphic writing. And if that's the case, then it is ox comes before house in ox comes before house, if that was the case in hieroglyphs.
That makes perfect sense.
Tracks.
Yeah,
Because-
this makes sense to me because I have heard this story told about Hebrew before, where each
Yeah,
word
yeah.
has a shape
Phoenician.
that has meaning. Yeah.
Yeah, Phoenician and Hebrew, of course, are both derived from one of the same. That one is more clear that they're both descended from the same Proto-Semitic script.
Yeah, I specifically remember that the letter bet is a house.
I would call it the alphabet.
So, Aleph being the F sound, the non-vowel glottal in Phoenician, it's called an alphabet because the first language that uses vowels as dignified characters is Greek, which it is alpha beta.
So that's
It
why
is called AB.
Yes.
I see.
And why is it called an abjad? Because the first four letters of the Semitic languages that are written down as characters are glottal stop, question mark A, B equivalent, G equivalent, D equivalent.
Because they are the obj.
I want to see what the
What do we call the
timelines
letters?
are.
You know, those.
Yeah, you killing me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Karts does unreasonable DPS. Chicken Dance is a very powerful move.
Our names for various scripts that use phonemes in English are just based on the oldest script we know that uses that pattern.
To go back to the thread, the basic fulcrum of the specific thread is that a bunch of listed translations and specific things have a specific line of the sirens. I will quote the first one from Loeb. One of the lines that Loeb translates is, "For never yet has any man rowed past the island in his black ship until he has heard the sweet voice from our lips. Instead he has joys of it, and goes his way a wiser man." Basically, Emily Wilson points out that the translations very insistently take a gender-neutral pronoun in the Greek and make it he, and translate mouth to lips, which massively changes it, and you wouldn't do that unless you want to have a focus on seduction, basically. And Dr. Wilson's version of it is, "Now stop your ship and listen to our voices. All those who pass this way hear honeyed song poured from our mouths. The music brings them joy, and they go on their way with greater knowledge." And then has a very good point of, "It's the mouth, not lips, that matter in most of
That was
Odysseus'
just a
troubles."
guy.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and now he's in the jar.
No.
I have captured Jimbo. He's mine now.
Okay.
He's my friend.
Get in the can! But yeah, the mouths of giants, whirlpools, cyclopes, and men keep eating the wrong things, and the mouths of goddesses, men, witches, singers, and shades speak and sing to enable and thwart the onward journey. Not lips, which are pretty and kissable. Mouths are powerful and dangerous. Dr. Wilson knows what's up with the Odyssey.
I should get hold of that at one point. Also, to be slightly on topic, have I missed much plot-wise?
No plot advancement has occurred.
everyone is
Everyone is in prep zone.
Everyone needs to grind at this point.
Right.
Except for the one that's caught in perpetual cycle.
Yes.
And have we seen all of the Melocene events now?
Yes.
All Melusines have
Yes.
passed, yes.
Okay, cool. Because like last time, when everyone was like, "That's already happened," I went back and checked the tapes. I was asleep and not present, and therefore cannot be held responsible for not
No,
remembering.
okay.
Fair,
Nope.
yeah, no, fair and
Nope.
reasonable.
Third Mirage Vest, you love to see it.
Oh yeah, and the whole religious overthrow thing in Amenhotep IV becoming Akhenaten, in large point to destroy the clickhood of the priesthood in the New Kingdom period, and all of that going interesting places for both him and Egypt. It didn't stick, spoiler.
That guy, Akhenaten, was like one of those figures in history that when he came up briefly in my history classes, my teacher just kind of looked at me in confusion as I rattled off a list of facts. He had been an antagonist in a young adult novel I read, and I was like, wow, that's wild, I should read about who this guy actually was.
Very cool guy, very confusing guy.
Fascinatingly strange person.
One of those just like,
Was not the
get
sorry.
moments from Mr. Bishop.
Was not
And yeah, Mirage Vest's main reason I'm bothering to collect them for this team is they do benefit from a bug that lets you refresh temporary buffs and store temporary buffs sometimes. There are shenanigans that happen when you battle equip, and one of them is that the Mirage Vest resets its one stack of image. Will give me a very cost-effective way to help mitigate incoming physical attacks for Berserk Omega.
Oh, that's rad.
But yeah, the entire situation surrounding Akhenaten and the religious changes he instituted is super confusing.
It's number one, it's difficult because there was a whole scorched earth oblivion trying to erase this entire period of our history thing, which they did a damn good job of it, except for the parts where all of it was on rocks, so they could only get so much of it.
Yeah.
And also, modern, reconstructive sciences are pretty damn good at rebuilding what you bash out of a rock. But yeah, there are still a lot of gaps, and there are still a lot of ambiguities of what the hell was actually going on, how much of this was a political ploy, how much of this was a true religious conversion,
And
what was he like as a person? Why the hell did he move the capital like that? Was that political things? Was that megalomania?
it's also unclear the degree to which it was, in fact, a massive religious change as opposed to a procedural change.
Yeah.
Like,
How much of it
the
was...
theology of it is very confusing. In part
And-
because Egyptian theology is super fucking complex.
Because if you try to say Egyptian theology, it's like, alright, what of the 5,000 years? What part? And what dynasty?
Yeah, that and the fact that, like, one of the big things of Egyptian religion throughout that entire period is gods can flow into each other. Their identities
Yeah.
are not singular.
They are, deliberately and textually malleable, and can be syncretized together and just be fine with that. Or
Very
do that
malleable
on
and
their own.
divisible deities, very actively involved in politics by way of deified rulers.
Yes. Also, really good tangent in my brain of the differences in how people viewed water and, life and rivers in particular when you compare the cultures that were born and raised and, had history in the Tigris and the Euphrates Valley and the Nile River Valley, and you compare what they talk about water, and they talk about life, and they talk about the role of rivers, and you can get an immediate sense of the difference in how the rivers worked. Nile, very, very productive. Predictable, life-giver, friendly. Just don't get in its way. Sometimes it gets a little spicy and mad, but, don't fuck with it too much, and, tides will raise, tides will fall, you do the farming. Tigris and Euphrates, please God help! The gods keep drowning us!
Don't build on floodplains then.
But this place was so good last year!
It's so fertile! We can get so many crops out of here! Next year, fuck!
I'm eternally still mad about people building on floodplains and then being like, but I didn't think the face-eating leopard would eat a mine!
That's a habit we've now grown out of, ever, as a human race.
At least where I lived in Australia, we knew that was a problem, so we put the houses on stilts.
To be fair, the people of the Tigris and Euphrates did eventually figure out how to deal with it.
It just took a while.
It just kind of shaped their view of reality.
Yeah, when nature...
As it would, yep.
Yeah, where the Nile makes nature seem like, it's predictable, it can have dangers, there's crocodiles, but, as long as you obey the rules and you follow the patterns, you'll be fine. Tigris and Euphrates, nature's gonna fucking kill you, and the gods are gonna laugh, and they're gonna slap you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, the gods are the only ones who can command the world, so you better get in good with them.
Immediately brings to mind one Islamic scholar who was one of the people you can point to as developing a really strong precursor to the scientific method, and he figured that his crowning achievement that he would use with his high science was he would finally solve the riddle of the Nile and build a mathematical model of its behaviors. And since that would be really useful, he got a lot of patronage behind this idea. And then he started trying to do science on the river. He eventually decided to feign having gone mad from the effort to avoid legal punishment.
Oh shit, this is more
my
complicated
God.
than I thought. Sorry, I've got the case of the brainitis. Goodbye.
Demons, help.
I'm possessed?
The river is haunted. The crime is unsolvable.
I cannot calculate all of the water system of the entire
I'm
Nile
going to
River
invent
Delta.
fluid
How many
dynamics.
factors
No,
could
I'm
there
not.
be in How many factors could there be in fluid dynamics? 10?
My favorite fact about the Sumerians is that the two most recurring enemies in their mythology, the two most terrible foes of all reality, are water and rocks.
Yeah, I mean, have you looked at where they live?
Yep. And so one of the greatest heroic acts of the goddess Ishtar is putting a mountain into submission. Because it dared to not bow to her when she passed. The fact that it was a literal mountain did not seem to occur to her when she was complaining about this.
God, I love mythology. I love creation myths. I love
Same.
all the ways that people have looked at shit around them and gone,
How'd that get there?
But why though?
how?
No, Ishtar
Why?
is actually very well known for her heroicness. She is a goddess of war and love. Ishtar's terrifying.
Ishtar is the most hardcore goddess that I can think of in classical mythology, and also kind of fucking rules in her own right.
I would say second most hardcore.
Yes, I
Fast?
just looked up.
Yeah,
I think Ben
no,
El
one of the
Hatham is the guy I was thinking of. Yeah.
one of the Canaanite goddesses who murdered death.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, Ishtar and the mountain, the story goes like this. Ishtar is walking one day and passes a mountain, and the mountain does not bow to her. And Ishtar is, of course, horribly offended because she's fucking Ishtar. Everyone needs to bow to her. So Ishtar goes to Anu, king of the gods, and is like, hey, I need your permission to go punish this mountain. And Anu is like, you can't do that. That mountain is terrifying. That mountain will kill you if you try.
It is a mountain.
Yeah, that mountain will fuck you up, Ishtar. And Ishtar's like, no, I'm gonna go punish the mountain.
I'm sorry, did I hear the words of a coward and a nerd that doesn't fight?
Ishtar is the one that Gilgamesh spurned, yes.
Yeah, Gilgamesh specifically spurned Ishtar because Gilgamesh looked at Ishtar and was like, okay, please don't take this the wrong way. You are really attractive and you really are making a good offer. I do know what happened to like the 8 guys before me that said yes to this. And then she was like, fair, but fuck you.
Yeah. So anyway, Ishtar goes to the mountain, draws her bow, shoots the mountain, destroys the trees along its sides with one shot, shoots again, destroys the trees along its other side in a storm caused by the passing of her arrow, then fucking draws a knife, tackles the mountain, and tears its throat out. Mountains have throats, by the way.
Yep.
That makes sense, yep.
So, at this point, the mountain fucking surrenders and gets smashed to bits by Ishtar because no, fuck you.
Also, Morse, I feel like you would know more about this than I do, but the idea of like Ishtar turning it into Aphrodite was raised in the chat, and
There is some syncretism there. Ishtar is tremendously popular, and we do have some evidence of there being an Ishtar cult that merged with an Aphrodite cult, but it's very, very unclear.
It's one of those
yeah,
situations
I
where
always figured it was like there are these two deities that have something in common, and then a cult did some blending rather than like
that
direct
is
inheritance and
probably what happened.
that
yes.
is almost certainly what happens. Mystery cults would show up regionally to go, these two is the same, rather than it being a large, deliberate shift.
And as far as the methodology that exists for arriving at these ideas, it can be a matter of, all right, we can go way deep into the reads of our timeline, of our oldest, heavily fragmented sources, and sometimes find a name and see that it's like, it's being branded weirdly differently than it is in times we're more familiar with, and then posit that some kind of big shift happened between this and this.
One of the other things confusing this is that the Greeks absolutely did point at Ishtar and go, "That's Aphrodite."
Yes.
Yeah.
You get that
Post hoc
process
they did.
Yeah.
When this is
of
long after.
syncretism by those pantheons of being like, oh yes, you also have that. That's our god. We know that one.
Yeah.
And then this is like long after this was a dead religion at that point. What was that?
The foundations of Hermeticism.
Yeah, I get kind of leery about it when it's like moored up as a line of direct succession sort of thing, because that gets used as justification for a lot of fucked up shit.
Yes, that's generally a good.
They're very. It is very rare to have an obvious direct line.
Egyptian stuff and a little bit of internal Sumerian stuff is the only thing where I can actually point and go, no, the culture itself said that this is this now.
Yeah, because like I know it's the case sometimes, but I couldn't remember if it was here.
Yeah, like Marduk, and that's the case, and that's the case of a dominant city-state kicks over the other ones and says, okay, now our god is boss. The last god, that was not boss. This is boss.
Yeah, Marduk is new. We have come up with an entirely new creation myth that stars Marduk. This is the truth now, is a thing that happened.
And I'm going to just take pieces of your creation myths and staple it to our god, and he's the coolest.
And then someone came along and tried to do this to Marduk, yes. This
Good
happened
old...
several fucking times.
Yeah, the whole regional cross-pollination of religions did have a whole lot of, well, if I'm boss god, then whatever was boss god last, I get all that but better.
Yeah. And the goddess I was thinking of before, the Canaanite one, her name is Anat.
Thanks, Jim.
And she is the most hardcore of goddesses.
Yes.
Because what happens is that the story of Baal Hadad, the great lord of the winds, is he is given the right by the king of the gods to basically be in charge. But to do this, he first has to defeat the last guy who was in charge, who is the ocean. So that happens. And so to celebrate his victory, all the gods are invited to a great feast, including the terrifying and terrible god of death, Mot. And this is a problem because Mot's not interested in feasts, because Mot only eats one thing, and that's fucking people.
Why did you invite the cannibal to the lunch?
And so Mott is like, no, I'm not attending your shitty feast. You're going to serve salad. And so Baal Hadad is like, well, that's rude. I don't like you. I'm gonna fight you. And so he disguises himself as a cow, so that he can be sacrificed and sneak into the underworld, and this goes very poorly for him. Because he ends up dead.
Yeah, I don't know what he thought was gonna happen there.
He had a very clever plan and it didn't work.
There's a lot of that in the region's myths involving death of, I have an idea! Oh fuck, I didn't think about this.
But, so, Anat, who is either his sister, his wife, or both, depending on translation and how you read it and which version.
Yeah.
Goes to Mott's lands and is like, so where the fuck is my friend? Where is he? Bring him back. And Mott's like, he's in my land now. You're never getting him back. He's dead.
This is how death works. That's my job. He doesn't. There is no coming back.
And Anat's like, no, you're going to let him come back because I said so. And Mott's like, why the fuck would I do that? And Anad's like, well, you heard about how he beat the ocean, right? Well, that is technically true, in the sense that he was the general of that campaign. I'm the one who fucking tore the throat out of the ocean. Me, personally.
The ocean also has a throat.
And I'm the one that wrestled the dragon that worked for the ocean and killed it. So you're gonna do it because I'm threatening you. And Mod's like, what? At which point, Anad's like, you aren't listening, are you? Alright! And so she stabs him in the heart, sets him on fire, chops him into tiny pieces, and uses his meat to fertilize the fields.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah,
At
no,
which
Anad does rule. I forgot about her when I said that.
Yeah. At which point she then goes, finds Haydad in the underworld, drags him out, and is like, you're alive now. You are welcome.
I love the idea.
And that's where the story ends.
That's so fucking smart.
So, yeah, Anat, the goddess badass enough to murder Death and use his corpse to fertilize the wheat.
Yep.
We
Just how like modern neo-paganism and stuff is going to complicate the historical record in like
Oh, I don't
300
wonder.
or 400 years.
It's doing it right now.
Yeah.
It is doing it right now, but I'm just thinking like a few layers deep.
Oh, people still die. We're pretty sure that in part of the story we don't have Death comes back, but Death does
Think
not
about
fuck with
Death.
her at that point.
Death back! Kill Death!
Yeah. Like,
Well, clearly, it's wheat now. Now Death is harvest.
Yeah, that's probably the end point of the story, is that a commentary on the cycle
Circle
of life and death.
of life.
it's hard to say because we don't know. We don't have the tablets that come after that bit, but we're pretty sure that Death does come back because people still die. But
Thinking about the new chapter of the Epic of Gilgamesh that got found recently, and people... I'm couching this ahead of time because this may not be obvious by my tone of voice, but I adore how people got so excited by the major new piece of information being that Humbaba's forest had monkeys.
Yep. And also, recently in this is defined as within the past 10 years. They just finished translating it.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that the U.S. government forced Hobby Lobby to send it back to Iraq.
Yeah.
Well,
I
saw
that's...
two Epic of Gilgamesh related things in quick succession, and I'm still unclear whether the Hobby Lobby one was the one with the monkeys that everyone got excited about.
It was not, but...
yeah, because there was the other one
No.
that was just sat in a museum.
yes, that one is technically where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that is tied to the long, strange, sort of disgusting history of Hobby Lobby's involvement in illegal trade of antiquities, which finally got resolved by Hobby Lobby getting punched in the mouth and being told to give it all back.
And still artifacts, kids. When is Omega gonna fucking perish?
Eventually.
I'm on tenterhooks for it now. Like, I don't
Yeah.
want to blink and miss it.
It was called the Gilgamesh Dream Tablet.
Yes.
Up to 7 more jumps back to Omega.
Quick Leak has a little bit of variance in it depending on processing.
Well, the time duration of the jumps varies.
Yeah.
I'm very mad all of a sudden that they only valued that tablet at 1.6 million. That's only 3 houses.
Do you really gotta put it like that? Because now I'm sad in like multiple different fractal forms.
Well, I mean, I'm in Canada. House prices are so far out of whack that it's just
No, America's getting fucked up too, dude.
yeah.
But how many tiny houses?
Yeah, like depending on where you live, that's not even one house.
But Yeah, the antiquities trade is fucked up.
Yep.
I just don't understand why it would be valued at such a low price. Like, I could see that being 20 million.
I
Easy.
can guess, and I'm happy with the line of thought.
Supply and demand.
Oh, also possibly lower priced because the fencer need to get off their hands.
Yeah,
Yes.
part of this is that there is a limited pool of people to sell to. Yeah.
You are
This is-
selling
this
to
is-
one. You are selling it to one of three groups. You are selling it to the academics who want to actually translate it and do ethical research on it, and their budget is a ham sandwich. You are selling it to rich asshole who wants it in a private collection and is probably actively okay with helping you steal the damn thing. Higher budget, much more risk. Or the British Museum, which basically Venn diagram of the two, mostly to the
And-
latter.
Assholes who want to steal it for their private collection.
Yes.
And and the other factor of this is you want to move it very quickly because the reason you have it is you're trying to sell it to buy guns.
Yep.
And I'm gonna request we take a hard turn out of this conversation now.
Yes.
Understood.
Yep.
Anyway, it's time to set up another team to go fight Omega.
10,000 years in beat.
This is the team that is going to shave Omega.
Ah, yes, the shaving strategy.
Going to
So
shake
Omega
the robot.
is
Wait, what?
susceptible. Calm is one of the Beastmaster commands. It stuns. It is supposed to stun enemies that are magical beast type. The GBA port there's a little bug that flips that to non-magical beast type. And Omega is vulnerable to stop. So, well,
You're dead.
this Omega's spicy.
This Omega says
everybody!
no.
What happened to
I
the last
love
two people
that we
is
have
her-
seen a new way that Omega is a bastard super boss.
And we're
every
gonna
time we
shave
try
this
to start
robot.
up.
and what happened?
Omega just heard that the dog heard that you were gonna shave it. And just,
In the distance, the sound of the atomic ray charging.
I just
That
hear
shit was like perfect for a new fable about hubris.
nice try, Blanco, need you, but you just got sad.
Let's adjust the battle speed to help make this more executable.
yeah, that was starboard atomic ray, right? Not
That was.
larboard.
I was buffered
Are
starting
we
to do
tracking it left
this.
or right, or
Which way is Omega facing?
So, Omega is susceptible to calm.
I appreciate
I must
that you.
take great care to maintain a steady barrage of calms, because he will only remain calm extremely briefly before becoming excited again.
I love this.
Okay, so the goal is to soothe Omega and poke him very slightly in between
Yes.
soothes.
While he is calm, his evade is 0, so I can just get in there and stab him with the coral sword.
this
We have to
is
give a
one of the more consistent strategies against Omega is don't let Omega do anything.
It can be real fun trying to keep this calm strat going with jumps.
Yes,
Randomizer.
I now
Oh,
have.
you said jumps. I saw Dragoon. I forgot the other meaning.
There is now an Omega fight that requires constant, steady, carefully timed button inputs. And the
Rhythmic.
Omega strat that involves never pressing any buttons, happening simultaneously on separate tracks.
This would be time for sea shanties.
Oh, please, God, don't jump directly to Quick Leak Omega, or I will die.
Oh my god!
You gave it a name.
It had a name. It wasn't out loud yet. We were all thinking it loud enough for it to count.
Now, that one will go much faster since it's doing damage directly, 2,000 at a time.
You need 28 hits.
Something like that.
27 or 28 HP is 55.53k.
Yeah, the third one is very complicated, specifically ordered strategic inputs on the robot, if all three of those are going at the same time.
God, if you need just quiet to think at any point, please just say so.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine holding all of the information required for all of this in my head and then still carrying on conversation outside of it.
Welcome to streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hell of a thing. I have tried it occasionally, and even to like 3 or 4 friends when playing things that require much less of my brain. Boy, it gets.
Actually going to step 1 at the moment.
Playing video games.
Sure.
Fair enough.
And talking at the same time, and then making mistakes, and people in your chat going, "How could you miss something so obvious?"
Yeah.
Why don't you
When you
talk?
say a word improperly that your brain has worked in its head for certain ways because you read it another way, and then people go, "Oh, you said that word wrong. You're dumb."
Or it is just a regional variant on how you say the damn thing.
Yep.
Alternative: name characters incorrectly to mess with people that come into your chat.
Thanks a bunch.
See,
for
that's
that.
the power move. Yeah.
I'm still angry at you for Katana.
Oh, Katana wasn't even my master stroke. My master stroke was Rasma.
Rasmo fucked me up, dude. I wasn't even watching that live. That just hurt my ears for a good
Every time
5 or
somebody
6
came,
sessions.
every time somebody came into the chat and went, "Wait, is that how the name's supposed to be?" I always said it a different way. I'm like, "Yep, that's correct."
Yeah,
Right there.
no, that's what kept fucking with me.
Razzmadazzle.
As an aside, for those that are less familiar with this and 14, have we brought up the topic of Omega's theme yet?
I don't know if we've brought up how good Escape is in Fiesta yet.
So anyway, I'm linking Omega's theme in the chat. Please enjoy Omega's theme. This is the theme of Beep.
This is Beep
made,
theme.
When they made Beep a boss in 14, they were like, "Okay, what do we do?" And then they were right.
Okay, chat has made Escape jokes, but we've never linked it. And yeah, everyone has their own way of hearing the opening lyrics. I prefer chicken tenders get ready to fry, but that's me. And yes, scroll to the comments to immediately see 8 million ways of having audio pareidolia activate. And then yeah, that is the second to last fight in the raid, and then the theme for the last raid is the theme of the gender fluid.
This is slight spoilers, but raid's been out for 5 years. I don't know. So the whole plot of the Omega theme.
Oh my god, I can't believe I have to be the person who says, "Please don't spoil the Omega." I'll get there eventually.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, no, cut it. I forgot
Okay.
Morgan didn't get to it yet. No, that's very valid, actually. I really want to hear your thoughts on it blind.
Yes.
I actually only finished Omega 9 through 12 last week.
Wow.
I was very bad at finishing content. I then also finished Eden this last week.
And for what it's worth, I saw it.
I managed Eden like a month and a half ago.
I still haven't topped off, what's it called? I gotta do the last Hildebrand storyline, so I can see whatever fight is at the end of that, actually, even though I know most of the things about that fight.
You mean the Stormblood one?
Yes.
It's really worth it, but yeah.
I know.
But yeah, as of now, all I have left is, like, job quests and having out the deep dungeon stuff and Eureka/Bostia for, like, normal content.
I need to actually get to the end of the plot, because I've been doing Boja and to get item levels to do dungeons, yeah.
I just had the last couple of cutscenes to read.
Just got the news. I just got
What's
the news,
up?
everybody.
Alright.
August 17th. Meat Week's coming back!
Hell yeah.
Meat week.
An entire week of meat.
Children love the meat
What?
tank.
What?
Huh?
Children love the meat tank.
It's time for Gramps Cook.
I am so lost right now.
It is a Fallout 76 event wherein meat.
Once a year, it's Meat Week.
Oh, okay.
Oh, have fun.
It brings Sonic great joy. Is the reason I care.
There is this super mutant who every hour on the hour holds the shittiest cookout ever, but every hour we come there to help him out because we love him.
Okay.
It is a week-long live event in 76 where a super mutant that is very bad at cooking needs more meat than you can possibly imagine, and the entire server gets together for Meatmas to give this super mutant just all the meat, just all of it.
That's heartwarming in a way.
I adore it because the first time it ran, it was outrageously ominous of just this label of event coming soon, Meat Week. And it's just like, what?
No, I
Son would
had no
be
explanation.
tooling about
Meat Week.
in 76 and screen sharing it, and you would just see in the event log, Meat Week.
None of us knew what the fuck
No
that
one
meant.
knew what it would be. Soon, Meat Week.
I love Meat Week. Yeah, anyways.
The word meat is starting to lose all kind of like sense in my head right now.
Correct.
Also, I know the content is bad, but as a chronicler, I'd have to see the end of the weapons storyline.
Can you build...
I've made up my own storyline for that involving Big Boss.
Get ready to deploy headcanon, is all I will say at the moment.
So, Fallout 76, you can build your own shelters, right?
Yeah.
Can you attach meat to the sides of those shelters?
I have a giant gore bag that I can use to access my inventory, and I have it in a very nice, accessible spot for guests in the outbuilding.
All right,
Wait,
we're back.
Okay,
we're back to
we're
calm,
petting
Omega.
the dog,
Which one?
petting
Okay,
the dog.
okay,
Good dog.
okay.
Yeah, green is
Okay.
calm, green is
Dog
calm,
is beeping.
pink is wait.
Red
Hey!
means stop.
Green means
calm.
Yes!
Yellow means multi-ball.
I'm sorry for the call out, but I just got taken out from orbit from, is this a Kingdom of Loathing reference in the chat? Like, are you unfrozen from the year 2005?
I mean, West of Loathing came out on consoles as a, continuation within the past, 4 years, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
I'm
West of
pretty
Loathing
sure
is
that-
great, and I
I'm
played a lot
pretty
of
sure
Kingdom of Loathing.
is in fact still going and
It
receiving
is.
updates. So
Oh, should not be, though.
What?
Studio Haunted.
Oh, right, yes. There is
Yeah.
that.
So, going back to it. Fallout 76, you can hang meat on walls.
okay.
How much meat can you hang on walls?
As much as you got on your budget.
Can you make a fort made all out of meat?
It would take a bit, probably. You'd have to stack up gorilla statues probably behind, Wendigo statues, behind probably some other stuff.
Now, is that's taxidermy for it. That's not meat. Undifferentiated meat.
Meat undivided.
I mean, you could use the meat bag as a brick and then just make a meat
Okay.
ball.
Then now we're talking. Can
Yes.
you stack bags of meat as your bricks, and then have more meat as the mortar?
It would take a while, and you probably only really get either a small building or you could probably
It's
do it.
made out of meat.
Are you making your own meat fort?
That's what I was thinking was, can you just make meat for it?
I mean, probably. You
All
can
right,
make
but
anything,
imagine the sheer fucking primeval comedy horror that you had of the person that did the cranberry bog with the Mothman shack. But it's meat fort in the middle of the woods.
There's something more ominous about a shotgun shack with just giant Mothman real neon letters above it. I feel
Yes, by a lot, yes. Especially because it's in the middle of a cranberry bog.
Meat sounds.
Which, as we know, is nature's most haunted feature.
Yeah.
Meatheads.
Yeah.
they go through a meat phase.
Great
People
Google's
don't
at,
love the meat sandwich.
Squirt meat out of the meat.
Great Google's at level 59, so if I need to dive in there to go get boots for stuff, I need to bring basically 60s.
Google's pretty fun, though.
Yeah.
It's got good jazz piano.
What's
And
it?
it's got books.
This week's fashion report. Google boots.
Oh, yeah. Fashion report will ask for some specific things sometimes for the best score.
Yeah, I've never engaged with Fashion Report because that's too much effort.
I mean, there's guides that come out every Friday. It's fairly reasonable.
Respect to the person/people who do that. Just, that's intense.
That's
Yeah.
Report. Well, okay, sits down on chair, turns it around, puts hand up on the Fashion Report falls into the same unfortunate kind of hole that, like, many games that attempt to gamify fashion fall into. Of, like, it often becomes... It's not about how good your outfit looks, it's about how many points it has, and
Yes.
that will often be...
A bad
I
one.
mean, it will look like current ready-to-wear couture lines, but it's worth noting that some current ready-to-wear couture lines are specifically trying to pivot into gamer fashion, and that therefore is
Hey!
zeitgeist.
Beep!
One beep
Nice.
down.
Also, like, Rose walks up to you and requests these specific looks. Some gamer online tells you exactly what pieces of level 1 equipment you can put on to meet the specifications.
Yep, it is. Honestly, here you go. Here's how to beat the metrics. Do it.
All right, Rose, I
Yeah.
have consulted an infinite number of alternate versions of myself from
But
across the
Beyonce's
cosmos.
Abusing all of those powers to talk to your infinite stellar selves about pants.
Yeah, like, for a long time I was playing Love Nikki, which I don't know if anyone is familiar with.
I remember you doing.
It is a phone game about fashion that loosely has an isekai plot woven through it. That's not really very important.
Fuck yeah. No, I'm into this now.
Honestly, like, a teen girl gets summoned to this alternate dimension where, even more than normal, fashion is politics, and style-offs will determine who lives and dies.
Alright, but...
Okay, sure.
Okay, so literal life and death depending on how couture you are is the okay.
Yeah, you can see why I was immediately like, yeah, okay, I'm into this. And each kingdom is, like, roughly themed after a different overall aesthetic arc. And until you get to about, like, the start of mid-game, the system holds together. They've tried really hard, because you do fashion battles, basically. You put together a look, and your opponent, usually an NPC, though there is PvP, puts together a look, and it gets scored and ranked, and your performance can help you unlock new, future pieces of gear and stuff. It's really satisfying while it works, but then it reaches the break point of, like, they start giving you the super fancy outfits and stuff, and that just completely overrides everything else. So the winning strategy is just to stack your best of whatever given category you have up and just rejoice in chaos. And it's so unfortunate because it's a really robust system up until that point. And then it just collapses, and you have this situation where your character is wearing, like, animated angel wings and particulates while hovering in a teacup dimension and wearing, like, 3 different layers of contrasting colors and accessories and pets, and also, like, you might have one kind of makeup on but be using, like, a body that has a different position and slight difference in tone, and it just you become this kind of shambling fashion Frankenstein.
See, you did the visual design for the cellist, so when you were describing a bad, horrible, mashed together look negatively, woo.
It's a lot, and like, it gets I can deal with it when it's versus NPCs, that's fine. But when I'm going up against another human being,
You
and
want
it
to
ranks
actually impress them.
Yes.
well, it's less that I want to impress them, and more I want to crush them under my heel with my coordinated aesthetics. And then
What's
they
the
come out
difference?
wearing like the latest particle effects set that they've dropped like 60 real world dollars on.
Oh.
Their character is playing a fucking violin made out of ice while suspended from the ceilings by cables and also played. And it's just a stack big number, and then I lose despite having the better outfit. That feels bad.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
I
a
can
thing
see
where they
that.
put more number on the paid to win cosmetic parts and not the shit that looks good. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yep. Yeah, and it also falls apart with like the system you use to create clothing, because you need to have multiple copies of the same piece of clothing and then extra things that are thematically tied in so that you can create the next tier up. And then you need to like have multiples of those to make the next tier up. And the most effective way to get that is by wailing on the fashion gacha.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so it hit the predatory point.
Yeah, it's a game that if it stopped at the start mid-game, it would be everything I want from a fashion game, but no.
Also,
Which game is
Theoretic,
this?
Put battle speed back to normal.
Love Nikki.
Okay.
someone in the chat put it pretty well. Of the description of what you were making, it sounded like was the Maple Story cash shop aesthetic, and that snapped it into my brain real hard.
Yeah, like any ancient fucking pet site or something that's like
Gaia
rolling
Online's
with
avatar editor, Neopets with all the
Neopets,
trimmings.
yeah.
any of that. It just falls into that problem where if you work there from the beginning, there is no way that you can catch up and like still participate in a meaningful way. And they then like tied progression at that mid game into having like some newer items. So that sucked.
Wait, did you just heal the white flame by jumping on it?
Yep, it absorbs holy.
Ah.
Ah,
The Holy Lance is not a great weapon.
this concludes my thesis on wishing that there was a better fashion game, but understanding that like it's incredibly difficult to make a good fashion game that has scoring as a metric at all because of
Yeah,
how subjective
gamifying
it is.
fashion seems difficult when your main
Yeah.
tools to do so are numbers.
Yeah, it's like my white whale of game design is finding a way to make that work that doesn't fall apart the second you get to like,
God.
well, I've unlocked the Bedazzler, it's time to stick Diamante on everything.
That just reminded me vividly of this idea I had back when Monster Hunter World came out on PC of, okay, so what if Monster Hunter, but instead of all the ecology stuff or the grinding out for the power of the weapons, it's couture people going out to hunt the monsters to get couture materials to do high fashion. Because a lot of the outfits in Monster Hunter are already most of the way there.
Yeah. Dreams.
Remind me
Anyway,
to
this
talk
is
to you
very
about
long
that
about-
later when I start trying to rework some of the stuff in Age of Sigmar.
But this is all a very roundabout way to say that Rose's taste is trash.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a univector metric for something that should have at least like 3 to 4 different scales that it's measured on, and like combining things should give different bonuses, and like certain things should actually have negative effects on each other because they clash.
You should take advantage of the fact that it's occurring in an MMO, and you can queue up for fashion roulette.
Oh no.
That's a good idea, actually.
Have 4 of the
So,
players
like-
in the queue be the
actual-
fashion runway, and then have
Oh,
4
God,
of them
yeah.
be the judges.
Yeah, you put on a fashion show. You got to decide what emotes you're going to use to appeal to people.
Oh,
wearing my Seiko shirt and hooting yes.
And this goes back to me, like somebody earlier said, okay, so how do you safeguard the system to prevent troll voting? And my response was, okay, what happens when I bring up my entirely sincere argument that I would only give 10s to the kind of trash that is so artfully assembled that I can't help but love it?
I'm not sure
that's
that a troll vote would be distinguishable from a normal vote.
Yeah, like, basically my idea would be like, I'm not gonna, okay, that's a perfectly wonderful high fashion, beep!
25
did it.
revisits to Omega.
Omega has fallen.
What a conversation for Beep to fall over during.
Oh, hey, everyone learned how to do some cool stuff off of that.
Yes.
Hey,
You know what
Loon-
actually had a decent fashion show sort of thing doing? Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Pokemon-
Sapphire.
I was gonna
Yeah.
bring that up.
Yeah, the Pokemon fashion show minigame was pretty complex.
Hey, Loon,
Oh,
you
I
have
don't
a
even
team
have-
that has.
Standards for me, and I've been eternally disappointed at them.
Don't have the last pair of sandals for this team yet.
You have Knight and Ninja on one team, right?
Yeah.
Can that team kill Dragon?
Yeah, that team is going to fight Shinryu. Yeah, they have chemicals. They already did
Good.
fight Shinryu. They have Ragnarok right now.
All right, are you dual wielding Excalibur and Ragnarok?
I asked
No.
and no.
Knight has important chemical mixing to do. They need a hand free for beverages.
That's the one reason I will accept is mix instead of dual wield.
Coward.
But yeah, the thought I was finishing is like, if you give me like a really well assembled and really like genuinely works together fantastic high fashion look, yeah, I'll probably give you an 8 or a 9. But if you show up with like the ascended form of the Frosty the Snow Rogan encrypted in like iceless chaps, you bet that's the 10.
Welcome to Culture.
Yeah,
Where
I
that
don't think
regularly
like
actually happens.
yeah, I don't think
Yep.
it's possible to troll the fashion show queue.
Like, all right, so if
Yeah.
you wanted
God.
to slightly troll-proof your gamification of this fashion jury system, it's you don't give numeric ratings, you do a ranking of the contestants.
yeah,
You have
1,
to give
2, 3, 4.
someone
Yeah,
your
okay.
highest value vote.
Gold, silver, bronze, and
You make a
showdown.
tier list.
A tier list of whoever's on the runway. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, you could run with that.
Yeah, actually,
And then
that's not a bad way
it
to
would
do
just assemble the under the hood scores and then have the rankings of whoever was voted most.
Which actually cleaves pretty close to the IRL gamification of fashion in shows like Project Runway and such.
Oh yeah. My parents actually watched a lot of Project One Way, so
I will never forgive that we got Project Runway games and they were trash.
yeah.
Shout outs to the style.
I
Center
suddenly-
series.
I just suddenly had a vivid vision of tying it into the commendation system in 14, and then having that be its own set of achievements or like fashion mentor.
I want it though. That would rule.
And yeah,
What
Have
is
it be like a
style?
diamond tiara instead of the gold crown. And
that's
all
the
it
other
does
part
is
of it is that this is part of a game, you have the incentive to participate honestly in jurying because you're going to win prizes.
Yep.
And if you didn't want to, you wouldn't go into the jury queue. You'd be doing something else.
Yep.
Leveling Roulette can assign you to fashion show jury duty.
What the
Like you show up in full fucking plate mail and like your complete combat glamour that looks like a clown vomited on you because you're expecting to queue into the like the expert roulette and then you get vomited onto a catwalk.
Dude, that's a really good way of making a social game part of your MMO. Just like, no, you're doing this now.
Yeah, this would be great, and honestly, I
want that. I
see this
genuinely
submitted
super
as an
want this
idea.
now.
Yeah,
I want this now. It probably will never happen, but I really want it now.
I mean, you could. I think it could happen if you made a good enough pitch to the devs at one of their
If
Like-
you cornered Yoshi P at the end of a hallway and started explaining to him, he'd probably
If you
start
Kingdom
nodding.
Hearts Origins did, yeah.
Yeah.
You trap him in an elevator when you're both kind of drunk.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, Yoshi P loves dumb ideas like this.
Yes,
if you
he does.
convinced him enough, he'd be like,
Go to FanFest.
I'm sorry, can we circle back to the elevator drunken what now?
So Kingdom Hearts actually got started basically because of a drunken interaction in an elevator, is what it boils down to.
They were both drunk.
Oh.
That explains a lot.
Yeah,
I-
out of like Disney of Japan and Square were operating out of the same office building, so executives from them would cross paths frequently.
Especially at evenings when they were going to or coming back from the bars when they were drinking with their coworkers.
'Cause
And
this
at one
is
point, one of the
Japanese business
crossovers was just like,
culture.
we should just do something together. Fuck it, we should make a video game. And then Kingdom Hearts happened.
so we're gonna give Mickey a sword.
I'm not entirely sure that any
No.
creative ideas were hatched as part of
Wait,
it.
no, hold up. Hold up. My brain is going really deep on this now. We're gonna give Mickey a sword. No, we can't do that. It's not kid friendly. All right, what if it was a key?
It's
We
like
say
literally
it's a sword,
rooting-
but it looks like a key.
Like
Kids
when
will
rooting through your
kids will think
pockets. It's
that's
like, okay,
dumb.
I'll tell you, it won't be a sword. What have I got? What have I got? Keys, yeah.
Game is made by free association with whatever's in your pockets and whatever's on TV at the time.
Yep. The other, like, there's some actually, like, really kind of good input and concerns on the idea of the fashion MMO. They could do it with categories because they would avoid the first through third place thing, and it would also encourage tailoring to the specific theme. And for the person who said that you might get your feelings hurt because people would work on glamours harder than you, even if you work on your own, I mean, that feels kind of inevitable, but I also see that this could be kind of a hotbed for people getting shitty, especially if they kind of started trying to game the system if there was a small enough user base using the roulette to break voting. Because I would absolutely believe people would do that.
Yeah, it's the same kind of foibles though that will pop up for like any given MMO system.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the answers to that problem are better moderation and
Yeah,
actively
curate
like,
your fucking community.
yeah, curating your community and working to form a positive server culture.
And yeah,
Which 14 has a reasonably entrenched tradition of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
there are many servers where I can imagine people trying to run that racket and being more or less booted out by the players before the GM even hears about it.
So it was a thing when the great excess of WoW players occurred, and people were like, "Oh, I really hope this doesn't ruin the player base of 14." And I was like, "No, most 14 players will not put up with their bullshit."
Yeah, that's the thing, is that there are going to be two kinds of, well, three. There are going to be three kinds of WoW player. The kind who bump into the game, immediately don't have it vibe and leave. The people who stay will be one of two things. The people who will accommodate to the F14 vibe and learn and fit in and be cool. And the people who have not evolved as people since 2002 will smack directly into the community of FF14 and be launched out of a cannon. Because
There is a fourth outcome, actually.
Oh,
They
the
discovered
guys
their girl
who
in transition.
that's number two.
And
Yes.
I mean, I would say the fourth outcome was buys a level up potion to get to the end game content immediately, fails horribly,
no,
and becomes
that's-
his main
That's,
character.
there's a lot of video evidence of that happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one extremely prevalent one, but I would argue that's option one with extra steps.
Yes, that is
Okay, yeah.
that is. I'm trying to try this. Play it. This is the video game. Oh, I don't like this video game. Except you spend $200 and go straight to Titania EX and wonder why the mechanics are all confusing. It's like you skipped 500 hours of game or something.
Played
like-
Sasha and went, "Wow, this game's real boring," and forgot how World of Warcraft starts out of, "I cast the same spell 5,000 times."
What, you
Or
don't
how,
want
like,
to spend
how-
Manric's life
Well,
in the Barrens
And,
again?
and also not used to the idea that the game will teach you how to dungeon, because World of Warcraft really doesn't.
Yeah,
It does not.
14 expects you to go through and understand and have a learning curve and maintain information from previous places so they can slowly ramp up the complexity as the game evolves. Where World of Warcraft, I hope you like pressing John Madden as a druid. That's all you do.
It's legitimately something about the design scope of 14 that I actually despise, and most of the community agrees with, which is the level skip potion is a trap.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
is
it's a bad
absolutely there to piss off long-established players and scare off new ones because they go straight into content they are not ready for.
It is though, like it's there for a reason. There is a real, I don't know how well they've resolved this with the rework, but there was for a very long time like this really hard barrier to entry to the video, basically.
Oh yeah,
Skip to 50 was fine.
Yes, skip to 50 was fine. When it became skip to 70, that's when it became a problem.
Yeah, the issue is you still need to be taught how to dungeon.
Wake up after Praetorium. Do not wake up after the Vault.
No, you wake up after Alamigo.
Yeah, do not wake up after the Vault, let alone do not wake up after Alamigo.
Though I am reminded in terms of the thing about WoW players going into FF14. So I have a friend who is still playing City of Heroes on like that whole setup that's up and running. And a recurring, really funny situation is that every time FF14 goes down for maintenance,
The
players will
population
come into
goes
City
up
of
huge.
Heroes.
Yep. Yeah, that
And then
makes
they
sense.
will just spend the entire time they are there, just angrily bitching in general chat that City of Heroes is not Final Fantasy XIV, and that's really funny to me.
To be fair, angrily bitching in general chat under the Atlas statue is the City of Heroes experience.
Indeed, it's entirely on brand, but it's just the most like, you picked City of Heroes to do this? I mean, okay.
I love City of Heroes in that it was one of the first MMOs I played with friends. But, yeah, that's kind of a weird pick to go bitch about FF14, man.
The best part about FF14 is you have legitimate moments where you can see people that... It's one of two things. Never learned, or three things. Never learned, skipped ahead, or... actually just don't know, and God bless the ones that just don't know.
Yeah, like the ones who genuinely are trying, like, yeah, I can probably do this, and then walk directly into the rake. They're like, that's not on them. That's them trusting the system to catch them and then punching them.
So, the end point of my thought here. The number of times that I have ended up in, say, like, a Stormblood dungeon, and I have gone, oh wow, our DPS is like really bad. What is happening here? And then I looked at like the two DPS, and one has a level 30 weapon, and the other one has like a level 40 weapon, and I'm like, oh god.
Yeah.
Or, as I mentioned in text chat, there was the one time I got into Doma Castle with a conjurer, not a white mage, not wearing a job crystal, who refused to use damage spells because I'm the healer. And, boy, I never saw somebody get boat kicked that fast.
One thing I will say against 14 is that getting appropriate leveling gear consistently on secondary classes...
It's annoying,
Yeah.
But, 30 levels behind? No, that's inexcusable. Go
yes, I agree.
Here's the thing. On secondary classes, you...
Go get Tombstone gear.
Yeah, you don't need appropriate for the level. If you just have the Tombstone... Like, if you are leveling to 70, you can do that entirely with the level 60 Tombstone gear.
You will have...
Currently stuck at Alamigo, though, I will put my hand up and say, if it wasn't for my friendship taking me around for the Tombstone gear, I would never have figured out that system. It is incredibly arcane.
Yeah, the
they
shops
fixed
had a
it.
weird number of extra steps. Had a weird
They
number
fixed
of
it.
extra steps. Now
Yeah.
they are a machine.
Oh shit, nice.
Now you can just walk up to the vendor and buy the augmented gear.
Yes.
Now, the exception.
Yeah,
They
no,
streamlined
I
all of the old sets. Whatever is currently at the front still has the
Still
extra
has the
steps, because that's
previous.
part of how they throttle people's ability to pick them up.
find it used to be worse.
So, when your current level, you still... Alright, so the tombstones that you use to buy the current gear are capped at 450 a week. They're also harder to get. In that, like, you have to
Only
run...
certain content drops them, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
You have to run, like, the expert roulette, which are the most recent dungeons, 5 times a week in order to get enough.
Yes.
So,
Or spend literally all your time in Boja.
yeah, various things like that. Second of all, to express how slowly that drip is, if you wanted your chess piece for your class, that's 2 weeks of those tomes. So, it slowly drips out that way. Second of all, until the 24-man dungeons for that expansion come out or update, people that aren't doing Savage Raids can't upgrade their gear, because that is an item that only drops through the Savage Raids. With the exception of if you are running hunt trains constantly, you can eventually scrounge up enough goodies to buy one upgrade item.
If you have no life aside from going across your entire data center for hunt trains, your entire time you are on your
You need
computer.
to devote all your time to doing this thing.
Yes.
That's held and also like antithetical to what I understand is a major design point of
So,
the game.
Here's the thing,
Yes.
though. Here's the thing. If you have, like, last patch's gear, or, like I said, it's literally playing, like, a half hour a night for 5 days out of the week to
You're
cap
good.
your tombstones, you're good. You don't ever have to get the upgrade items. That's for just people that are like, I want to upgrade my armor all the way.
The benefits for being at the bleeding edge of the current equipment curve are entirely for people doing high difficulty stuff and optimizing
Exactly.
it.
That is
For casual play, you can ride a good ways behind the wave, and access to that always becomes more convenient.
And yeah, for like the people who are doing the hunt trains, number one, even the people who want upgrades don't do that, because it is basically there purely as you're not meant to get this as a dedicated grind. That is, you do hunt trains for 6 months casually and then look over and go, oh, I can afford an upgrade. Neat.
Or-
And
Here's another note. The upgrade items are like 2K for an accessory. And again, just talking about, hey, this is something you can do casually on the side. The current hunt marks for like whatever expansion you're doing, if you do all of them in a day, you get, I think, around like 120 of the tokens, including the one-time weekly one, which just gives you 100. So just do those for 2 weeks and you'll be able to buy like an accessory upgrade item.
And again, these are the upgrades for the absolute bleeding edge-est items, which you don't actually need, even if you are doing the current endgame list of endgame content, because it is tuned so you don't need those upgrades in order to do it. The upgrades just give you more leeway. They are there pretty much entirely for people who are there because they need something to dump time into, and they're just like, fine, whatever, here, have this.
And if you are doing just the content, like, oh, I want to do the normal mode of the raids when they come out, or the 24-man, or just the story, it's literally, you can get like a couple pieces of the current Tombstone gear and a couple pieces of the previous Tombstone gear and be fine.
Yeah, I just know that I would have like missed the Tombstones gear entirely without being pointed to it, because they're just not really onboarding.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. It's one of the few things that the game just doesn't point you at all.
And like the story stuff around it all seemed really disconnected from everything else that was going on, which I guess it would. It's a very old system now, but
Oh,
was
yeah,
absolutely
figuring out
miserable.
Rowena and her thing. Yeah.
It, especially for 2.0 stuff, because the whole thing, here's a fun thing. When 2.0 first dropped, Mordona was a blasted out crater.
Yep.
There was no town there. Over the course of the 2.x patches, they actually repaired and developed Mordona.
I was so upset that I burned out just before, like, the Itchguard restoration started, and now it's, I think, almost entirely over. One of these days I'll get to take part in one of those building events.
Hey, for what it's worth, they introduced one of those that you will always be able to take part in.
Yeah, the Doman restoration.
Doman restoration is single-player content. So there's a whole part of when the expansion's rebuilding one of the towns, and that is just always there for you to witness occurring.
That's rad.
But yeah,
It's one of the things that I really enjoy about the game, that it has this, like, to a degree, player-driven, evolving history. But at the same time, like, I desperately hope people are archiving it while it's live.
I think they are. There should be enough videos being made of it, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, it's how I learned about, like, old content where my favorite boy from Heavenswood was present, and then never got to experience it myself for Heavenswood reasons.
Question. Where are you in the story? Like, what level?
Where I got up to, I just gotten into Alamigo and was, like, bouncing hard off of it because I cannot stand what Ida turned into. Like, the writing's terrible.
Not a fan of Lise, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, like, the whole thing was having me extremely side-eye it, and that just, like, utterly gutted my desire to keep playing for a while.
Yeah. I enjoyed Lise once I got to, like, punch things alongside her, but
Also, when she has basically every character for about 3 hours repeatedly punch into her head how stupid she's being, but it is also one of those things where you could skip all of that and just not have her be that stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, knowing that's happening will, like, help me get through it. But it was leaving a really sour note after just coming off all of the really good writing before.
Yeah, there are chunks of Stormblood that I... To avoid spoilers, I think Xenos is a lot better written than people give credit for, but I think the way he is introduced in gameplay is why people hate him so goddamn much.
Yeah, I feel like the good writing part is not communicated super well.
See,
yes,
as a person who comes from my favorite JRPG, Suikoden 2, I love Xenos.
Yeah, see, like, there's...
I know of Xenos, I think I'm gonna fucking love him.
Yeah,
that's my
like,
favorite kind of trash.
My issue is he only made sense for me once I learned about the secondary information that is not in the game about him.
Yes. Do you mind if there is a basically context and plot-free but gameplay spoiler reason for why I think people really don't like him?
Yeah, I think we're good as long as we don't go into the, like, actual content, because if it's spoken out loud, I'm much more likely to remember it than if I just read it.
Yeah, it's the first time you get into a combat engagement with him is a doomed encounter, and a lot of people are like, why do I have to job to this asshole when I've killed 27 gods? What does he have going for him?
See, that was the thing that immediately made me like Xenos, because my biggest complaint about the end of 2 was they had done nothing to, like, sell me on why I should see any other character in the story as, like, a threat.
Yes.
I consider the Warrior of Light at that point to have the strength of 5 Godzillas and be a bit untouchable. So it seems weird to have any character brandish a weapon at your Warrior of Light and feel like, and have the story tell you, you're at the disadvantage. This is dangerous.
Yes.
And so putting other characters in the story into the game and letting them throw numbers at you immediately sells. All right, they're powerful.
And a lot of people got pissed because they got used to being an unchallenged victory machine and whined that, oh, you don't have a magical plot reason that you can beat me up. Not fair. I kill God. And it's like,
so in particular as well for Xenos, the way they calibrated the first Xenos encounter, it feels about like you're trying to do a proper, like, party boss fight, but on your own. You do some
Yes.
damage to him. You feel like you're kind of making progress, but then you don't pass a mechanic and so forth.
Basically, he gets to his phase transition of have you dealt enough damage to me yet? And you're on your own, so you didn't, so you get blown to pieces.
It is built to convey you are too early to have this fight.
Yeah, and like the specific thing that a friend of mine was pissed off about, that I will really concede is true, because I didn't have this experience, is if you are an undergeared tank at that point of the progression in the story, that fight takes a lot longer than it does
Tanky.
if you are a DPS or a well-geared tank.
No, I played a tank for that one, and I didn't think I was undergeared, but good lord,
I
was it
could
a
see
long
that.
fight.
Like, that fight takes, apparently, way too long and starts to get really actively frustrating because you are putting in your full effort and then, lol, cutscene, I win.
Yeah, I could see that 100% being true because, again, I walked in there with 60 tombstone gear, which, if for those unaware, 60 tombstone gear is equivalent to level, like, 66 normal gear. It is way overstated for where it is.
I was leading endgame Heavensward gear, walking into that on Monk, and I liked the pacing of that fight, but I think it doesn't work if it's not that.
I had endgame Heavensward gear as a tank, and the thing about that is that as a tank who know how to play a tank, the reason it took so fucking long is I could mitigate most of what he was doing.
It's you won't die, but you also take forever to get to the point of his health bar where he ends the
So
fight.
it took me like 20-30 minutes to actually whittle him down to the point where the fight ended.
And somebody else points out that if you die before he does the mechanic, it doesn't count as your loss of the unwinnable win.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah,
that's terrible.
Real quick, that like, there is a difference between like somebody not liking a character and a character being badly written. And every time like a Xenos comes up anywhere I'm around, there's a bunch of people talking about what is good writing, but they don't like it, so they that it is bad writing, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, that is, I would say,
No,
80 to 90% of what people who are mad at Xenos talk about is they say all the things that are like, yes, that's correct, you've got the idea. And then there are the points of, okay, I think he could be integrated into the gameplay better because the pacing of his first fight or two are really terrible. And I'm like, true.
Yeah, the biggest flaw I would say about the writing is that it
I-
takes a while to pick up on what he's putting down.
Yeah, I'm not going to give anything specific about him because, again, there are people in this voice call who are blind and
Yep.
etc. It takes a while to pick up the subtext unless you're paying attention or you do it for a living. And for a lot of people, that's a hard ask compared to how very loud the villains of 14 had been up to Xenos. Like, everybody is really clear about how and why they are evil in 14 up until Xenos, who is a very simple on the face of it, but then very complicated commentary on a very specific thing, made to look very like a lazy writing thing. Like, they swerve a lot with him.
There's a lot going on there, but it's a lot of stuff that you are liable to miss. And like as you said, it's your job, or you're specifically looking out for it, or you have experience with that kind of person.
Yes.
And it's where I'm just sitting here like, everything being described, no, that's just like an extra real personality type that grows out of some kinds of conditions.
Like,
yeah, like
I used to not like Xenos until I had those discussions with Chip and Darren.
Yeah, like, the thing that gets me most about people who talk about Xenos is like, he's boring, no one's like this, and I'm like, dude, have you touched a leaf? Have you looked at a news channel?
Hey, you want to know a fun thing about Azumaya?
He has the roulette.
Go ahead.
In Japan, his name is Apocalypse.
Really?
Huh.
Yep. Which makes more sense of the other boss in this room being Catastrophe.
Yeah, that does track.
And what year did this come out?
Shrugs.
No, this is me checking on if this is a deliberate reference to something. Okay, Final Fantasy VI release.
Well, you would want to look for the GBA, or
Yeah.
no, not the GBA. You would want the PS1 release because that was the first time it got a localization. So that would be why the name was changed.
Oh no. It is not the changed name that I am interested in.
Oh,
It is the Apocalypse one that I am interested in. Released in 1992. So, let's see, character first appeared in 1986. Because I'm trying to figure out why you would name the Blue Mage guy Apocalypse, and it struck me that that it might be a reference to the Marvel character, whose thing is that he is perfectly able to alter himself and gain a bunch of powers at will.
maybe.
And it is technically possible, but I don't think so. The timeline adds up, but in such a way that it would be very weird if it were a reference.
Also, just on the note on the writing and stuff in chat, I understand entirely why people bounce off of ARR and its story content and stuff.
Yeah.
And having, like, it was responsible for a bunch of full starts. I tried to get into the game, like, I think 5 times before I started playing the Black Mage, and it turns out that the answer to this every time was that there was nothing at all compelling for me in, like, Redania or in Limsa. There was nothing I latched onto, but starting as a Black Mage in Uldar put me like, front and center to the actual political content that is woven through everything. It's really cohesive from that strategy, and it was what enabled me to hook onto the game at all. And there's so much just small stuff just off on the sides in there. When you go around specifically talking to every single NPC, you can see, like, the crux of that first game's narrative coming, like, about 15 levels ahead was where I started picking up where it was really going to go there. And it left me feeling really satisfied as a, like, actually pretty solid piece of political fiction for the most part. It kind of fell apart a little bit at the critical moment, but it was growing pains. It was doing well. Like, when people told me about the first encounter with the elves in Ishgard and stuff, and like
Elf Hell.
Yeah, the stretch people refer to as Elf Hell. I was living. I loved every single moment of that.
Hey, here's a fun.
The problem with Elf Hell was never the writing; it was being stuck there leveling to get to the next bit of writing.
Yep.
Here's a fun thing about FF14. If you want to get a lot of like little tiny side lore / side information about characters, when you are playing through the game and you get to a part of the game where there's like 30, that's overshooting. There's like 8 or any
NPCs just hanging around.
NPCs just hanging around, like even just like
Talk to them.
Okay, go to this location, and like you go there, and Alphanod and Ida and Papalimo are standing there, and they want you to talk to Thancred.
Always
talk to the other 3
Always
because
talk to everyone who does not have the quest marker first. Always.
because they'll say like something interesting every now and then.
Honestly, it's like more often than not by
And even if it's not interesting, it'll take you like 10 seconds.
And it's often just funny.
Yeah, I always did that, and there is so much just quiet character building.
Yes.
A little bit. Also, it meant that, like, I'm gonna. Everyone here has at least finished A Realm Reborn, right? Who wants to?
Yeah.
Nope, but that's okay.
Are you sure? I will avoid
I'm
Chrome
fine.
is never going to play. I keep threatening to eventually stream through the entire game to show him the game.
I already have a MMO that I play, so I'm good to go. It's called Destiny.
Fair enough.
Have fun.
All right, a different Omega.
Right,
Alright.
yeah,
And
the
Omega-
complicated
Plan
Omega.
here?
With chemistry,
Plan
active time,
chemistry,
Omega.
Okay.
It's time to brew. Let's get out mix chart.
A real
Position
Omega.
mix chart on screen.
And Bartz is the one who does not fight Omega?
Everyone will get to participate in this version
Ah.
of this fight. Because we begin with choosing violence. Turtle shell plus holy water, dehumanize. Or no? Right,
And-
I need Kiss of Blessing, not Bacchus Cider,
Yeah,
the other
the
one.
big flaw I would put to Limsa's early game is just that too much of it feels like generic fantasy stuff because you're not dealing with the local political situation, which
is.
is actually interesting.
It wasn't even that for me. It was just like the blatant and uncalled out hypocrisy. Like that's why I like Ultar. Everyone is terrible, but they are honest about it.
Oh yeah, they
It
absolutely
takes-
do need to openly say that the pirates are in fact hypocrites.
It takes them a very long time, but they eventually finally admit out loud with their whole mouth that Limsa is a city of hypocritical murderers, yes.
And also ditto with the elves.
Gridania is such a fucking waste of potential, oh my god.
The elves are the worst.
Yeah.
They're the
It is-
fucking
it is a
worst.
bunch of
Nobody would
fucking-
say it.
So, Gridania, as is in the game, is a bunch of racist, xenophobic elves living in the woods, being boring, xenophobic, racist elves at each other, and making you do errands against bird people for 30 levels. And the leader of the place has voice acting like she's on Xanax for most of A Realm Reborn, and the voice direction isn't really that much better for the voice actor change until, like, Shadowbringers.
And yeah, and with Limsa, it makes like once they acknowledge the hypocrisy, you understand how they got there because it's a new city. They founded this city like a decade ago. Gridania's been like this for 500 fucking years.
The entire Lancer quest line is maybe we should improve society somewhat, and then they look at the Dark Elf Lancer and go, but you live in society, and then they push him off
And then
the
they
cliff.
shove him off a cliff. Yeah, like literally, it is just, hey, I am one of the literal guys that you forced to live in a cave because we weren't good enough for you, and I'm back and I'm saying that your society has problems, and then rather than admit you have problems, you throw them off a cliff. The end, no moral.
It takes so long for them to acknowledge that, oh yeah, Gridania's ancient civilization that you explore the ruins of, those were just guys the Gridanians kicked out.
Yeah, that was...
And like, to be clear, I don't have a problem with like, oh no, a terrible empire or nation state doesn't recognize or address what's terrible. That's fine. The problem is, somebody outside of that sphere has to say it at some
Say
point.
something, yes.
Say, have any commentary, and I looked, and I could not find it.
Yeah, like, Limsa and Gridania do not get called out for way too long. Limsa gets
Yeah.
called out earlier. Gridania just sits there because, okay, this is me, Gridania, posting, because I played Sandoria in Final Fantasy XI. I was wanting to do the elf storyline again, because Sandoria was actually pretty interesting. They were basically Ishgard was their role, so I kind of shot and missed, but landed close. The thing that is fucked up about Gridania is they have an infinitely better through line for a story in there and ignore it in everything but the White Mage quest line. Everything!
Oh god, yes, the elementals.
The elementals are eldritch horrors that can and will murder anyone that has a vaguely humanoid-shaped soul because they can't tell the difference between anyone because they all just look the same etherically. So if a Garlean chops down a tree, then a Gridanian suburb gets raised by angry tree demons because they think that that's the person who did it. And that's why everybody is so paranoid and constantly on edge and following these abstract rules because they're living in a woods full of the fair folk.
Yeah, 'cause-
And they're
'cause the only-
terrified that anyone new is going to break the deal.
Yeah, and they could bring this up because the Padril, the people who run Gridania, are the only people in the world that can talk to these things.
Yeah, their deal was never fully addressed either.
We need to find this team
this
ring.
only gets addressed if you go through the Conjurer and White Mage stuff. The reason they exist is to talk
They'll
to the
probably just buy it.
elementals, and the reason that they're all stuck as essentially teenagers is that it's part of how their souls were altered to be distinctive to the elementals.
Basically, they are magically altered to have a sign on their soul that says, "Please do not murder me. Listen to what I say." And so, like, this entire fundamental piece of Gridanian society of we live in the forest that is alive and hates and is a non-human intelligence that would actively prefer us dead if not for all the constant agreements and deals that we cut with it, literally never comes up a single time in the main story. Okay, no, wait. It comes up exactly once when you are going to Ramu, because you're afraid that the Garlean Expeditionary Force is going to piss off the elementals, so you go trying to talk to Ramu about it. That's it! And, like, you could have such a better storyline if you are engaging with, okay, we got stuck in Nightmare Hell Forest and we can't get out and we gotta live with it, and it's making us do things we deeply hate doing. And then there's the conservative, like, revanchist parts that are like, no, this is cool and it's rad, actually. And the constant push and pull of, okay, can I chop down this tree to support my family, or will I make the forest fucking eat my entire village?
Yeah,
So-
I can understand why it's like that. I understand that you need a generic elf story to hook people in, especially when you're doing a relaunch of an MMO. You can't get too spicy with it in the early game. I get it, I do. But man, if the Botanist Guild isn't the most important organization in Britannia, and I feel like that should be reflected.
Yeah, I'm like,
It
no, like,
eventually is, but not soon enough.
if you go way into the botany quest line, it is. But
Give it 100 days.
oh right, yeah.
I am not a girl. My pronouns are they, them, or he, him.
I've warned people about this.
Anyway,
Fuck, that's a good Argonian name. What? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Brain broke. Anyway, one of the problems of A Realm Reborn is actually, legitimately, there's a lot of good lore in there that they don't express. Here's a fun one. Hey, did you know Ishgard wasn't always
Yep.
like
Snow
the
covered,
way
yeah.
it is?
think about it.
Ishgard was Gridania too, environmentally. It was a lush green paradise.
And
Then
then the moon
Bahamut
fell.
happened.
And
Yeah.
then Bahamut blew up the entire climate, which is why all the plants up there are weird, because they shouldn't be there!
Yeah, I think in the patches after 2.0, they actually do spend quite a bit of time addressing, oh yeah, the environment is fucked up by all these crystals.
Literally, the level 50 botanist quest is we are trying to save the birch tree.
Yeah.
Because it
just birch.
only grew in Korthus, and Korthus is now a
taiga.
yeah, it's a tundra wasteland.
Oh yeah, and the 50 to 60 botany stuff is, okay, we're trying to figure out the new Ishgard environment and bring in crops that will actually survive here.
And then the church is like, oh no, you don't.
No,
So-
we must use the old potatoes, which
No.
cannot handle snow.
Knowing that previously, Gridania had, or not Gridania, Korthus had the environment of, say, Georgia, and now has the environment of Canada, explains a lot more about why everything is so fucked in Evansville.
And everybody's a little pissy, yeah.
But it's like Fanolin wasn't nearly as bad a desert as it is now.
Yeah,
Like,
that's been one of my favorite through lines on it, and that does come through in some places, like again with just like minor characters. one of my favorite quests in the entirety of Heavenswood is just a small little side quest with an old woman who wants to go lay flowers on her husband's grave.
Oh,
but
right.
can't get there anymore because the snow is too deep. It didn't used to be like this, and she can't deal with it on a joint basis.
Yep.
And so she gets you to go just set the flowers down. And that made me bawl. I loved it. That was like a fantastic example of how to write quests dealing with the effects of climate change on human behavior.
There's no twist to the quest either. You just go to the grave, put the flowers, and come back. It's just a very simple human gesture.
Here's a fun note. Did you know that the Hyblin is more or less a 1-to-1 equivalent of Earth? Locationally?
You mean the map of the planet?
The map.
Not the giant
The world.
Not
The
the
world
deity.
of 14 is called Hyblin.
Yes, I actually figured that one out actually only when I was looking at the map of Shadowbringers, and I realized, oh wait, these are the British Isles.
Well, Shadowbringers is a whole nother thing.
Well, yes, but then I went back and compared the other one, and this is what they're doing.
Eorzea, which is the main thing, is more or less Africa.
Yeah, most of Eorzea is in North and Central Africa, equivalently.
Oh, that rules. And makes sense once I think about it for half a second.
Ishgard is supposed to be more or less like Europe, to an
All
extent.
Of it. Europe undivided.
And here's the best part.
England, France, yeah.
If that wasn't enough of like, hey, these places are kind of similar, Garlemald is Russia. Even to the extent of the history of Garlemald. Garlemald was a weak set of people because they are incapable of channeling magic.
They were considered a backwater.
They
obscure remote territory, not worth
then
consideration.
eventually they have an industrial revolution and go, hey, you know all those people that kept pushing us back? We're going to take our land back, and became an empire that started invading all of its neighboring lands.
And then when they got their land back, decided, you know what, this kicks ass, let's keep going.
The Russian naming was stolen by their neighbors in Boja.
Yes. And then, of course, Doma, Kugane...
Yeah, and you see them in the middle of imperializing their way east and hassling analogs to Japan and China.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, Kugane is Japan and Doma is China.
One of the better parts of Stormblood that is not... One of the vaguer good parts of Stormblood is it has an actually really good depiction of the limits of Imperial power projection over distance and how technology can influence that. Because it is noted in universe by both you and everybody else, Kugane's a long fucking way away. Even for the Empire and their airships, Doma's not a day trip.
Oh yeah, their takeover and their airship supply chain is a notable weakness.
The first thing that comes up is, so their grip here is basically entirely based on terror and their local despot, and if anything interrupted the supply chain, they'd be fucked.
That's really interesting to me because, as mentioned, my history knowledge is all over the place, and my geography knowledge, similarly, all over the place because I don't inherently have a sense of direction, and that makes it kind of hard to keep knowledge of land masses, locations in head. So when I do my narrative analysis of 14, it comes from the lenses that I'm familiar with, so it comes from climate knowledge, because that's easier for me to keep together. It comes from my knowledge of modern political problems and how they come to being, and it comes from the stuff I do on hey, your system's got holes in it, and if you don't patch them, so many people are going to fall through. So it's really neat to hear about these other angles that I would never know about, but instantly provide just that little bit of extra context. It's delightful.
Yep.
Dalmasca is the
it-
weird one. I'm not sure what Dalmasca is supposed to be the equivalent.
I'm not
for.
sure where like
It's-
they're not ever really clear on where Dalmasca is in relation to anything else.
It's Evilise. It's not supposed to be a one-to-one location.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, because they just ported the
It's
entire
somewhere-
Evilise setting into 14.
It's somewhere near Boja, which I guess makes it kind of Eastern Europe.
It is either like Iran, except that's more Alamigo. So it's like
Yeah.
Hungary or like Kazakhstan, depending on which direction it is.
Yeah, and this is where that like hits that limit, right? Because then
Right,
you get
yeah.
the areas that were inspired
Well-
by geography and the ones that are one-to-one.
Yeah,
and then the ones that-
Dalmasca geographically is
Southern okay, so it's
desert?
Tibet. It's
Yeah.
okay. From the directions they've said, it is roughly where Tibet should be, which
like
I don't see.
in
that,
terms
but
of
whatever.
landscape, the few bits of it you see are desert.
It's Afghanistan, guys.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, the other thing is, hey, they didn't put these things on the big world map. You can't make the guess about those. Like, a lot of the ones that they put on the big world map actually do have stuff that is cool. Hey, in the next expansion, we're going to probably what will be India?
And the moon. Yep.
And Razatan. I don't remember the other one too. Oh no, Charleon, which doesn't really have a full equivalent, I guess.
It's an island in the middle of the ocean. They
Yeah.
wanted their purely fantasy place, so they didn't put it on the big map.
Yep. Yeah, Thabner, Razatan. So yeah, India will be an area. The fantasy nerds in Atlantis, and then probably the moon. Almost certainly.
But and of course, I can talk endlessly about the steppe and. Oh my god, someone really understood Mongolia. I love
I
it.
will get there one day, Morris. and then-
Morris, you will have the greatest info dump of your life when Morgan gets to the step.
Yes.
The step
Me,
is so
a fool
good.
Who was like, oh, okay, I'm making a character. What's the one I can go with, a body shape that won't cause me personal pain to experience? So I went with like the math-gleaning dragon people, and was like, okay, so I'm gonna come up with a name that fits in lore, and I picked Othal as the surname, and I'm vaguely aware that I've got shit to look forward to.
You have got, and with your
Oh, very
characterization-
much so.
And the characterization of your character in particular, coming from that specific family group in the steppe, is just gonna be fucking.
Yeah, the Dotharl are an amazing tribe, and I love them.
Very excited to get there eventually.
Oh, right, the Dothar. Yeah, the Dothar rule.
They are my favorites.
Home of Sadu, and wait, do you need anybody else? I mean, there are others, but
There are others.
My headcanon for my Warrior of Light is when the plot's not happening, he just lives with the Dotharl.
I need to tell you all about something.
go nuts.
This is about midweek.
I am in the shadow now playing Elder Scrolls Online now because I ran out of things to do in 76 for the day. Anyways, I'm in the
Okay.
Black Marsh, and there's
Are
a
you
there's a
having fun with your
location.
lizard friends?
There's a location here called Stay Moist Mansion.
Yep. No,
Is it-
that makes total sense with the lizard people naming conventions. Yeah. No, that's just where a lizard lives.
It looks like a really nice estate. It's just called Stay Moist Mansion.
It should be understood the people of Black Marsh are amphibians.
But it's called Stay Moist Mansion.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's a
That sounds-
translation.
Okay, that sounds like a sub-forum name change that Something Awful would have for like Beyond or something.
But I'm fairly certain that is a translation of an Argonian proverb. That stay moist is essentially like is a
Live and
goodbye. Yeah, it's a goodbye for these.
So
people.
basically, it's a weird translation to common that only lizard people can really actually understand. That's clever world building.
I mean, that's how most Argonian names work.
So, like, and now I'm wondering where this came from. But like, so you could sign off to conversations with you among Argonians with like "stay moist" in the same vein as "stay frosty."
Yes.
That's grand.
Yes.
Because and the reason part of this is that the Argonians are a
Trust Berserker.
Frost Berserker.
how do I explain Argonian? Okay. Argonians
Don't
are
explain Argonians all the way, is the thing. Just
Argonians
Trust
are an
Berserker.
engineered species of symbiotic lizard people who work in combination with psychic trees to defend this one vitally important marsh.
They're also all
As is good
transgender.
and proper, yes.
yes. Yeah, they're all
But
gender.
the problem is that they live next door. They have historically lived next door to a bunch of slavers.
Right.
Remember when the volcano blew up and every Argonian in the Black Marsh personally went up to Morrowind and punched them in the throat?
Yes.
God, that was a good fun point.
Yeah, so the Argonians have made a culture of resisting invasion.
As is
And-
good and proper.
And so
Maybe
stay moist is one of their proverbs because one of their main methods of resisting invasion is they're the only people who can breathe underwater.
And also, it's the Black Marsh.
Yeah.
It is the Earth
They live in a
swamp.
swamp.
Yes.
If you're
Being
trying to
wet
stop
is a
things
safety
from
thing.
Also, this leads into a quick explanation of. There are a lot of contenders for my favorite part of Elder Scrolls lore, but this is definitely the winner for it. The one that can be explained with the least nonsense to lead up to it is the time that the Argonians got invaded by Hell and responded by invading it back.
Yeah, the Argonians and their psychic tree friends are terrifying.
So
It was really not an Oblivion crisis. It was more of an Oblivion hunting season.
yeah, so if you remember Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, where all of the big gates opened up into the red Kool-Aid dimension with the Super Satan in it, and it was a whole disaster where Cyrodiil nearly burned to the ground. Yeah, they opened up in Black Marsh, and they came out, and they all got fucking murdered by Argonians in like a day or two, and the Argonians looked at the gates and just went, "It's free real estate," and just ran in and started killing demons until the demons panicked, threw them out, and shut the gate behind them, just like, "No, fuck it, this place is cursed."
And it should be
Baron, I'll be honest. I remember like three main things from Oblivion. I remember Lucian Lachance. I
Correct.
remember Sean Bean is here for some reason.
Correct.
And I dropped a moose head on a guy, killing him instantly.
Yeah.
Correct.
Everyone remembers that plotline because it's the only inventable.
Yeah, the Dark Brotherhood plotline is the only one anyone remembers, yes.
But
But-
yeah, the reason
And
that the
one
Argonians
specific
have such an
point.
easy time of it is
Yeah.
that they are advised by the trees, and the trees are older than the demons. The trees have been here since before this universe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They came from the last one that fell apart, but the trees were like, nah, we're going to the
Fine.
next. And then the universe was like, wait, hold on, that breaks that. Shut the fuck up. We're doing it.
We're going to Mundus. You can't stop us.
me.
Later.
Can you stop me? Can you
And
challenge me?
so the trees taught the Argonians how to kill demons.
Also, I have no idea if this is how it went because, like, I played this game when I was a fairly young teen. But the only other memory I have, which again might not be real, is that I got my invite to the Dark Brotherhood in an Oblivion gate when a messenger ran up to me, and I just stabbed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And I don't know if that's actually possible, but I choose
Yes.
to believe.
Yes,
that's
it
what
is.
happened.
All you have
Oblivion
to
is
do
the
is,
game.
is kill an innocent, and they will that will trigger them sending you a quest.
There are a lot of ill-considered scripts in Oblivion. I can imagine any number of side quests would throw a messenger as you as part of them because whatever, and they don't check for it's Oblivion. You panic, you stab them. That triggers the has killed innocents flag, and all that needs is for you to rest. And the next time you rest, Lucian Lachance shows up and gives his whole smarmy voice dialogue.
Oh, you're a murderer then.
Sleep soundly for a murderer.
Someone like stabby wabbies.
Yeah, because as far as I remember, someone ran up to me in the Hell Dimension, and I stabbed them in self-defense. And the next time, one motherfucker was like, "So, the blood of innocence on your hands, then." And I was just like, "Wait, that was just a guy? Why did they just send a guy into hell?"
And and for bonus points, I'm imagining this being like as you rolling out of a bedroll, looking up at LaShawn, somehow also in oblivion and not commenting on it, just like, just quite soundly, fuck it's hot in here. What is with all the spikes? Is this your interior decoration?
See, my favorite part of that is when they did Elder Scrolls Online, they just kind of decided to lean into this by having a large part of the early game plot involve, people are being dragged to oblivion in chains, and they just live there now.
Yep.
It's weird.
It's actually kind of rad. Like, they've retroactively changed it so that if you make a new character now, your race will just dump you in whatever world. Like, if you start in Dark Elves, you're just in Morrowind,
Yeah.
or Capital, you're in elsewhere or whatever. And eventually someone just fucking kidnaps you. And then the main quest starts.
Yep.
It's actually pretty rad.
When I played, everyone started in Elsewhere because that was just the newest expansion to come out, so that's where they put the tutorial.
Okay, potentially convenient. Need to
That's
capture one of these trees to extract its oil later.
Oh, right!
Hell yeah.
Elder Scrolls
Yes,
lore is
looking
so
up
much fun, and
numbers.
so,
Like I said,
so goofy.
most of it requires an hour-long info dump to get to the interesting payoff, so I won't most of the
Yeah.
time, but damn, it is something to get lost in a hole and read.
Yeah,
back
that's
one
why I like talking
mystery.
about the Argonians and their tree friends, because the whole of the craziness
Mammons
is
have 1700
immediate.
health.
Yeah.
And then you talk about the cat people who somehow climbed physically up to the moon and then drank it.
And have 20...
Possibly by making a stairway out of their own corpses. Yep.
Also have 26 different versions of themselves, several of which are basically house cats.
Yeah.
On the screen right now.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
one of these enemies is tree? Which name here?
I
the
think
Mammons.
Galajelly is the tree.
Mammons are the trees.
Oh, Mammons
I
are the
see.
trees.
Okay.
Okay.
Galajelly are these weird fireballs.
Fair enough.
I was about to
Yeah,
ask
now
what
tell
you need
me
to
the tree
extract from the trees, but the special ability of the trees kind of gave away the ghost on that
The
one.
rare oils.
I'm so
of
sorry,
wood
Morgan. I
essence.
cut you off.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Discussion of Stay Moist has reminded me of FF14 and its moist lockboxes.
The
Do
other
people flip
interesting.
houses in Final Fantasy XIV, by the way?
Not really, because you can't sell a plot to other people.
Not officially, you can't sell a plot to other people, which means
Yeah.
that there is black market real
Yeah, no, like they
estate.
do, it's just they find incredibly ornate runaround. Sorry.
Yeah, it requires a lot of workarounds.
I would assume it is you make an account and you sell it on RMT nonsense to
Yes.
sell the account with the plot.
And then you...
Well, either that or you just have a truly absurd amount of currency laying around because you make money as a hobby, and so when you transfer over to a new server to play with friends, you just put down an offer and take a new house.
I'm sure you don't have any
Shit.
experience with this. Yeah.
Look, my roommate is a terrifying capitalism elemental in Final Fantasy XIV.
Turns out when you supply the supply chain for crafters, that's where the money is.
So the main problem with plopping down money and just buying a house is when plots go open, there's a random time between 0 and 24 hours added to when the plot will actually become available.
You're
in order
fucking
for-
kidding me.
You
No.
have to camp the plot.
You
We
literally...
simulate opening
Yeah.
times?
Yes.
We're gonna simulate closing in this Final Fantasy Cowboy Simulator. What's up?
And
Yeah, it's the
they
worst.
they do that while also not fixing housing scarcity. So if a house is open and you don't have a very ironclad way of having it transfer, it's Thunderdome.
Like, I think that's a reason why I don't have that much staying power in 14 is because I like doing housing stuff. I like the housing, I like decorating.
Son, I'm gonna
I
buy you
just-
a house.
I
can't
just
afford
go
that.
to the guild house
I
and
can.
live in the apartment.
I have a lot
there.
of money.
Like I just live in the apartment of the guild house and don't bother looking for a plot of my own.
If I could just have my own house, go out to fucking Gridania, cut down this wretched elf forest to make chairs, I would be happy as a clam.
That's that's the thing I really liked about Arcade, actually, was they had a similar system with the plots and stuff, and if you wanted, you could just ignore that and go build a house on an island, with the caveat that you've just built a house on an island with no property rights or protection, and someone can just burn it down.
I forgot that they're
cool.
doing...
That was one of the really cool things about that game.
I just vividly remembered that plan they're having of that fucking, like, farm retreat thing that they're thinking about doing at some point in the later development of, Moonrail. And I really want that to be real, because I want my friends to all have their crops, literally have their crops flourish.
Yeah. And I have been trolling Elder Scrolls Wiki, and I just want to make note of the one really cool trait I found out about the Argonians, which is that they culturally do not believe in the past and future. Their language does not have verb tenses. And so this is the biggest problem they have when learning other languages is, wait, what? What
do you mean before?
Alright, so there are real languages that do not have verb tense.
Yes.
And
It's
this
all
is not some sort of
contextual.
FFour, they don't have a concept of time. It's you use a different grammatical framework to talk about situations and
But,
contextualize them.
with the Argonians,
It's a literal, though.
It's a literal thing. They think time is fake, and all of linear progression is purely an illusion created by your brain to make sense of everything happening in a single instant.
Yeah, it's just always worth, like, adding in the important
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they're
By the
probably
way,
right.
that one's not a weird alien concept. That's Mayan. Doesn't have
Yeah.
tenses in
Yeah.
its verbs.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, like, Argonians are based off of... I mean, they're living in fucking Mayan ruins, where I am at right now, so...
The consistent problem, yes. So, anyway,
To
my
be-
favorite player
I will
housing
note the
situation-
Argonians are not supposed to be Mayans, so that's something that the MMO people made weird about their environment. Culturally, they are not Mesoamerican in any way.
My favorite,
I'm staring at a ziggurat right now.
my favorite
Yeah.
player housing situation right now in games is absolutely Genshin Impact. Because, wow, like, that offers me the most granular control I have ever had over my environment, a really fun way to craft new stuff, and it doesn't lock any of it behind a gacha, so I can get all of the fun I had with Animal Crossing.
Wait. The gacha game just gives you the housing without the... Wow, that's generous.
Yes, yeah, all the gacha element in Genshin is for weapons and characters. All of the house crafting elements are you wandering around the open world hitting trees with a sword.
Smart.
Yeah, like, what if you could make your own fucking house in Breath of the Wild? And,
See,
like,
now I might want to play Genshin Impact.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
actually, thinking about
the
that now.
The one warning is it takes a while to unlock the house.
I mean, I figured.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like adventure rank 20, which I hit.
And getting through the entire first 2 chapters of the plot. Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably gonna have Fallout 76 as my main MMO until it dies from whatever fate. So I'm gonna have to carefully juggle 2 MMOs.
Yeah, and like, yes, it does have gacha elements in pulling characters and weapons, but the most important thing I learned from my friend who writes on it is you will eventually get all 4-star characters. Just no matter what, you will have all of the basics, and the 5 stars are like, you will get one every 50 pulls, and you are never in a situation where you have to spend money. There is always enough of a drip of currency to continually do pulls.
I lean into my mic as the gotcha boy of whenever anybody starts up a new gotcha and goes, okay, how do I reroll? I just look them in the face and say, don't.
Yeah, just like,
Do not.
Just
oh,
play the game.
and
I don't
like,
think I'm not sure that Genshin specifically even has any purpose in re-rolling. I don't
It
think
really
you get
doesn't,
anything
no.
out of it.
and also, like, it's a character action game, which I wasn't
Okay.
expecting from how people talk about
I
it.
may have enough buffs on the ninja when I throw pocket
Yeah,
sand and deal 3,000 damage.
Yeah, I just caught that out of the corner of my eye as we were talking and had my jaw drop for a
I
second.
think Arts is
I
ready
think
to
we're
go for
good.
the
I think
kill.
we're good to go.
That was pretty nuts.
That was
Okay,
very
so
Okay,
I throw
check
more of
this
my
out.
pocket sand.
We are literally throwing literal piles of ash in our pants.
See, I actually,
Okay.
when I saw the damage look, I went, is there something I forget? Is Ash super strong in this game? And I just haven't, oh wait, no, this is chemist bullshit happening.
I have divided Omega's defense by much
And,
we just-
and
and
Arts is in
boosted
critical
Arts'
health,
level
so
by
he just
so
cannot.
the knight is
Yeah.
going to be defending Arts and Lena
With perfect defense.
with perfect guards.
Because the Sage Staff. So, slightly
The Sage
explain that.
Staff casts Raise rather than uses a Phoenix Down, and Raise brings you to a smaller percent of your health than
Yep.
the
Yes.
Phoenix Down would.
Cryle just hit herself in the
Yes, it
face?
does.
Maybe. Unneeded.
It was just an idle thought. It was not necessary.
If Cryle explodes, Cryle explodes.
I call
Krell
this
could mix
strategy.
up something to drop her to critical health.
I call this strategy right here. How Red Mage helped me beat Shinryu.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, speaking of which,
Well,
Well, that doesn't.
it doesn't actually affect anything. We are already set.
Science has achieved its goals.
How much
And just-
damage does Arts do just swing their weapons?
Omega's evade is still in
Oh,
play, so
right.
stabbing
It's
isn't going to
still
be
what,
effective.
Throw is
95%?
necessary. To...
Throw is necessary to hit reliably, which
Hey,
Alright,
what's
so-
a Fuma Shuriken
Yeah,
gonna
That's
do?
gonna
put
do
in,
fog,
like-
probably.
10,000, 12,000 worth out of the pot. The concern here is I might not have enough ammo to actually play this out.
Oh no.
So yeah, Fuma is hitting the damage cap. So I have 40,000 minus 4 damage of Fuma.
How many spare weapons we got to throw at?
Got a bunch of scrolls, but those don't benefit.
Yeah, the scrolls are not as powerful as the...
Oh, that's a problem.
How
yeah,
much
Versus
health
Guard
does
didn't
Omega
have a
again?
chance to go up yet.
Omega's got what? 60,000?
It's 55 something out of it.
Then we're
What?
fine.
Even more teeth into Arts.
The
Slow him
cowards won't let me throw the blood sword.
up.
For everyone wondering why we spent 8 million years in Teeth Hunt, here we are.
I will throw rather than equip this coral sword. Get him! Get him!
Good lord!
Get
Surgery.
Exacties!
And four,
We'll get to that in a minute. Don't worry about it.
and is
Okay.
fourth team?
absolutely.
Does fourth team fight beep or no?
No, Darts is not doing any bonus bosses.
Touchdown
not
pick.
have tricks.
Holy shit.
So Darts is just grinding so that he can take on the end.
So
Yeah.
living can happen because
Yeah.
let's be
Yeah,
honest.
Darts
this
now
team's
needs to become
I'll get
competition
Darts'
is
team.
best.
Look at Dark's team.
It's a perfectly
yeah.
cromulent team, but they will have to tank an Almagest, so they have to get tall.
They do have the ability to throw money, so Neo won't take too long to kill.
Yeah. Oh, Neo's gonna be great to shred, it's just you need to take the Majesty on the chin at least once.
So I
Which,
finished
as
my.
soon as Samurai Lena is tall enough, I could think about pressing on with that.
I finished fashion report for the week. Very silly. Dye gloves and hat red, and go get boots from the library.
As your local librarian, I'm going to ensure you you might find boots, but it's not going to be a standard offering.
I mean, apparently they're Charlian, so I don't know.
Alright, who knows how they do it. Suddenly
Where's
struck with the
likely place to find lost shoe wear in the library?
most likely place to find a lost shoe, you said?
Yeah,
Kid section.
that's what I was thinking and checked out from my experience.
Yeah, like any. Yeah, it would be tiny child shoe. Like any day of the week would be the most common, or like coat, like tiny coat, or just if you're including coat as a whole category, it would be the computer chairs. That's where most personal items are lost. Like clothing items that are not a coat, I would say probably the children's section. I also was very much struck with the mental image of using a makerspace to design, print, and then wear boots out of the building as a power move.
Does Mug ignore evasion, or does it operate under normal attack rules?
Mug can miss.
Okay.
Oh, Swamp Elder's Ring.
Oh, right. Sunna, did you finish 3 yet?
I don't want to fucking fight any more of those terrible bosses in the last dungeon.
Eureka.
I finished Eureka. I got 3 or 4
they're
shadow crystals down.
They're at the shadow crystals.
Oh, yeah.
Does 3 have
have
any
99
named characters, or are they all just Onion Knight?
They're all whatever you feel like. But
Yeah,
399,000 HP bosses in a row is just, man, fuck that.
Because all I know about 3 from Opera Omnia is they put in Onion Knight as the hero representative, and he's a guy,
Yes.
and Cloud of Darkness is there.
Correct.
Onion Knight. Onion Knights. It's just 4 kids on an adventure.
Or feral kids with the
Which
crystal escape powers, because sure.
I have learned recently the reason that they are the Onion Knight is because onion is slang in Japan for basic.
Oh my god!
They're beginners.
Huh. I didn't know that.
They're baby.
Yeah, Onion Knight has a character in Opera Omnia, and his character is he's tired of this shit and has seen it.
Correct. Record Keeper has Onion Knight, the 4 3DS original characters, Cloud of Darkness, and then Desh.
Who?
Fucking Desh, man.
Desh.
He joins you for a bit. He's fine. You find him in a nest.
It is a amnesiac that joins you and then eventually is no longer amnesiac.
I'm excited to finish Final Fantasy 3 and never play it again until someone wants it to be less of a shitty game. 2 is a better game. That's the worst thing I can say about 3.
Yeah, I asked
I
that
liked
question
the Emperor's
earlier.
gimmick in Opera Omnia, which was they couldn't figure out what moveset to give him, so his moveset is traps.
Wait, right. Okay, no, Desh rules actually, because his plot point is he jumps into a magma pit for like 70% of the game, and then at the very end he just pops out and goes like, huh, took a while to fix the tower. What? Alright, I'll go fucking help
It's
out the
fine.
warriors.
I'm fine.
Sure. It was just lava. It doesn't matter.
I really
That's what his ancestry was built to do. They're supposed to go in the. What did you think that was a sacrifice? That's what we do. We
Well,
fix
I
the
fixed
lava
the
pit.
tower. I work here. I know how everything works. It's fine.
What, did you think this was like the previous game where everyone dies? Psh, what are you talking about?
No, I just gotta crawl out of a fire pit. I'm fine, actually.
Or the next game where one person dies.
And a
Hey,
lot of people.
spoilers. I haven't played 4.
Okay.
Yeah, Emperor's gimmick in Opera Omnia is they just took the traps from the dungeons in 2 and gave them to him as moves.
That's also, Dissidia in general. He was the trap expert. Dissidia did a good job of building fucking, like, 22 characters and making them all feel very different.
the note on the Onion Knight thing coming from slang reminded me actually of like one of my favorite things I've learned about Genshin Impact is that slacking off in some parts of Chinese internet slang, it literally translates into like touching a fish. And there is a character named Klee who often dodges her responsibilities and does it by spending most of her time like fishing, particularly with dynamite. So she spends
Like
all her
you do.
time touching a fish and it works in both ways and I think that's great.
I have seen stuff about Glee, and Glee is a lovable character.
I have not met Klee yet.
But I'm excited.
It's a tiny child who likes throwing bombs around a lot.
They added like 2 days ago an adorable kid with chronic fatigue who's like probably a teenager but hasn't had enough food, so she's very small and is very confused that people keep assuming that she's a tanuki from her outfit when it's actually a different but visually similar animal.
Wait a minute, I think I know who that character is. That character's, the English voice actor is a streamer.
Oh neat. I'm not familiar because
Yeah.
I think it's Lily
Yeah,
P2.
on Morgan's advice, I have not been playing with English.
Oh, that's
voices.
totally fine, but I think it's just, I remember thinking, wait a minute, I remember her, she played League years ago when I used to follow that game.
Doc points out, I will follow up. Cloud of Darkness's moveset isn't entirely beams.
Oh yeah,
but
that's the other thing. I
illegal.
know the fucking Cloud of Darkness does nothing but particle beam, and like, I'm not fucking dealing with that. Are you kidding
In
me?
Cloud of
Opera
Darkness
Omnia,
sucks.
Cloud of Darkness in Opera Omnia, Cloud of Darkness's moveset is wide-angle particle beam, narrow particle beam, and particle beam.
Yes, because in Dissidia, everything except for, I think, a couple bravery attacks are beams. Everything else is beams. And hold up, I'm just going to open up Fantasy Record Keeper, Cloud of Darkness, as I like to do, and go down the list here of the supers that Cloud of Darkness has in Fantasy Record Keeper. Alright, basic 1 doesn't count, Tentacle of Pain, whatever, who cares? Alright, here we go. Unique, anti-air particle beam. Unique 2. I can never pronounce this word, but fusillade, I think.
Fuselage?
Fusillade? Yeah. I think
Fusillade
so, yeah.
particle beam.
Fusillade, as in barrage of gunfire.
Okay. Burst 2. Zero form particle beam. Overstrike, convergent particle beam. Ultra, wide angle particle beam. Chain, Flood of Darkness. It's a chain, it's a buff, it doesn't count. Arcane, faint particle beam, as in, psyching somebody out. Saturating particle flux. It's pretty
Which
good.
is like a beam.
That's charging up.
Wrath particle beam, diffusion particle beam, fabled particle beam.
Cloud of Darkness has one thing, and she does it a lot.
Let me see what I have in my cloak here. Oh, it's more beams!
Picturing the conversation between the 3 large dudes in armor bosses, but it is Cloud of Darkness having a discussion with other Final Fantasy final bosses. Bring it to the point of why don't you just use your strongest attack? You should start with it, and then end with it, and repeat it every step of the way. Why do you use moves that aren't your best one?
Okay, but now I'm thinking of the conversation between X-Death, Golbez, and Garland. Wait, you're not a wizard?
God.
I have to imagine that must be somewhere in Opera Omnia because the 3 of them can join your fucking team.
Who has the conversation in Dissidia with Shantoto? Is that Cloud of Darkness?
Maybe.
Someone gets into a sparring match, as it were, with Shantoto, and there's a lot of back and forth that happens. I'm trying to remember.
It sounds like it'd be Cloud of Darkness, because Cloud of Darkness is the character that actively does not give a shit. She has no wants in the world. She's just like, I mean, I am the Void. Everything will be the Void eventually. I've already won. It's just a matter of time.
It's either Cloud
Yeah,
of Darkness or Ultimecia. I forget which one.
in Opera Omnia, Cloud of Darkness's entire thing is just hanging out with Exdeath and being like, yeah, this is going on. I already won. I'm just gonna sit here.
X-Death and Cloud of Darkness hang out and date. Prove me wrong.
I mean, basically, yeah. They just kind of hang out together, and occasionally Cloud of Darkness will go poke Sephiroth and be like, hey, go do something stupid.
Hey, entertain me. Hey.
Why does he listen
Sephiroth.
to Cloud of Darkness? Is it Cloud of Darkness reminds Sephiroth of Genova?
I think so,
I also think it's. I would bet that she's just following him around.
but Sephiroth
Okay, wait.
in Opera
Sephiroth.
Omnia does not seem to have clear motivations. He's just very upset.
Also Sephiroth.
So, like, Sephiroth is in, like, long hair, big sword, not as in inexplicable large tree?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth,
opposed to
as
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth, as in inexplicable large tree, actually makes more
Makes more
sense.
sense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know nothing about that boss other than the fact that it's a tree. And
Tree
being
that
a
lifts.
tree, being a tree makes more sense for that name. I'm just gonna note that. But
It is any connection to trees at all.
neither of them make a ton of sense for the name, but the tree makes more.
A tree that lifts and is vaguely connected to mysticism makes more sense than, well, who Sephiroth is.
Yeah.
Wait, are you dunking on the lore of Final Fantasy VII? How dare you? There are tens of fans who'd be furious with you.
Look, if I was actually dunking on it, I'd be dunking on other things. I don't actually care about that particular bit aside from just like, you really went with that as your name? And then you didn't follow up?
This is me just making the video game challenge non-Jewish designers stop using Kabbalah names.
Yeah!
yeah.
They mean very, very specific and important things.
But generally speaking, though, when Sephiroth shows up in Opera Omnia, it is so he can shout at Cloud, try to hit someone with a sword, get huffy, and leave.
That
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Loon, that transition was so smooth, by the way, between those two fights.
Yes.
Yeah, it took me a second.
I did not realize what had happened until I realized that the colors had shifted.
Most of the villains seem to have a better grasp of what's going on than Sephiroth does.
Also, that also fits. Like, the dude is,
Yeah.
through the first half of the game, dissociating, and through the second half of the game, has his brain taken over by meat.
Also, that lines up with the lore of Dissidia of the cycle continuously happens and the memories of the Warriors of Light are wiped every time. The Darkness Warriors don't get their memory wiped.
Yeah, that continues in Opera Omnia. And getting their memories back is a major part of teaching the new light boss that no, actually, this is dumb. Stop doing this.
You are being very counterproductive. Please stop.
It was extremely wild to only, like, engage with Final Fantasy VII at all as a grown-ass adult and via a proxy, because I had nothing on that game except hearing that it was incredibly beloved and, like, super good. And my first exposure was the person who was playing it for me. Named Aerith after me,
Right.
which was wild for many reasons. But like my conclusion of that game was seems neat, but kind of a pain in the ass to actually play. That's the only
Yep.
strong feeling I have
Yeah,
about Final
yes.
Fantasy VII.
Final
Yeah.
Fantasy VII was a lot of people's first JRPG and exposure to the genre.
They had no standard to judge it against.
It was also in the
It-
PS1 era of very grindy games. Sure, you can get through the game without grinding. You can get through most PS1 games without grinding, but it's there, and that's going to change a lot of people's mentalities.
Yeah.
It was
And
very
the fact-
influential because of a perfect storm of circumstances.
I still can't believe Circle Master ground to level 99 in the reactor just out of spite.
That's
take.
good.
It's a story that you can look up. It would take entirely too long.
Bird up.
Bird Hell HD as I slam my fists on the table.
No.
Don't be cowards.
Yeah, I was disappointed that Chocobo breeding wasn't more in depth. I remember that.
Correct.
Bird Hell hurts so much to watch.
We'll never get the most real and serious animal husbandry game.
I'm gonna look up real quick how many hours of Bird Hell.
What I'm gonna look up real quick is what jobs they assign to all of the Final Fantasy V characters, because literally all the PCs are playable in Opera Omnia.
I believe if stuff goes... So, okay, let's talk about Record Keeper. In Record Keeper, Bartz is Spellblade. He is the Spellblade gimmick. He hits many times. He has both. So, in Record Keeper, you can get passives, and there's character-specific passives. The one that you get for investing into Bartz is has chance to double cast Spellblade. And then one that you can get from the gacha is has chance to triple cast Spellblade. So if the stars align, you quad cast your Spellblade.
Well, that's dumb as shit.
Bartz's abilities in Opera Omnia are that he has a double hand, missile, and EI
Right.
Nuki.
No. So this is based off the newer Dissidia.
Yeah,
This is based off NT, where he's all classes.
It's technically a sequel to that.
Yeah. So in NT, I think he has it's all classes. He has like Dragoon, he has Spellblade, he has Blue Magic, all that kind of stuff. All right, back here.
We did it!
But the ones that they give Bart specifically are double hand and missile. Ferris
Should be Thief, probably.
Ferris has Water Whirl and Cannon Fire and Thunderstorm and Whirlpool.
Okay, so she's like Cannoneer, I guess.
And can summon... It basically, part of it is her gimmick is calling on Sildra's power.
Okay. In Record Keeper, she is Thief, but also technically she is the dancer for the realm. Because, hey, Ferris can dance, as we saw in the cutscene.
Galuf has Cover, Shira Hadori, and Dual Wield Blade Blitz.
Ninja.
And also...
Nice.
So Blade Blitz is what the modern translation of Quad Attack is.
And Cover from Night, yeah.
Yeah. So he is dual wield.
Newbie Blade Blitz
Oh,
is
Blade
Gladiator.
Blitz is Gladiator, right.
The class we don't really interact with.
It's there.
Kryl gets Ray of Hope and Thunder Final Fantasy V version and Quick Dual Cast.
Alright, so that's accurate with Record Keeper. She is the black mage of the group. Galoof is Monk
Arts is now in go mode.
in Record Keeper, but Monk is more than just kick. It does big numbers.
Lena gets Rapid Fire, Windrake Arrow, and Brave Phoenix.
Okay, so they made her Ranger. Interesting. In Record Keeper, she's White Mage. Just hard White Mage.
Yeah, part of it is I think they wanted more archer characters because there's so few of them and it's
Sure.
a weapon type.
Don't know if you're kidding or not.
No, it is genuinely a weapon type in Opera Omnia. There are
No, that
several
there's so
archers.
few archers, because I'm thinking, like, there's got to be a lot of archers. There's Rosa and Maria, and I ran out of archers, and I see what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through the skill list of Record Keeper characters because it's always fun to look at. Bartz has Sharpshooter because Record Keeper does a weird thing where it gives the ranged attack skill set to anybody that can equip a ranged weapon, even if they're not built for that class. But he's Sharpshooter, Spellblade, Combat, Generic Fight, Celerity, Fast Moves, and Thief, which is different than Celerity.
Let's see. Gilgamesh gets Deathclaw, Katetsu, Mad Dance, and Genji Blade and Hurricane. And also can gain the special unique buff Real Mensch.
Tell you about some real mensch. Okay, I have the full list of every character.
And Exdeath gets Black Hole, Almagest, and Grand Cross.
As you'd expect.
Okay, so I can steal Reflect Rings off of those, so the Beast team does need a Reflect Ring for something.
Exdeath has a really unique gimmick, though, which is that none of his special abilities can inflict break. He can drop someone to 0 brave. He cannot cause them to break.
That is actually interesting based off what I know remember about the mechanics. Alright, so looking at this, in Record Keeper, Lena is White Magic 5, Dancer 6, she does actually have Dancer, and Black Magic 2. Galoof is... Oh, Galoof's got a lot. He's mainly a monk, but he has Monk, Heavy Physical, different skill set, and Combat 5. Because most physical units just get Combat 5. Ferris is, I think, mainly Thief. Yeah, Thief, Dancer, Sharpshooter, because Ferris uses a bow. Support skill set. Cryo, I think, is just Black Magic and Summoning. Yes. Exdeath, hello.
Now I am looking at the list of characters for Opera Omnia, and some of the new ones they're adding are very confusing to me. Layla from Final Fantasy II is being added soon.
Looks at Record Keeper and no, that makes sense.
The characters that are in from Final Fantasy III are Onion Knight, Cloud of Darkness, Desh, and Zan.
Zan?
Zan, yes!
Interesting. Also, interesting that they haven't added any of the 3DS characters.
His abilities are Libra Combo, Quake, Meteor, and Destruction Quagga.
Yeah, that matches Zan. I just finished fighting him in Crystal Tower. Now that's Zan.
Exdeath in Record Keeper is Black Magic, White Magic, Darkness.
Having run out of Final Fantasy IV characters to add, and having already put in Theodore, their next one is Ursula.
Hell yes.
Looks at Record Keeper and yeah, that makes sense.
She's the best. I don't care what anyone else does.
I think 4 has the most characters in Record Keeper.
Yeah, they've got the entire cast from 4 except for Tella at this point and Fusoya.
Cowards, they're in Record Keeper. Put them in.
Yeah,
Tella has multiple moves that involve him dying at the end in Record Keeper.
Yeah.
That is
Opera
amazing.
Omnia has Cecil Dark Knight, Cecil Paladin, Edge, Yang, Kane, Palom, Rydia, Rosa, Golbez, Porum, and Edward, who was not in the game last time I played it.
Looking at, again, characters in Record Keeper. Gilgamesh, because Blue Magic isn't a school in Record Keeper, because I don't think they don't know how they want to implement it, more or less. But Gilgamesh is Samurai, Knight, Combat, and a little bit of Dragoon is in there. He's not a Dragoon specialist, but he does have Dragoon skill. Go-Go 5 is here. Go-Go has Black Magic, White Magic, and Bard. Go-Go can sing. But Go-Go is one of the Mimic characters, and does actually execute exactly like you would think Mimic is, in that he has a number of things that allow him to mime the last actions that other people have done.
Let's see. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, Kadaj is in the game.
Good.
Dirge of Cerberus they're adding Shulk soon.
When are they adding Gact?
Gact will never be acknowledged. They are not paying him
Cowards. Cowards. Gact is in Record Keeper. Alright, so continuing down on the list, because did you think I was done with FF5 Record Keeper? Here's Dorgan. Dorgan's in the game. Dorgan's Knight, nothing else. Did you think I was done? Here's Zzat. Zzat's in Record Keeper. Zzat's Spellblade.
See,
And then once again,
He is called a spell sword in the game.
yeah. And then once again, ain't done yet. Here's Kelger. Kelger's in the game.
So wait, the entire Dawn Warriors cast is in? You can play Team
Not
Grandpa?
only are the entire Dawn Warriors cast in the game because of their skill sets, in any team build, they actually work really well together.
Excellent.
If you're going Element, they can all work with Earth. And if you're going Realm, obviously they're all from 5. They just need somebody to sub in as a healer.
Have they put King Tycoon in?
Not yet. The cowards, do it. Make him a healer.
The 11 cast in Opera Omnia is Shantoto, Prish, Lion, Lillicet, Aphmau, Camlanot, Arciella, Eldnark, and they're adding Iroha.
Half those names sound fake. Also, half those characters are in Record Keeper.
Those are most of the ones I would expect. 1 or 2%.
They are adding
Wait, what was that last name?
Iroha?
Iroha.
What?
Oh, okay, I was very confused because that's the Tereo word for love. I was
They're
just like, what?
they're-
I mean, okay, but what?
They're adding some guy named Lyud from Revenant Wings, Llyud.
Is that
Okay.
the
Is that the bird guy?
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
It
but
is
maybe
Birdman.
it's-
It is Birdman.
Yeah, that's Birdman. Boy,
Uh,
that's a character.
They're adding Reigns from Final Fantasy 13. There's a character named Reigns to go with Snow and Lightning.
Of course there is.
Yeah, Sid Reigns.
Okay.
He's actually, for all intents and purposes, aside from Space Pope, major antagonist.
Oh, so they're finally adding a 13 villain that isn't Caius. That's cool.
Okay, I'm going through the lists real quick, and I am noting down the numbers. I am going to propose 3 Final Fantasy games as soon as I count the next one. I want you to tell me, and I will preface this with, if they go deep for some of these, which realm has the most? And I have to count this one real quick, so I'll get back to you in like 5 seconds.
I'll tell you which has one of the largest casts in Opera Omnia. Fucking Type 0.
Yeah,
The
no,
entire
that's
cast is
accurate. In
there.
fact, hold up, let me bring up Type 0 as well.
I didn't know there were this many Final Fantasy games.
There are so many.
Well, okay, so Type 0 has a number of characters because it was supposed to be, like, you could swap characters in and out, and it's a deck of cards. The characters are Ace, Deuce, 9, Queen,
Yeah.
King, Sync, 7,
Cater.
Dice.
Then there's Cater and Machina because, I don't know,
Wait.
fuck it.
Just think.
Yes.
Okay.
Cinque.
Sank.
Yeah. I
He's
was just
5, yeah.
like, number? Okay.
Right, Omega
Okay,
still exists in
so-
this world.
That was a near dodge there, buddy.
Between. Go ahead, Lou.
Wait.
Between Type 0, FF7, FF6, and FF4, which has the most characters in Record Keeper?
I'm gonna say Type 0.
Incorrect. Type 0 has 14. It's actually the least.
Okay. 7?
Technically correct. 7 and 4 are tied. 6 has 15. 7 has 18, as does 4. has 18 different characters. I'm gonna go down the list here for 4. You have Cecil, both types, Dark and Paladin, Kane, Rydia, Rosa, Edward, Yang, Hallam, Porum, Tella, Edge, Fusia, Golbez, Cid 4, Theodore, Rubicante, Ursula,
Really?
and Barbaricia.
So 2 of the 4.
Barbaricia, really?
Yes, they.
Okay.
The realm was in desperate need of more mages.
Wait a minute, there's another red mage in the next game. Go grab her.
They'll get there. 7 has Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, Aerith, Red, Yuffie, Katesith, Vincent, as you would expect. Zack was added before Sephiroth. That's fun. Who both were added before Sid 7 was added.
If you include the 7 spin-offs, I think 7 has the most in Opera Omnia, but if you don't, 6 has the most.
Quick thing to the person in chat saying not both Rydias. Rydia originally came out as small child, but they added a skin, quote unquote, to make her adult Rydia. So
Very early on, they were doing, as you saw with Paladin Cecil, or Cecil, both types, were originally going to add like variants on characters. And then eventually realized that would be hell of a program, so they eventually added alt skins for characters. So you can have Rydia, and then you can have just turn Rydia into adult.
And Opera Omnia just went with adult Rydia to begin with.
But anyway, after Sid 7, you have Renault, Angeal, Rufus, Shulk, Rude, and Elena, and Genesis.
Yeah, the total 7 cast for Opera Omnia is Tifa, Cloud, Yuffie, Vincent, Aerith, Sephiroth, Cid, Kite Sith, Barrett, Reno, Rude, Kadaj, Zack, and Shulk.
This sounds like you can have a team of all Sids. Hold up, Control F, Sid. No, you can have a team of
Why did
Sid.
it take this long to get here?
You can have a team of Sid 4, Sid 7, Sid Reigns, Sid 14, and Orlando's in the game.
That's fewer than I thought.
I'm sure they'll eventually include Sid from 2 just to add
There
more
is
characters
only
from that
one
game.
character named Sid, just Sid, in Opera Omnia, and that is 7. But if Reigns is a Sid, then there's 2.
Wait, they don't have Sid from 4? Cowards.
No, they forgot to add
Put
him
Beard in
for
the
some
game.
reason.
Belatedly, I want Starmeleon and Cagnazzo to be in Record Keeper so you could just have Golbez and 4 Phoenixes and 15
Yes.
and just tear shit apart.
Correct, good.
And the cast for 6 is Terra, Shadow, Setzer, Sabin, Cian, Edgar, Celeste, Kefka, Realm, Locke, Gao, Leo, Strago, and Mog.
Did I hear Umaro in there or no?
No, just Mog.
Cowards.
For people asking if Orlando was broken in Record Keeper when he was released, when Orlando was released into the game, he came with various super abilities that gives him his own unique super mode called Thunder God mode, which makes it so your cast time of abilities is 3 times as fast, and this stacks with all other.
Now here is the
Send you
most
that.
Walk that back.
here is the most bizarre fact about Opera Omnia. There are 2 characters from World of Final Fantasy.
Only 2? Cowards.
Well, 3 technically.
Only 3? Cowards.
Lan and Rain, who are 1 character, and they are
Cowards.
adding Enacross.
Hold up. Let me as I go into my thing here. We have Lan, Rain, separate characters, and across Seraphi and Tama are all characters in Record Keeper. We also, in the Beyond realm, which is what they call everything else, we have characters from Final Fantasy Dimensions 2, 3 of them.
Can't do that, but how many Crystal Chronicles characters do you have?
None yet, but we do have Brave Exvius characters, and I hate them.
Opera Omnia has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4,
So you're
5, 6, 7, 8 Crystal Chronicles characters.
I'll one up you with we have 4 Kingdom Hearts characters.
Yeah, I can't get that.
Everything connected to these characters has copyright Disney on it somewhere.
7 characters from 15.
That's incredible.
Just the sheer, I know that it is the case that you kind of need to do that, but also the sheer insecurity of it, of not having it just be a part of the legal boilerplate.
They are also, unfortunately, thanks Disney, the only characters whose items aren't in the general pool. Like whenever there is a Disney event,
Disney wants money.
Yeah, whenever they bring them back, they will briefly be added to the pool for the duration of that event. But whenever they are gone, they take their items with them.
That sucks.
That sounds like Disney. I will also say all this discussion of realms and shit for like the games and stuff made me briefly think, because we asked earlier, but still, I feel like it is a valid question. Why isn't there a Sid realm?
That's a very good question. We have Record Keeper has 14 characters.
14.
Y'shtola, Thancred, Ida, Papalymo, Alphanod, Minfilia, Sid.
Minfilia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ysayle.
She actually does stuff in 1.0. And
Minfilia is actually really good too.
Yeah, 14 only has 7, and 2 of them are the same person.
Ysayle, Harshaphon, Estinian, and Alice was added recently.
Thank God! I was gonna be mad if Alice wasn't in.
14 has Y'shtola, Ida, Thancred, Papalymo, Alice, Alphino, and Lise.
Does either game have Borgin? No.
Not yet.
Listen,
Nope.
they need the monetization train rolling long enough. Borgin is an inevitability.
Put in Louis Soir, you cowards.
So the way that they have implemented Minfilia, and actually a lot of characters, and I really like this in Record Keeper, is that they are all usually based off of the moves that they do for their supers. They are a class or job from 14. In that Minfilia is Gladiator, Harshaphon is Paladin.
They do that for the Opera Omnia ones too.
Also, I just got to really appreciate for a second the Fury. I'm enjoying everything about the Fury as I'm looking at it with my human eyes. I love its like pink and green embroidery. I love its weird fucked up head shape. It's just like
scrabby arms.
This sprite is very good. Yeah, I
this
think
thing
this
is
is the
strange
second,
bug wizard.
I always read it as some sort of alien.
but
well, you see, that's valid, but like
Yeah,
look,
strange
at
bug
the, look
wizard.
at the arch of the back and how that
There we
could
go.
be another head, and I invite you to consider this is multiple bugs in a wizard trench coat.
Yes!
yeah, for Opera Omnia, Y'shtola is Conjurer or White Mage. I think White Mage because she has Pulse of Life, and Medica 2. Ida is Monk.
As you'd expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to see if I remember.
Thancred is Rogue because this is this is pre-Shadowbringers Thancred.
Yes.
Gunblade did not exist.
These are all matching up. In Record Keeper, you stole as White Mage, keeping things vague. Thancred is Thief with one thing though. Thancred is Thief / Ninja because yes. Thancred has Bard 3 because of his.
Papalymo. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say because of his undercover thing for the entirety of Realm Reborn is that I'm just a bard.
Papalymo is Black Mage.
Correct.
Alice is Red Mage.
So the way they did it in Record Keeper is she is both white and black magic, and most of her supers allow her to integrate both of those together, and generally want you to.
Yeah, the way they implemented it in Opera Omnia is she actually does build up black and white mana, and you want to build both of them up so that she can cast her super. Alphino is summoner.
Yes, as is in Record Keeper.
And Lise is also monk, but slightly different monk.
Yeah. And in Record Keeper, as stated, Minfilia is gladiator, Parsifal is paladin. You sail because she's weird and lives outside of the constraints of the game. She is a skill set in Record Keeper called Witch, which is like black magic but different. And also she has summon.
That makes sense.
Astidian is Dragoon. Sid is Machinist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can buy that.
Actually, we see Sid fight in the Alphascape stuff, and I don't remember what he does.
I think he does have a gun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a gun.
It was either that or he
that
beat
man,
people
I
in
look at his bad
engineering.
facial hair, and I conclude that he must have a gun. Either that or a sword with a
Well,
gun. on it.
that and he's a he is an ethnically Garlean character.
Yes.
He
And
does
originally
not
Garlean
have-
before defecting.
Yeah, and so he does not have access to magic.
Yeah, he would use things that do not require magic. Record Keeper for 12 is Vaughn, Balthier, Fran, Bosch, Ash, Pinello, all flavors. Gabranth,
12 yeah.
Vane, Larsa, and Rex. Rex is here.
Opera Omnia has Von, Penelo, Balthier, Ash, Vane, Fran, Bash, and apparently they added Gabranth while I was not playing it.
Final Fantasy 12 gets 2 Sids, and they didn't put either one in.
And of course, Liu.
Why does
Lloyd-
Final Fantasy 12 have 2 Sims? That doesn't seem like it should be allowed. One is more than enough.
One of them's a villain.
One of them is Sid. One of them is all Sid.
Ah,
That's his name.
Like Al Cid, as in like the Arabic surname style.
Larsa is fantastic because he, along with Pinello, but Pinello is also dancer for the realm, so generally you are debuffing with her and not healing. Larsa is the healer for the realm, and all of his soul breaks are based around throwing potions. Because they get it.
The 15 cast we've got over here is Noctis, Prompto, Ignis, Arania, Arden, Gladiolus, and Core.
We
I
have
know that game exists.
That's all the
but
characters
my
that I can
brain
name, yes.
we have
to acknowledge
There's
it.
also Sydney. Sydney is not in this game.
Right.
we have Noctis, Gladiolus, Ignis, Prompto, Iris, Arane, Core, Lunafreya, and Arden. And apparently they just added another character in Japan, Ravis, who I have no idea who that is.
Like, I know it's a real video game, and I know that it's been played and enjoyed by many people. But I look at it, and my brain just goes, this is a fake video game that would come up on an episode of Destiny or something.
I mean,
Like-
yes, it is essentially Guy Fieri's Final Fantasy.
Yep.
Loon, what are you trying to steal from the Furies?
Reflect rings. I have one, and
Oh,
one is potentially enough, but having more would make the. I think 2 might be the thing to aim for reliability.
I was about to
'Cause
say,
when it is time to do the thing, I have 2 things that have to be released before anything else happens, and one of them has to be bounced in order to do what it will do.
that 10 doesn't have any weird representation in Record Keeper, and then look directly at Braska.
10 in Opera Omnia is Yuna, Waka, Titus, Seymour, Oron, Jekt, Lulu, Kamari, and Pain.
I didn't hear Riku.
She's not there.
Weird.
Okay.
Record Keeper 9 are all the characters you would expect, plus Kuja, Beatrix, and Marcus.
9 for Opera Omnia is Vivi, Zidane, Steiner, Aiko, Garnet, Kuja, Freya, and Beatrix.
Where's Queen Braun?
Nice, and they'll like
Not present.
Cowards.
So a fun thing, and this is a reference to a glitch you can do in 9. So there's a glitch in 9 where when Marcus is in your party, he shares some connection to Aiko's like character slot. And if you level Marcus to a ridiculously high level, Aiko inherits some of those stats, but still comes at like level 5 or whatever.
Yep.
This is transported into Record Keeper in that when you invest some currency into Marcus to level him up, you get a unique for this only currency that allows you to upgrade Aiko slightly.
That's hilarious, okay. That is the sort of stupid gimmick attention to detail that I really like.
Going down the list continuously since this is just where we are now. 8 has the main cast, and then Laguna, Kiros and Ward are here. Fujin and Raijin are here. Adia and Ultimecia separate.
On this side, we've got Laguna, Squall, Zell, Irvine, Quistis, Raijin, Fujin, Cypher, Selfie, Renoa, and Ultimecia.
We have gone down 7 on my part.
I think I've covered 7 over
6.
here.
I would have no way to tell.
6 I can summarize simply as it's the entire main cast plus Kefka plus also Leo is here. They did it.
Yeah, I've gone over 6. When they put in Leo, they had to make up moves for him.
What, they didn't do what Record Keeper did, and it's Shock or Shock with more so?
He has Shock is his ultimate, but his other moves are Call for Precision Strike and Master Blade. So yeah,
3.
he can call in an airstrike. I don't know.
3. Actually, I'll come back to 3. 3 has an interesting thing that I want to talk about for a little bit. Let's talk about 1. 1, Warrior of Light. Garland. Sarah.
Who?
What?
The princess?
The princess.
Warrior of Light and Garland are here.
The
And
Master. As in, Master Monk.
Still my favorite character.
Okay.
Matoya.
Sure.
Yeah, alright.
Thief. And then
Okay.
here, I'm going to say a couple names, and you tell me if you recognize these characters at all. Meia.
How do you spell that?
Meia. Meia.
Having like
No,
literally
no,
sped
I
on
don't
for the
know.
playthrough of FF1,
Alright.
I have no memory of this place.
This might be a little bit more of a low ball to the weirdness of this. Echo.
Are these
The brooms?
No.
No.
are these
we
stuff
have a
from
guess.
Dawn of Souls?
No.
Have we seen this bit?
Final
before?
one. Wool. Spelled
Stepping away a
W-O-L.
moment. And this is the first team that is actually arriving at
Also,
the heart
yes.
of the void.
Oh, so are we at the
Nice.
final boss now? Or, well, the ish?
I think this is the last fight in the game, yes.
Yes. All right, to explain these 3 characters of Wool, Echo, and Meia. These are from Final Fantasy Mobius, another phone game, which is mainly Final Fantasy 1 again, but weird.
It's dead.
Okay.
Also.
It's also dead, yeah. I generally, in order to not confuse shit, refer to Wool as the blank, because that is what he's referred to in Mobius.
And when
I'm just,
blank is
I'm just
introduced in
going to-
FF9, that's going to cause some issues.
Damn it.
I'm just going to note that that Garland in Dissidia tradition has the specialty of causing knockback and knockdown.
Nice.
Ah,
2 for Record Keeper. Furion, Maria, Guy, Leon, as you would expect. Minwoo, Gordon, Layla, Rickard, Joseph, Emperor, Hilda's here, and Scott.
Yosef.
I remember most of those names.
And then here we go, 3.
Surprised I remember most of those names.
They're
Lunith,
pretty
Arc,
iconic.
Refia, Ignis. Those are the 3DS characters. Desh, Cloud Darkness. Arya is the princess that you save at one point. And then Onion Knight. Onion Knight is an amazing character. in Record Keeper. Onion Knight is completely dog shit until you get him to level 93. And then he starts gaining 20 in each stat every level.
Onion Knight in Opera Omnia gets Blizzard, multi-hit, Blade Torrent, and Meteorite.
Quick question here. Arya in 3, is she a princess or just a priestess?
She's girl. Like, she barely has characterization. She is girl.
I want to argue with you, but based on how I remember 3, you're not exactly wrong.
So, furthermore, Onion Knight in Record Keeper has Black Magic 3, White Magic 3, Combat 3, Support 3, Celerity 3, Ninja 3. You'll note that means that he doesn't get access to any of the more powerful moves in the game. That's because you then have to go into his character investment stuff and use his bespoke for him only currency in order to unlock those to the higher level. The Onion Knight's whole gimmick is that he can do everything and has pretty good stats, but it takes way more investment than a normal character to get there, and I adore it.
That's grand. Also, just like looking at the background here really quick and appreciating it, I'm noticing that void over on the right there, and it reminds me of some of the fractal zooms I watch, and I think that's neat, so I'm just commenting on that.
Wait, did this party do Necrophobe?
I remember
Yes.
that happening, yes.
Okay.
Tree! Finally!
Finally!
Oh!
Wood mode.
So, yeah, no, literally tree full of demons.
Transform!
Well, now knowing that we have
Finally
seen
took
Necrophobe,
off his vest.
now that I know that we have seen Necrophobe, I can release this one little piece of information. Necrophobe is the only FF5 Void endgame villain that hasn't shown up in 14 yet.
Yeah, he got owned.
Oh!
So anyway, X-Death.
Rip!
Turn gravity off!
Roll
Well,
everything.
That's how they
Into the pool.
simulate him
Sucking
activating the
everything.
void, destroying places. He's
He-
decided
basically-
that this is the end, and he is destroying everything, including you.
Into a black hole.
Elder Scrolls Online, why did you put my text chat in the middle of the screen as if it was the Doom guy's portrait?
It's a good question, Mega Man.
Like it was just very slowly going further and further right the more I was playing. I don't know what's
Now we're in
causing it.
space.
Oh, it's pretty in here.
And up.
Oh, this is gonna look
Okay.
really pretty in the remaster.
Oh, I cannot wait.
HD space.
Yeah, actually, I'm excited. I just want to play more of those, even though
I'm
like,
really
you know.
impressed by what they did with this background, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is really fucking pretty.
And now we are being approached by the Force ghosts of the dead
Yes.
heroes of the past.
The Warriors
Okay.
of Dad are here.
We're in space now.
The Grand
Everyone's
Balls of
here.
Zizak in formation.
Do the pose.
Light. Z-Sat, god damn it!
Okay, inspirational speech, fly
Oh
off.
my god, this is adorable!
I'm glad that they didn't give you any new powers or anything. They just gave you a speech and opened a hole for you.
Yep.
The Warriors of Dad.
Wait, hang on! That's cheating!
But
you
wait,
can't do that. Wait, no.
ours for dads.
Wait a minute! Where'd this other dad come from?
Holy shit.
King
An
Tycoon.
important game.
does
I
the
can handle
first
4
good
dads,
thing.
but 5?
Important gameplay thing to stop and point at, since this is a year where we're stopping and pointing at things. This is not the point of no return. Actually,
Yes.
entering
Okay.
the fight is the point of no return. I could turn around
But
and
at
walk
this
away.
point, you
and...
could walk out and do more grinding if you
Yes,
want.
they
You
even,
can
they even
save,
added
so
a
you
little
don't-
cutscene of like the flow of time is strange to be like you can go back to the world map. It's not actually
my
destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, void magic! Ooh, spooky.
But also, it's nice because you can watch the whole pre-boss cutscene, walk away, save, and then go back.
yes, Anyway.
Also,
Okay.
I fucking love this.
Oh, no.
That is an amazing.
Check
Yeah.
out Wood Boss! I forgot to put another mix on.
I like
last.
that,
This'll take a bit
that
longer.
he's still wearing the armor on the top of his giant
He's
tree
not
head.
wearing the armor. He bursted out of the armor.
He
Yeah.
just erupted out of it.
Also,
Alright, so
Oh
I
my
have been
god,
waiting
I
for
love
you.
it.
I
I have
That's a
been
really
waiting for you
good
to see
sprite.
this for
I-
weeks.
I adore this perspective of like, where are the characters standing there? Animation is like the tree is bursting from the ground in the background when we get back to it, and like your characters are standing somewhere.
It's
God,
fine.
I
They're
was
standing.
actually
They're standing where they need to be.
I was about to comment that I really enjoyed the way they like rendered the tree in the previous one because it made like the natural like walls and ridges of it look like distended synthol veins, and then that happened.
And then it's like, yeah, it is.
It's a tree made of demons.
Got teeth. I love teeth.
Teeth.
There are a shitload of fire engines outside.
Hang on,
Uh-oh.
I need to.
Oh,
I need
yeah.
to. Yeah, all of the XDeath sprites, all three, all three are amazing. But hang on, let me get the Final Fantasy XIV 3D model of Ted, Tree XDeath, because they do a really good job of making it really unsettling in 3 dimensions.
I'm pretty sure I fought that and have no memory of it whatsoever.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not gonna click it because I'd like to have the similar thing of oh when I get there. but-
okay, yeah. But for chat, let me go look for it. I will link though. Oh, no, I can wait on that because
just drop the subject.
Sometimes trees have teeth. That's not that weird. Usually it's via fungus though.
Wood teeth.
I
There
love
is-
tooth fungi, by the way. Like, if I had to, like, shortlist favorites, they would be up there. I love that this spore dispersal method is just make teeth, hollow teeth, drop spore out of fang.
There is
Tooth
one
is
thing
optimal launching method.
because I'll point at this because again, Dissidia did a lot to give personality to these characters that didn't have too much. So when you're playing through the original Dissidia storylines, there is a very good full motion video of hero versus villain before the final fight in their storyline. You should click this and hear XDeath's canonical voice.
So stoked to get back to the void now. I've been looking forward to this for weeks.
so stoked to get back to the void and other classics of Post.
Look, I'm a simple soul and very predictable once you know the basic elements of who I am as a person. I like tree, I like fungus, I like void. That's really all you need to know.
Well, the wheel will decide how long that fight is going to take.
My favorite touch about that Dissidia cutscene is the pose that XF takes right at the end is his sprite
Yep.
in the game.
That rules.
There is an eat apple emote in Elder Scrolls Online, and the Khajiit gets nowhere fucking close to the apple with their mouth.
Slash bread.
Yep.
I'm like fucking side eating it.
Okay, but does your apple take on the properties of whatever environment you're in?
No, it's just an apple.
It does not have geomancy powers.
Does the slash bread emote? Is the slash bread emote
The slash
contextual
bread
on
emote
ranges?
looks very strange depending on what lighting is going on when you take out the
Okay.
bread.
I was like wondering if you were in Limsa, you'll get a baguette, but if you're in Ulda, you get like fucking croissants or something. I don't know.
That would be way better. Oh, so people are confused about what Bartz is doing in that cutscene. Bartz's gimmick in the original Dissidia, the Dissidia 12, I forget what it's called, Dodecum or something like that.
Duodecium, I think?
Yes. So his gimmick is that he's mime. So what he does is he uses all of the moves and weaves them weirdly of every other character in the game.
Mhm.
So that is why he pulls out the Lionheart and the Buster Sword in the cutscene.
I really like Farfarello. Not sure what the deal is, but I appreciate them and that they're there.
The final dumb note about that Bartz that I adore is if the move that he is miming, that character has some sort of call out for it, he will mime the call out, except it's Bartz, and he will try and imitate the person's voice as best as possible, including
There's-
like all the female characters.
Oh boy.
Or like the people with really deep voices, and he just tries to like. It sounds like he's trying to buy alcohol, and it's like it has a really bad fake beard on.
God, every time, like I know that's what Twintania looks like, and every
No, yeah, it never stops being
Yeah.
surprising.
It's just kind of like that, right?
I love Twintania.
It's
I love the way
true.
Are we a
Twintania.
fan of this? No, we're not a fan of this. Nope, this is nope.
I'm a fan.
I love this. It's terrible.
I'm just staring at the shaggy part under the torso, and it's just it's
Is
mesmerizing.
that Shaggy or is that, you know, like
Whose
suspended?
job? Like, is it
Scales.
that shaggy because someone has to shave Twintania? Like, someone has to shear it, but it will not suffer to be put on its back to get at the belly.
This is the rowdiest sheep.
Sheep that lifts.
Look look what happens when Titania opens their mouth. It's real gross.
And like just the musculature of the back is it's unsettling, is what it is.
This feels like a wizard took a ram and was then like did a line of just pure magic essence and was like, wait, I've got an idea. I'm gonna make the ultimate livestock.
Somebody hand me the Riot Bleefeld reference comics.
Hold up.
Also,
Oh.
also, what's going on with its like torso gut thing between the front legs? What is that?
I'm gonna make
I've been
Rabbit
viewing
too.
it as like. Sorry, what was that, Newbie? I overruled.
I said I'm gonna make Rabbit too. Hold up. I'm gonna do something that I don't think I've ever done before. I'm looking up the Amano art for Twitania.
Oh,
Fuck
the
it, just
void.
get rid of the thing.
Double void
I mean,
with you.
yeah, that works.
This is actually the most canonical thing to do because Twintania makes the stairway to the void, so it makes sense that you're just making the entrance to the void by throwing them through the void.
Hey,
Wait, how
Amano.
does that even work?
Hey, Amano. Hey, Amano. Can we talk, Amano? Can we talk about Titania?
Now I. Okay.
Okay,
What
please
in
share.
the-
Are already
I support
answered.
them, I
This is
love them.
awesome.
I love them. I support them unconditionally.
I.
What?
Hmm.
That's,
Okay.
there's
They're having a
lot
grand.
going
They're
on
having a
here.
grand old time, and I love it.
There's a lot going on here.
Okay, so as far as I can tell, that bit that's like extruded on the sprite seems to have exploded here.
Kinda, yeah. Also, it
And
grew
then-
wings.
One of the legs is pierced through the shin bone with a golden band encircling it. so that's a lot. Missing sets of arm, missing an arm, replaced
The
with
tail
a
is a snake.
It's got a weird fucked up crown. I like this. This is a good fucking
There's
weird demon
so
thing.
much going on here. No, one of its arms did not turn into a wing. The wing is separate. The arm turned into a dog.
Oh shit, it did turn into a dog.
I think it's time to look up more bosses.
Also, I like that there appear to be roots growing out of its chest. That's fitting.
I don't know what this is, but it's very, very much. I want to know what they told Amano about this creature. What was the prompt?
Make me like 12 or 13 void demons.
Yeah, I feel like this is a relationship where there's not much in the way of prompting the artist. Amano knows what is needed.
Amano dictates what you do.
Well, yeah, but they had to tell him enough to give him something to start from.
5 games into the franchise, Amano just has a vibe.
Oh,
Also, it's a
there's
vibe
no-
that predated his involvement with this franchise. If you look at any of his older art, or the movie that he made.
Yep.
There's
Okay.
no mono art for Califisteri. Interesting.
There is at least one art in most games where the Amano art is very visibly the pixel artists looked at it and were like, you
Nah,
know,
dude.
we're giving it our best shot on all the other ones. We can't do this one, man.
If you've never, as I'm just going through Amano arts now, if you have never seen the Amano art for Omega, teeth. It has teeth.
I love Omega's Amano art.
That's where the
Robot
club happens.
hungers. Yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
is.
so cute.
I
That's
just want
such
to.
a cute little robot design. It's got like a scorpion tail.
Yeah, I can kind of see how they got to the sprite, even though the sprite looks a lot more like a kidney bean.
I
That
love it.
mask on the front of it is terrifying, and I love it.
Holy shit. Sorry. There's 2 for Biblos. That's a panda. But so this one, which also has to scale parts. But then extremely cursed Biblos front facing.
Oh yeah, we saw that a long time. Like
Yep.
back when it first came out, we realized, oh wait, that's supposed to be the eyes.
Oh, got no
Yep.
mono art for Catastrophe. Come on.
Yep,
That's
that's a lot
because
to
they
take
just
in.
stole it from Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the
I
long
love
and
that.
storied history of how do we get away with a beholder without getting sued.
Wait,
Hey, we didn't use a beholder back in 1. We got our chance now.
we don't got one for Califist or not Califisteri, Azumagia either. Damn, I feel like that'd be a really good mono art.
That looked like a pretty direct translation of Amano art, yeah.
Well, at least like I don't have one in this. Hold up, let's mono art.
Because if that was freestyle on the part of the writers, well done on getting it checked on the art direction.
Yeah, it's not showing up in any searches. That is a. I mean, there was probably an Amano art at some point, but it wasn't recorded anywhere.
I like Amano's turtle Guido. His alternate Guido confuses me.
Califisteri, which explains nothing. Or not Califisteri. God, I keep saying it. Halicarnassus.
No, it just makes it more like
What
that
do we
panda
need
bell.
to explain? This is just like a genderqueer jester.
This is a
Who
panda villain.
disguised
Lord
who
of this
disguised
castle.
themselves as a woman so that they could kiss you with the kiss of. I'm not clear on what happened.
I'm looking at this one apropos of nothing.
That is
Enjoy.
what happened.
Yeah.
Hallie
guy's
was
just-
in the prison posing as just a captive, and then is like, you saved me, thank you.
Give kiss. By the way, kiss
Apply
is also
curse.
Doom and Frog.
They're just vibing.
Oh man, do you seek the spell of metamorphosis?
You'll die for it, you know.
Halicarnassus does have Rubicante energy of just putting the stanky leg out.
There are a bunch of character design premises that have a lineage that stretches through the franchise.
Like, you can trace that back to Anon, the skeleton with the hat.
I found the concept art of
furthermore,
Drippy,
back
and it
to,
answers absolutely no questions about Drippy.
Back to the Emperor, Falmesia, who is a very fancy lad in moderate armor, in very impractical armor.
David Bowie in
Nice.
show armor. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, hey, interesting. Shinryu wasn't designed by Amano. Shinryu was Nomura.
This is the game where they started to interchange.
Yeah, this was the beginning of Nomura as a character designer. Several creatures of 5 are Nomura's.
Amano are.
Nomura's a legit fucking good character designer a lot of the time. I remember Nomura made the Cactar. For everything else Nomura has ever done, you gotta look back and remember, Cactar was him.
Anyway,
This.
Yeah!
What do you mean, complete darkness?
Oh, I love how it
so-
extrudes up and out. Rules.
Yeah,
Except it's just the fruiting body at the top.
the using the tree as part of the background as well as the enemy sprite works really well.
Yep.
Look at how many paws are on those cheeks. It's upsetting.
Anyway, this is the chemist team, so a lot of
The initial like warm up attack script from Ed here is pretty manageable. So Chemist and Bard both get to spend this opening phase stacking buffs to the moon. And then they carry those over into the second phase, and
Moon is a
that's Fiesta.
So, like, the latter half of Tree X Death is very frightening. We're not going to be seeing that with Chemist Team, and we're probably going to barely see Neo X Death.
I'm
with
setting
this team.
everyone up with immunity to instant death, immunity to gravity, and a couple of other things. And then boosting their levels very tall.
I love the just meat strings that are coming up from the core and like melding with the armor.
Intertwining up into the armor, which is now just kind of hanging there as a puppet that has extruded the tree. Also, the side mouth that is also a backwards mouth on the cheek.
Yeah, it's good. I like the mouth up above and to the left of the eyebrow that also has its own eye, creating just a ooh expression.
Oh, you gotta get it.
There's a lot. Man, Ted is a really good design.
I
Yeah.
may as well DIY Goliath Tonic and double everyone else's health. That is the core thing that is going to allow this team to just kind of
Dude.
ignore the damage check that happens.
Also, I just clicked on that link with the fucked up chocobo art, and I love it.
Yeah,
Bird is
Amano's
feathered bird is
Is
a downgrade.
handsome and majestic.
Amano's interpretation of Chocobo is excellent.
Amano's chocobos are just nightmare skinned moas.
They are perfect. I will not hear a word against them.
That was not a word against them, that was in their favor.
Here again on the X Death theme. Very good song.
Yeah.
I will limit myself to plus 100 levels on the relevant characters, I guess. Yeah, so
How
there's
many can the
5
game
bracket power.
handle if you push it?
255 is the chemistry cap.
You can, in fact, go over the level cap with chemistry.
Well, of course, you're juicing.
There exists no number large enough.
God, you're right. Amano's Chocobo is just the beak things from Kenshi. Ugh.
The sound of chemistry.
Yeah, so that move is supposed to be kill and petrify.
Yep.
Which
That
is quite
is-
rude when it happens to mortals who
People
do not
who
have
have
access to the juice.
They have not been huffing straight from the divine. I don't know. My brain
Anyway,
went straight to the wrong spot. I wanted to say alembic. My mouth wanted to say abacus.
Huffing the divine abacus is also fun to contemplate.
Yep.
That's numbers.
oh man, is that math? Goes down smooth.
Just take one of the ends off an abacus and open your mouth super wide and drop the beads into it.
There is a book
It is
called
tempting, but I have not done it.
There's a book called Is God a Mathematician?
Does it answer the question?
God no.
Does it try to answer the question?
I think from what I can remember, it largely goes into the, oh, why is the universe so describable by numbers, yada yada yada, that philosophical argument.
Ah.
Which is itself an instance of one of the, like, fundamental biases.
Yeah, I mean,
You exist.
if it wasn't, we wouldn't use them, so...
You exist, therefore, any number of possible yous that did not exist are not here.
It's one of those things that if you think about it is not a meaningful
How unlikely
question.
is it for this planet to have life? Well, we live on it, so 1. If it had no life, we would not be here to have the conversation.
Yep. Counterfactuals don't exist. We have a sample size of 1.
It is pointless to try to do the probability, and the probability net is already resolved.
And the other fun thing of that is, funny that this tool that we use to describe the universe is so well suited for our tool. Well,
Yet we made it to describe the damn thing.
But why does
Yeah.
banana fit comfortably in the hand?
How dare you?
Oh,
Look,
is that wrong
checkmate.
something? Because I would have just accepted that as an out of
It's-
context thing.
It
There's
is
a
an
very foolish video where
Yes.
the fact that bananas are ergonomic is cited as a sign of an intelligent creator. Yes, agriculture invented the
It's-
banana.
A very infamous intelligent design proponent video is talking about how convenient bananas are to eat, therefore God.
How banana fit in
I am-
hand?
I am begging people to learn where food comes from.
Grocery
meanwhile,
store!
Meanwhile, tens of generations of human ancestors who worked to make that thing hand-shaped cry out in, "We did this for you!"
Yeah, just like, dude, what the fuck?
The reverse
Look, I
of
go
that.
to my grocery store and I buy food. What more do you want from me?
God,
know-
this is... Go on, newbie.
I was gonna say, you know that image of like the person eating their weight in burgers or some bullshit that has like all their ancestors around them cheering them on? The opposite of just why does banana fit in hand and all the ancestors just weeping?
Come on!
I'm reminded of, like, There's this recent genre of like TikToks and clickbait things that have been attacking me personally, which is just people discovering that seeds create
no.
plants.
What?
The
What?
life hack sweeping the internet of cut a tomato in half,
Take the
place
seeds from
it
the
face
tomato.
down on dirt, and then you'll have future tomatoes that come from the dirt. What is this? And I
You're cheating the
Eric.
grocery store. You only have to
Friends,
buy one tomato.
Friends, I am begging you. Go outside.
Touch your leaf.
grass.
Touch a fucking leaf. I'm personally dying.
I prefer the alternative of that, which is go outside, push a bush.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here looking at my apricot seedling, thinking, I don't have 30 years for this thing to grow. This sucks.
Oh no.
Yeah, you want to stick to crops that grow within a reasonable period of time.
I mean, to be
Unless
fair,
you've got a lot of foresight and you've got a lot of patience and a family.
yeah, the tree was here when I was growing up, and it finally died, and then we found a seedling that had started to grow within the, like 2 years before it died, and I was just like, well, time to replace it.
You're a new seed. You're a tree. You're also
there.
new seed.
New tree. Tree 2.
Tree back.
Also, of note, it's not
Think about
TikTok's fault, it's education system.
Yeah,
not
this is-
telling people things.
Yeah,
In fact,
this
I'm
is.
glad for these fucking life hack videos, even as they hurt me, because it means people are learning that you can grow plants.
They are learning fundamental facts that they clearly were not told by any form of educational system or informal educational paradigm in their life. Go ahead, yeah. Dumbass life hack videos that teach you something fundamental and useful in your life that you genuinely didn't know. We are at a point where I will shrug and go, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, like, I'll take it. And also, it means it opens people up to the reality of plant piracy without having to rip the whole thing out the ground, which
Yep.
is ultimately more sustainable. So, like, yes, by all means. I love that, though. That's one of my favorite things to, like, tell people, is that you can propagate most things from just, like, a cutting. In
Yep.
some cases, literally a leaf will do.
Yep.
You just put it down in the soil and leave it alone, and eventually it'll make a new plant.
I just got a
Wait.
shotgun.
Nice.
Well done.
Very good.
Proud of you.
I remember.
One.
Old man internet voice. I actually remember when life hacks were genuinely useful to know things like how to clean a shower head by putting the cleaning solution in a plastic bag and tying it around the shower head and letting it soak. Like, that was generally useful kind of thing to know. And then
I have seen some useful life hacks lately. Like, if you see a ping, you can drag it around to find out if it has transparency on its background.
Oh yeah, there's like a whole genre of art that relies on that as a thing on
And
Tumblr.
on a very large genre of shoot posting as well.
Right,
It took
art.
me entirely too long to realize what you meant by ping.
It took me a moment, yeah.
You know, pinch.
We all have our own way of pronouncing file extensions.
Yeah, you're pring.
You're posting ping. Stop it.
.png. Yeah.
Have your dongle to post the pring. Is that a thing outside of Australia, by the way, referring to
What?
USB sticks as the dongle?
Yeah, it actually. Yeah.
No, that's a thing, yeah.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure for a moment there.
It's uncommon, but I can definitely get caught up by it every once in a while.
I think other USB devices that you would plug in, like a Bluetooth USB dongle or like a something where it's not a data stick, I think is more common in this area. But dongle as dongle as a connector is used, but not for flash memory usually.
I believe dongle is an official technical term at this point.
I think it is. And also, I'm very
Look, I don't-
vividly reminded of one of those small world moments is I am related to someone who was not directly involved, but proximate to the development of the first USB storage technology.
Okay, the official Oxford Dictionary definition of dongle is a small device able to be connected to and used with a computer.
My God.
Webster defines.
Well, if the wordonomers have recognized
I love when people get mad that a
Usage.
word gets put in a dictionary, and I'm just over here as your local librarian just going, man, read history, understand how this works.
We invent words all the time, and they're perfectly cromulent.
Mm-hmm.
Cromulent is a word that doesn't sound like a word, and yet.
And yet it
That's
was made
because
up.
The Simpsons made it up, yes.
It's a perfectly cromulent
Wait,
term.
really?
Yes,
It
the word
is-
cromulent is from The Simpsons.
It is
What
a
the
joke.
fuck?
So, okay, what's genius about it is it was a self-demonstrating word made for a joke. It
Yes.
is a
it
A
is, so
game of
it
Scrabble.
is.
All right.
No, it's not. It's not from Scrabble. It's from the town motto, stated by the founder, involves a
Oh,
nonsense
right.
word. A noble spirit embiggens the smallest man. And
Right.
there's a brief aside of people being like, no, there are places where they don't say embiggen. I don't know why. It's a perfectly cromulent word.
Yeah.
Is the exchange that immediately demonstrates the idea.
I was crossing a wire with the Kwaijibo joke.
Yes.
I'd only heard it like a couple of degrees removed and never questioned it because it's a perfectly cromulent word.
It's a
It's
perfectly
a great
cromulent
word. I love it.
Yeah.
But it's from The Simpsons.
I appreciate that X-Death tried his move once and then immediately went, this isn't working. It
You
just
switched
started
to
punching you.
normals.
Oh, wham!
Because here we are, end of the game, final boss numbers, where he is now punching you again for
Yeah.
twos of thousands of damage.
Much like original
That's great.
flavor X Death, there are only really two health states in these last two fights: alive and dead.
Unless
Unless you've got
pharmacist.
chemists involved.
Unless
of
you
my
get
favorite
juicing,
parts.
and then nothing can stop you. Yeah.
On having observed the background for a bit longer is that, like, X-Death is overextended. The roots are tearing out of the...
Like,
Yes.
where is the team standing? My read on this is that they are like now dramatically flying around as you sometimes do in your fantasy battles.
there is
And X-Death
Sweet
is just
going on.
chasing them by extruding
Yeah.
from the
They're-
ground.
They're flying around in the stars, and the tree's just like, well, I'll just keep fucking growing then.
Long.
Yeah, it's great.
Huh. Dongles were originally synonymous with DRM dongles. Where
When will you be tall enough?
It's a good question.
Mega Man.
Alright, so other things I can do while I'm here. I said I would limit myself to 100 levels each. I did not limit any other aspect of the build. Alright, so...
You're really just savoring the
Water eye
opportunity to have
drops
a chemist
for,
on you.
for element boost. There we go. Lena is going to throw lamps at people. Since Lena did
Oh,
not get to bring a
God.
weapon. As will
You
happen
know what
sometimes.
the most useless dongle ever made was?
And I guess in order to help get this phase going faster, let us now administer the soup.
The most useless dongle ever made has to have been the Q-Cat, and I know this because my dad owned one.
What was that?
The Q-Cat was a barcode reader that you attached to your computer via a PS2 cable.
What?
now this is the PS/2 serial cable or
Yes,
the
no,
PS2,
PS
not the video
PS/2.
game cable?
Okay, no, I had a very abrupt, violent
Alright,
shift
quick
in how
weapon
that
check.
worked.
Alright, so that's what one thing can do. That's what the other thing
But
can do.
what the
Oh, by the
Q-Cat
way, here's
yeah.
a wonder wand.
is
We can
it
now
would
reverse the
scan
flow of time if we
barcodes
want.
and would, in theory, link you to places where you could then buy those products. But you already had those products because you were using a Q-Cat on them in your house on your computer. Yes.
Well, is there a mix for Mega Elixir?
Yes, it's not particularly, or no, I don't think there's a mega elixir. There's just most of the elixir mixes that are just
And
elixir again are not.
The reason
Great.
it was called a Q-cat, incidentally, is that it was shaped like a cat.
Number one, your business plan involved giving this out for free.
Yep.
And number two, well, this is a .com bubble thing. Of course it is. Number three, in the .com bubble, there was a full security breach of this stuff somehow.
Things got a little bit muddled over there, and I kind of lost the thread of what Loon was saying. Strategy things occurred.
Not much in particular. Just muddling over what some options are that aren't being used.
Basically,
Oh, okay.
Loon is taking Chemist for a drive for...
We are
Chemist does
now
not...
beginning the aggression.
Go! By the void!
What was mentioned about the Wonder Wand?
So
So
Wonder
anyway,
Wand is here. It's there. You can steal it off of them.
that
Hold on a
final
second.
moment is extremely...
Give it, yeah.
The tiger wouldn't bite my face off.
At the end of Disc 2, he mocked you for charging in without knowing what you're doing.
Don't
He has
worry,
now
it's
himself
there.
charged in without fully understanding what he was doing. Anyway.
Anyway.
I was hoping that setup was going to happen. I was hoping everyone else was getting on board.
The void.
Amazing.
So close!
Meanwhile,
Race isn't over yet.
Yeah, but basically the character arc of X-Death the Wizard is face-eating leopards, but with the power of nothingness.
I don't know why he didn't expect this. The man's a tree.
He didn't expect it because for most of the game he didn't have a face.
It's actually ambiguous whether he is the tree or the amalgamate mind of the demons stuffed inside of it. Or both.
Yeah, a tree.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm looking through a lot of the mixes right now, and I never realized that there was no, like, party-wide heal mix.
Yeah, all the mixes have single targets.
Interesting.
That way they can be ambiguous about what the
Who you
mix
can use them
does.
on.
You put
Yeah.
you put the lime
Yeah.
in the coconut, and then
Then you get out of the blast radius.
I forgot about our Geotoad. Oh, what a good color scheme. What a good sprite.
powerful toad.
Yeah. That Toad Sprite is one of my favorites in the game.
Elemental power
just gonna
increases
look
all
here for a
elemental
while.
spell damage by 50%. This is the only way to boost water spell damage.
Yes. Because of quirks
For
of
your
big
one water
operations.
spell.
I honestly adore that all it took, well, after all the chemist prep, was just a swing with mud and boom!
Several swings occurred. There's another 32,000 health in that phase.
Dark potion. You mix a dark matter and a potion together, and it deals 666 damage,
And
which, which is a waste of dark matter.
But
Yes.
a very good joke.
It's an evil beverage.
But the better one there is you have elixir plus dark matter, which is the dark elixir, and it knocks a single digit.
This thing with the Q-Cats has tangentially reminded me of the shipping container full of Garfield phones.
That thing still haunts me.
I love the shipping container full of Garfield phones. It's a terrible environmental hazard, but it's delightful. Just this one town where every now and then a terrible, distorted Garfield phone will wash up on the beach, all originating from this place where it was just lodged between rocks shipping container that cannot be extracted due to the way it fell. That's just hemorrhaging Garfield phones over time.
You know something fun? Shipping containers are a non-renewable resource.
What?
They don't make new ones anymore.
Huh.
Why would we need to? We have 8 billion of things. Instant logic.
Well, yeah,
They would resume making more of some sort of container crisis. That
Some
would
sort of
occur.
container crisis, perhaps.
Well, the issue at this
spurred on
point
by a
is
housing crisis.
well, the container crisis at this point is that we're running out of containers, not because there aren't enough containers.
But because there's imbalances in the flow of goods.
Yes.
Too many people are making tiny homes.
Containers originate in China and then arrive in other places and then never have a reason to be brought back to China to be refilled.
And there's also current problems with unloading the crates because dock workers are in short supply right now.
Yes.
Or actively striking.
And it's too costly to just send the containers back directly without having any goods in them.
Well, it used to be you would just load the empty containers onto the ship as it goes back to China. But it's not super viable right now because there's not a lot of ships that are doing that.
Basically, the whole giant wrench in how trade as an organism flowed last year.
All right.
Okay,
Tree
screw what I was
melting.
saying.
Would
Meanwhile, okay, let's see what you got, Tree.
Ah, I see. He's come around. Oh my god, what?
What? Huh?
Fiesta.
What?
Welcome
Yes.
to Fiesta!
What the fuck?
What? What's
All will
happening?
return to Fiesta.
So this is a sprite replacement hack.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So, because we have so many people unfamiliar, this is what Neo X Death is supposed to look like.
Yes, this is what Neo X Death is supposed to look like.
Correct. The original art for Neo X Death is fantastic because it is all the demons busting out of the tree.
Nice.
It
Oh,
is
it's
just
muted.
an
This is like taking people to see Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time. It's really just, you gotta get the experience of watching them just freak the fuck out.
So does targeting the different portions matter?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
bunch of
Yes, a
mechanics
lot.
in this fight. The different parts do different things.
Chemists will not have time to go over all of them in detail. There are 4 parts, each controls a specific function of the boss fight. When 3 parts are dead, the last one goes berserk and takes on all 4.
One has access to Almagast, which is party-wide magic damage that goes through your magic defense. One has Grand Cross, which is hits the entire party and randomly inflicts status effects. One has just Meteor, which is a threat in and of itself. And I think the last one is just punches very hard.
Okay, so
What?
Zentetsuken is an instant
Shenanigans
kill.
is what has been done here.
Zentetsuken is an instant kill. There is a single part of Neo X Death that is vulnerable to it, so it plays the death animation and then resets.
And normally, if you summon Odin, because there's parts of it that are coded as being immune to instant death, it will use the Alt Odin, which is Gungnir. But because you are summoning it from the lamp, it does Zantetsuken, which will always hit if things are vulnerable. So it is a guaranteed way to remove one of the pieces of Neo X Death. It's also
Okay.
the one that has Meteor, and you extremely want it out of the fight
If not
immediately.
has Meteor, it has Delta attack.
That's the
Oh,
Delta attack
okay.
one.
Delta attack's the last one.
There's
Anyway, here's Majesty.
Doing the
Oh,
Majesty
yes.
thing.
It's not very
It's
majestic
big.
because of all the steroids we take.
But Almagast hits for 16,000 flat.
1600.
Yeah, 1600.
Even with
16,000.
all the buffs, it still did 1200 damage.
Almagest is the hard check of this fight for you must be this tall or have this. Oh,
No.
the laws of the universe mean nothing.
Now Delta attack is like is that always stone, or does it have random effects? Is it
Delta
like,
attack is always stone.
Okay, so delta attack is always
Means
stone.
I
Bring
missed a
and cross is
spot
random.
for some of my shielding earlier, which is fine.
I wonder if the shielding fell off because Arts died.
No, all the chemist shenanigan buffs last indefinitely.
Anyway, Vacuum Wave is still actually one of the most dangerous parts of this fight.
I love everything that's happening so much.
Like, yeah, like, with this sprite or, the regular one, but this fight is probably my favorite final boss in any Final Fantasy that is not 14, because 14 has several to pick from.
Anyway,
Because it's just so well balanced to be a hellish scramble if you don't have a way of cheesing it.
by the way, so phone game Puzzles and Dragons has had Final Fantasy collabs. Here's front-facing Neo X Death. This is what the main characters are seeing.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's when you crack open the tree and the demons come roiling out at you.
It is taking a lot of willpower not to click it, but like one day I will see this. Potentially when the remaster comes out, I might actually play this myself.
That's fair.
And then like get surprised by the final evolution of Large Tree.
Wood EX.
Game is smart.
This game is very, very smart. I am genuinely really looking forward to
Yeah,
seeing what...
I think
what-
my favorite part of this game has been that it is very smart and very stupid at the exact same time.
Yes. I am really looking forward to seeing what Ted and Ned look like with the Pixel Remaster. A lot of sprites, really, but, the high points are there. If you don't know exactly how Neo X Death works, oh god, the fight is stressful, because you are scrambling desperately to find some way to make it stop.
Yeah, it is mainly the part that I adore of it mechanically is, alright, so here's all the parts and they all do different things, and you may eventually figure that out, and then you start dissecting it, and then you get to the final part is left. At
And
which
then
point,
it's just, oh no!
if just, I've removed the dangerous things and let me just attack this one part left, oh no!
Oh shit. Yeah, and for what you're supposed to do against Neo X Death, that depends on if you're playing the game with Fiesta rules or not. For a lot of Fiesta teams, the answer is just have enough health to take an Almagest. For other teams, you can do things like put up Stone Skin, you can put up Protect, you can do a lot of mitigation answers, or you can just kind of snipe that part out of existence before it can even fire.
Crowell's not supposed to do that, but it's fine. Davises are
Well,
very replaceable.
So, also, specifically, the White Mage spell Shell has a unique property of it's not that it increases your magic defense, it halves all incoming spell damage. So that actually cuts Almagest down to 800 damage.
And then you apply Stone Skin, and it may not even get your root health.
Well, I don't think Stone Skin blocks
That's not a
against...
thing here.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Well, Stone Skin would be Golem, which does protect against Vacuum Wave and what have you, but
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
was
That only
Does-
interacts with physicals.
yeah, only interacts with physical, so will not protect you against Almagest. There is no way to block Almagest.
right.
But having the damage is already removing a huge amount of the threat.
Having
That-
the damage, doubling your health.
Half damage is
Just having
yeah.
the health in the first place.
Also, if you know about it, all parties have access to the lamp. You can always remove the Delta attack part.
Delta attack part is almost always removed before it can do anything. If you have a team with high enough damage, you can just forgo surviving Almagest and just open fire on that part when you know
The
it's
Aegis
gonna-
Shield can block Almagest. The Aegis Shield can try to block anything.
If you are extremely brave, you can try jumping over Almagest, I guess.
A team of all summoners can just
Annihilating, yeah.
burn him down.
With Black Mages as well.
Black
If-
Mages, yep, it's Black Mages.
There have been several fests where the sheer power of we all have Black Mage at high level aimed at a Neo X Death means I don't care what my health is. Yours is lower.
Well, the only HP that matters is the last one.
What'd you say, Mord?
I said.
I said that fire is hot.
Oh yeah.
Fire
Yeah.
very hot.
Tree dislike fire. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and Samurai can also use Zenonage to just drive Ned to death. That is actually one of the most expensive. That is actually one of the best ways of doing it because it is even damage to all the parts. So if you
don't have any use for money anymore, so.
Yeah, so if you just stick to that and you maintain even damage, you don't have to deal with an enraged phase.
No, you still will, because one part has 5,000 more HP than the others. You just have to be careful about it. But that part's also the part that has the magic lamp, so you do have to use the magic lamp. Then you're fine.
Yep.
In conjunction with magic lamp, you will be okay.
Darts is now also in go mode. That Samurai Lena looks survivable enough.
So yeah, each of the parts has their own vulnerability. Almagest can be petrified. Delta attack can be hit with instant death. I don't remember the other two.
There's also various other things going on under the hood, such as the one of the parts is dragon typed. So if you have one of the dragon killer's weapons, you do 8 times damage against it.
Yeah, the Grand Cross part just explodes if you hit it with dragon slaying weapons.
Which is the spear and the harp, right?
Yes. And you can steal a dragon lance from that part. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
You can steal a second Ragnarok from one of the parts.
Damn.
I love final bosses that let you steal absolutely nonsense stuff because they're like, yeah, I mean, if you're stealing right here, go ahead, have fun.
I mean, it's even more. It's even more interesting in 5 because you can steal that and then immediately actually use it. So, like, if you have a Dragoon in the party, you can steal the Dragon Lance and then equip the Dragon Lance and start using it. Or if you have a ninja, you can steal the Ragnarok and then throw the Ragnarok at the boss.
That's great.
Ragnarok is also large enough numbers that it probably hits the damage cap.
I love you, boss fungus. You're probably a stink one. Mouth fungus is just teeth fungus. Shoutouts to the bleeding tooth mushroom for being fucking amazing to look at.
Wait a minute, those are decomposers. Why do they have teeth?
For chewing.
Teeth.
Because teeth are the optimal way of spreading spores.
Yeah, that's the earliest answer. At least for that particular growth form.
Nope, don't want anything with that. Just not a fan. Not a fan.
This post made by the Mushroom Gang.
Damn right.
Yeah, and I do agree with the person in the chat who reiterated. I love that Zentetsu can fake you out and make you go, wait, did I just kill the whole thing? Oh wait, no, just one part of it.
I choose to believe that's X-Death, because X-Death is not in the right state of mind during that fight. It's just, oh no, wait, no.
Yeah, like the demons are all like, ah, wait, hold
Odin
on,
gives
no,
it a slice and then it mostly reassembles.
Oh wait, hang on, it only got John? Fuck that guy.
Omega, come on, thank you.
Omega! Omega!
Look, he just wants to be friends.
Omega's a very excitable dog. We've seen that in how we have to handle Omega by giving him constant pets.
Alright, anyway.
Anyway, the whole operation.
Okay, so what are we mixing? What's going on?
Ted Blazzuto.
Well, for one, The front bit is vulnerable to blinding. And that is the physical attack bit, so that's going to save me a lot of time.
I absolutely would not have questioned it. Like, if your hand wasn't aware that this was the sprite replacement, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense.
The first appearance of Cactar in the series is as the Oblivion and at the end of all things.
Yeah, for a bit there, I thought you'd been doing a long-form bit on me by saying, like, cactuars aren't real, they haven't been invented yet.
Unfortunately, I was not.
Here it is. Spin the wheel.
Yeah, Grand Cross has never hurt anyone!
Spin the wheel.
Oh god,
So,
this
what-
is lovely, but I'm gonna close my eyes. Please
Yeah,
tell me
yeah,
what it's
I'm
like.
Understandable. And it has concluded. Let's see what we get on the
Thank you.
wheel.
Oh!
Confuse and zombie. Double zombie. Interesting. Okay, the confuse has resolved itself.
Self-murder.
It is now time for Chemist to fix everything.
So this is what Grand Cross looks like when Grand Cross throws you away.
Grand Cross in Opera Omnia is interesting because it doesn't do that. What it does is it does either damage cap HP damage or all of the target's HP in damage, depending on which is lower.
I would imagine modeling random pool of all status effects in the game in Opera Omnia would not be a go. Yeah.
See, you'd
In
think that, but there
FF14?
are marble rows.
Then what? Yeah, what the hell?
In FF14, Grand Cross is implemented by grabbing like mechanics from 5
Yes.
different previous raids and combining them into one Omni move. And
Think
just saying,
fast.
alright, solve my riddle.
It is, hey, you remember all of those incredibly difficult to remember mechanics from the previous hard game raids? Yeah, do all of them at once. And we're
I
gonna
see you're
randomly
doing the
assign
content
yes.
where there's like 10, there's like an hour of required reading before you actually walk into the fight. Now do 5 of those together.
Surprise!
But
And then
also, there are
can throw-
3 variants. There's Alpha,
Yes.
Beta, and Gamma Grand Cross.
And yeah, it can hit you with any of the 3.
They do come in set orders,
Yes.
but you need to know how
You
to
need to know which ones there are.
you need to know how to defuse each variation of Grand Cross.
Grand
I was
Cross.
asked for my opinion on what kind of cactus Cactuar is descended from. And unfortunately, I can't really have much input there. Cacti are a massive weak point. I need to flesh that out much more thoroughly.
I think they're supposed to be based on the saguaro.
It's probably a safe bet. Also, Heat Wiggling.
I know,
Wiggling
things
is-
intensify.
So this isn't
Wiggling is the countdown to releasing Almagest.
Yes,
Which
that
is
is
not
all
going
the
to
guess
happen
is coming
now
soon.
because we have defeated One Piece.
The
Pulsing
the-
colors. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was gonna say the message, the laws of the universe mean nothing, and then his colors start pulsing is Grand Cross, which I think is what you were gonna say.
Wiggles is Almagest. Color pulsating is Grand Cross, and Vacuum Wave, Delta, and etc. do not have tails. They just get
The meteor just pops out.
Meteor
So-
will hit you until morale improves.
The reason that we have emphasized that meteor is terrifying, which I think Meteor and Delta are all in the same part.
Any of the cards can use Meteor
Yeah,
when...
Meteor
During-
turns on
During panic mode, all moves become available to all
Oh,
targets.
okay. That's what it is. Anyway, Meteor is terrifying because Meteor is just... Remember how Comet was variable damage and could be big number? What if that, but it hits 4 times?
Meteor is 4 swings of larger variable damage.
What happens if you shove Level Checker in a bottle?
He can
I
use his level flare. I don't remember off the top of my head, though. I could be super
yeah,
wrong.
it would be some sort of mathematic. It works.
Yeah, hold up.
It'd be fun if you could just use it to vibe check your enemies.
Just cast Leap
I
when you
catch
let
it to
have
scan,
problem.
of course.
You expect the most powerful math, and all it does is go beep. It's level net like 37.
Level checker is, Flare 3.
I like to think that the white mage in the party would look over at the Beastmaster and go, "What are you doing? I'm helping."
Oh my god, so I'm looking at a chart for how to avoid Delta attack from Neo X Death in the Savage Raid. And Yeah, that's a big smiley face of balls that you're going to get hit by.
Yeah,
the best part, I wasn't going to talk about that in 14,
There
but
is no need to talk about the details further.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks scary.
that's that level of content. Yes.
I'm so bad at dungeons. I'm so bad at the big mechanics. I never see the circles in time. And also lag means I literally never see the circles
Yeah, like,
in time.
Well,
You are dealing with.
Are you
related
like
training
me
lag.
and did you forget to turn off particle effects?
Yes.
the unfortunate thing is that you more likely than not will never see Neo XF in 14. He is left behind Savage content.
Okay.
It
Maybe
is-
one day. Chip probably will.
Yeah,
do it.
turning off particle effects helps a lot in tracking.
It really
what's
does. I
going
recommend
on.
it.
Yes. At most,
Yeah.
keep your own on, but even then, that can be distracting.
Like, that's honestly the source of why I move around so much, despite being a black mage. It's just like, well, I will never see the circles, so the solution is to be in constant motion.
There is an option that if like there being no particle effects kind of feels weird and bad, which that's how it is for me. There is an option to turn on minimal particle effects. So still like, hey, if the black mage is casting fire, it'll make a little like fire effect.
Yeah.
Oh, Nate, thank you for the heads up.
I'm pretty sure I have that set to like everyone as minimal, and I have full.
Yeah, that's how I do it as well.
Yeah, I think that's what I said it to.
Look, when my paladin does the sword spell move, I want to see the giant sword come out of the ground. That's just how I stand.
And if you
Entirely
have,
understandable.
and if you do the, I never remember the name of the damn thing. Shield wings. You want to see the shield wings.
Yes.
Passage of
Passage of Arms.
I knew as soon as I
never-
complained, I would never be able to remember.
I never remember the details of this entirely correctly, so like, I'm sorry, Chip, if you're listening to this, or will later. But for a while, my roommate would, on a like less beefy computer, as primary tank, when playing Final Fantasy XIV on New Zealand internet, would have a situation where the circles and such were the only things you could see. No models, just music cues and the circles, and was, despite this, an incredibly effective tank, including while just using a laptop trackpad for motion.
Touchpad, no boss animations, no cues, just circles on ground and the pacing of a fight, and still could tank endgame content.
Man. So, it never got that bad, but let me tell you about playing on the PS3.
Oof.
Let me tell you about playing at 30 frames per second.
30 frames
was
per
it-
second? Fucking luxury!
I had one in vanilla 14. I did have one experience with weird technical issues that got me complimented as a tank, which
All
was
right.
in the what's it called, the dragon dungeon in Elf Hell.
Which
know-
one?
There's several.
The first one. You know, the
Oh,
one.
is it the we're taking it from the dragons?
Yeah,
house?
the
Yeah, okay.
fortress. Yeah.
Stone Vigil.
Right. You know the boss fight
Oh, yeah, I
with
like
the
Stone
cannons that.
Yes.
Well, I had a disconnect during that boss fight as the tank. I had
Mhm.
already positioned
That's
myself
Not
in.
good.
Oh no, it was fine because I had already positioned myself in the door, and apparently
Oh my god.
I tanked it so well that when I reconnected, I got compliments from the rest of the party who had finished killing the boss. I hadn't been on that entire time.
So you
Nice.
probably got back enough. So that fight is so lax on enmity requirements that you probably never had your character actually disappear. So
Yeah,
it was just
I-
doing auto attacks and kept
Yeah,
aggro because everybody else was dealing with the dragon that flies in on the cannons.
yes. And so that was fun, getting commendations as a tank because I disconnected in the middle of the fight.
That rules. My highlight is still doing the one with that fucking... The first one where you have to pay attention to the sprite as an indicator of what's gonna happen?
Oh, the Chimera?
I think so.
Coin
I don't
counter?
remember.
But was it the
main
big
thing I remember
Cyclops?
Yes, that one.
Oh,
That-
coin
that's-
counter then, yeah.
That's the one.
He has
Yeah,
floor
so-
indicators now.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice to see.
I like.
Yeah.
It is a change that I genuinely appreciate, but there will be a part of me just like I remember the days.
Are we in danger mode?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
So the
Oh,
Mark
yeah.
Imo is it there in the front?
Well, the problem with him having floor indicators is that there's a new coin counter like fight that you still have to learn how to tell what coin counter is doing.
The problem with giving coin counter floor indicators is that you are still not teaching people that they need to look at the cast bar sometimes.
Yeah, the whole point of coin counter is, hey, sometimes we're not going to tell you. Like, that's the idea, is there will be fights where we just don't tell you.
I felt really powerful when I got the hang of it, specifically because everyone else in my party had died, and as the black mage, I proceeded to run
That-
out
Bird
and fight it.
Bird up!
Little bird.
That was the most powerful I've ever felt. while
Yeah,
playing
no,
Final
that's-
Fantasy 14.
That is something really genuinely worth
Nope.
complimenting. Is kiting coin counter is a trick. Doing that as a black mage is impressive.
Yeah.
Now we are in dangerous mode.
Now,
Oh, nice.
the
Bird
fun
up.
be- now the
And Ormvale remains a difficult dungeon to do with a pickup group, though, because a lot of the new... Like, I did it recently as a healer, and the tank just did not know to eat the fruit. Had to be
here it
told.
comes.
Ah,
Here
we
comes
go.
hell.
Oh no!
Dead. And dead.
Two
Two characters die,
Optimal.
and then a punch. Or no.
Wait, what?
Nope.
Wait, what?
I have
What?
more meat.
What?
No,
Just
What?
have more
one
meat.
didn't have the meat
Glass
to
half
take a
empty,
hit.
motherfuckers. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Bird.
wait, some of your
Bird.
characters that numbers popped
Yeah,
up on
the
just
hell was-
didn't take damage. Wait, hold up.
They just didn't. That was.
That
Oh.
The
happened.
laws of
Shut
the
up.
universe.
Replay the tape.
Nothing.
Laws of the universe mean nothing.
Anyway,
Anyway, the whole
What?
operation.
Glad you win.
one Fiesta has
I'm
completed.
so happy that that's how the first timeline of Fiesta ended, was just abject confusion at a chemist doing chemistry.
All right, so Arts has run the race.
Arts completes.
The
It
beginning.
was not prototype group.
And I'm
It was
just gonna
good.
leave the prime timeline's closing credits in the shuffle.
Yeah.
There are buttons to press to say, alright, that one is finished, take it out off the wheel. This will not be the case. Alright, so this team is on their way out to buy supplies.
No, really though, how did that happen? That was a direct hit for like double the health Kryl had left, and she just didn't take any.
Just be good.
Just
it
gotta
just
be good.
Science happened.
Wait, did
Maybe
they still
you
have Golem? Did they still have Golem on?
Golem doesn't
block
work on
meteors.
Meteor.
Wait. Right. Dang it.
I would be surprised if there's like some deep considerations for it. If X Death is basically on the ropes, just pull your punch.
Maybe you should just play the game better.
Were there like maybe there were to hit rolls that were failing somehow because the vacuum
if
wave
it
missed?
No,
printed
that
damage, then it
makes
was
sense.
printing damage.
Wait, Loon, this is Time Mage Party. Can't you just warp?
I could just warp. Then I'd be missing out on EXP. I say, warping away from the encounter I don't want to find.
All teams, I believe all teams that can kill Omega have.
Yes.
You know, in 14, I have never used Limit Break. Ever.
You're a tank, of course you haven't. There's exactly two...
It's incredibly useful
Three!
in
There are
very niche
3
games.
fights. There are 3 fights in the entire MMO where tank LB is mandatory. Unless you do level sync, I think it's 4. There's End of Coils of Bahamut, there's Omega, there's Seed of Sacrifice, and I don't remember if Alexander is mandatory unless you're doing the extreme version. Okay, Alexander Prime on Cap is mandatory, but I don't think it is anymore.
Twintania level synced requires it.
Okay. Very, very specific high-end bosses doing their phase transition will need you to do LB3. Otherwise, if a tank has hit LB, something has gone horrifically wrong.
Yeah, I don't even keep the button on my buttons.
You
Yeah,
should.
You should.
I like
Because the other time it's required is when everything is going to shit, and then everybody's like, "There's no way we'll get out of this," and then you tank LB and you survive, and everybody's cheers and put you on their shoulders.
So, my experience is they're all looking for the healer to LB in that situation.
That's in those situations. If you tank LB and you take it from the healer, you're probably going to get thrown out of a window.
Your job is to suffer.
It's mitigation. I mitigated.
The only situation in which I would accept that is both healers are dead and there's not a red mage.
For the healer
One
to
time we
LB out of
needed
the
to-
situation, you need to first survive the situation.
Oh god, someone in chat saying one time we were in a situation where the tank and I actually needed to do that because both healers were dead, and we didn't have it on either of our parts, so we died. Fucking rip. Meanwhile, as monk, you can pry Seventh Heaven out of my cold dead hands.
Yeah.
I will punch, and then a giant laser will come out of the ground. I don't even remember what the Dancer LB is, because I don't think I've ever used it once.
I don't think that ranged LBs don't get seen as often.
There are specific points for them in some content, or if you really want to just make a pool in a dungeon die, and that's about it. Or if you're a red mage and you want to literally blind everybody in your 24-man because you're an asshole.
I remember being disappointed with the Alchemist on the break.
This is a call-out post to every red mage who has ever pressed the limit break button. My eyes seek retribution.
Is that bad for a red mage to press the yes button?
It is. So they shoot a bunch of white and black mana into the ground, and then it explodes into a gigantic pillar of eye-searingly intense red light that will literally blow out the screen with saturation if it is even like 2/3 in your vision. It is straight up like a flashbang is going off in your face in Swamp 3. The only reason to use Red Mage LB in a 24-man is to be an asshole.
God, the idea of doing raid content with 24 other people is harrowing. I peaked on that front playing World of Warcraft as a teenager, and there I was decoration. I was there to be the mascot.
The good news is that the 24-man content you are semi-required to do is toned down to be relatively easy.
The one that you are, if you do the story long enough, you will eventually have to do Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower is toothless at this point. The other 24-man content ranges from, it's okay, I guess, it's pretty fun, to,
Fucking orbs. Shapes. Shapes are the enemy.
Fucking Thunder God Sid.
I'm always really nervous because I don't want to fuck up in a dungeon.
Uh,
Even though I've
if
got
you're
it's my first time, I'm still always perpetually deeply anxious.
the
I-
good
I feel
news
that
is that
vibe.
if you're playing DPS, it's very hard for you to fuck it up.
Yeah, as a DPS in a 24-person raid, the worst you're going to do is be on the ground and make the fight take about 5 seconds longer. It is very hard in most fights. There is one that you probably won't end up doing for a very long time, if ever, where that is more of a consideration, but honestly, it's like... In a 24-man, if a DPS dies, that's someone might not even notice for a little while.
That's just a thing that happens.
Yeah, playing as a DPS definitely lessened the anxiety from the last serious attempt I made where I was like, okay, I'll be a tank so I can be useful. This was a mistake.
People who screw up the Atomos and Labyrinth are... At this point, I feel like they're doing it on purpose. They have to.
Really just appreciating your Jimbo sprite.
Yep. Good sprite work. Also, yeah,
Looks kind of dead.
a very good design consideration that kind of helps with a lot of the pressure in the 24-man is most of it is balanced that you don't need to look over and care at the other two parties because you're split into 3 parties of 8. So it is basically 8-person content that 2 other groups are doing at the same time.
Yeah, you mostly just stick with
Oh, this
your
team hasn't
party,
even fought
follow
Quintain
them
yet.
around.
Well, here we go.
There's a bunch of fights where the thing is, okay, everybody split up to this same mechanic repeated 3 times.
Man, I do wonder what's in Twintania's mouth that makes it so
Beams. Beams. And like that's just charging the beams.
But what if it's like reflecting? Mirror mouth.
What if it's like milkweed contents?
Void. Okay.
The Void.
I'm glad that now, at the end of the game, we are finally getting exposition on what the hell was going on.
Yes.
Speaking of Aristotle, a couple of hours back, the 4 elements.
It is really weird that at ground floor of the franchise, they decided, all right, we're going to do the Aristotelian for lore purposes, but then our spell list is going to do the Fire, Ice, Lightning trio.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we will spend ages never deciding to collapse things one way or the other.
Sometimes Arrow and Stone are here, and sometimes they're not.
Sometimes Aqua exists. Not often.
Oh wait, because of the way the fight resolved. Yeah, okay.
Everyone was still alive. It's
Yeah,
fine.
no one got knocked down because of the shenanigans, so...
Everyone is just here in space now. Well, we defeated the bad guy, but space is still here.
So, now what?
They had their arms out to fly. That was really cute.
Yep.
Cryle's doing a thing.
No,
Cryle's no
the
idea
crystals
what.
The crystals were never destroyed. They were fragmented, and we've been carrying them with us the whole time.
Yep, and the crystals are now dragging everyone around like, okay, hold on.
Okay, so now each character is essentially getting one element of crystal as the thing they were carrying.
Yep.
Well, that was the case way back at the start. Each crystal sent its juice to one of the four.
It is also reflected in their stats.
Okay, so they're all reforming in the spots they used to be.
Well, these
no,
are
actually.
they form in the locations where the four slabs were.
Each slab dungeon, oddly enough, is elementally
Associated with an
attuned.
element.
And the Void is barfing back the towns that Exdeath tried to crunch.
The void doesn't destroy things. It doesn't do anything.
It's
nothing.
just there. It's just space that you put things in. It's nothingness.
Baby. I love crying so much.
Ghosts live here.
Dead ghosts!
I go off.
I love that everybody has a dad to call out.
And then you two. The other guys.
You're
And
also
then,
here.
and then there's a werewolf over in
Anyway.
the corner. Like, as this, this fucking, like four family reunion sync up, and then there's just a werewolf in the corner just going, man, I wish I could have fought that guy more.
I mean, presumably, if the werewolf dude who came to World 1 with Galuf had survived,
Yeah,
he
maybe
would
that
be
was
that
what
guy's
killed
kid.
guys.
Robbed of the alternate version of FF5 where Kryle's a werewolf.
Fuck.
Robbed of the alternate version of Final Fantasy V, where there are 5 light warriors for the 5 elements, the metal or whatever 5th element.
Ether.
Because then you would have a matching kid to go with each dad.
Werewolf boss knows exactly who Arts is. Arts fucking punched him in the chest so hard he died.
Guess this team could try to
This
walk
place
back
is
outside and
good.
get supplies. Could they just come back in from supply run? Eventually, these things will converge. What level are level checkers? Probably none of them. For exactly this situation. $54. So they are even. You could hold them.
How did you inflict hold on a robot?
You rusted Sparks.
I said why, not how.
Behold my ultimate technique, planned obsolescence.
All robots suffer from old.
You summon Time Wizard.
And game dancer teams who have the one very large damage spike that might decide to show up.
Is it worth trying to wear any of the dancer gear that remove
Already
other
am.
abilities? Okay.
It is.
No, if you were not. It's a rainbow dress, right?
Yes.
The other one is the Lamia circlet, but that's usually not worth wearing, correct?
The circlet,
so.
the ruby slippers, and I think the man-eater itself also has the modifier.
Huh.
But at that point, you are turning down using an even bigger knife. Later, that very same sand.
The desert just shudders violently.
Laws of particles mean nothing.
Stay safe, Dorm
One
Chimera.
of the goat's face every time, just that.
The goat looks so worried.
Oh, excuse me.
still don't really know what's going on with this zone design-wise, but it's always nice to look at. Just an incredibly intricate grow house in the basement.
And yeah, this is the team that is most restricted by their loadout here. That Ferris is going to be the most durable character who is controllable.
Oh, that's a lot of leveling.
Yes.
Unless... Quickly.
No.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Yeah, for those uneducated, because of the way that XS works, if you were to quickly or any other script dodging method, kill tree X death that way.
That's not the
The
reason
script
for
will-
the no.
Pardon?
That's not the reason for the refusal.
Oh. I thought it was that you skipped the script to go into phase 2.
It would if you had him die in frozen time, yes. But that's not why I'm saying no.
Ah. But
It's
also,
already done.
yeah.
Yeah. The bit was there.
I'm trying to think of which classes have lower health than this crew, and there aren't many.
There are very few.
Team that both needs many level and does not have many convenient options for acquiring said level. Anyway. The ending cutscene doesn't require any button inputs, it auto advances.
Nice. Wait, I blinked. Did the dads just turn into a dragon?
Yes.
Nice.
Either became one or used
Some-
their dad magic to bring the existing one in here.
Moz, did you fall asleep again?
No.
Okay.
I love this. Screw this, I'm
Yes,
leaving.
good. Jump out the window. Yeah.
Yeah, it is canon that Ferris, the first opportunity, just tucks off the dress, puts back the packet uniform, and just like, I'm bailing. Bye.
Brigand!
You got this, let it. Bye.
Bird up. Chocobos, which lay their eggs, which immediately hatch.
That's a potent strategy for ensuring survival of your offspring.
Anyway,
Leonard and Ferris are off.
Tutanius. And one of you is not you, is holding the assassin dagger. They gave it to Darts. Yeah. Things will have time to cycle around again. And more damage has to happen. A blast of the mind. And then, yeah, 2 wind slashes. Well. That's Giga Flare.
Well,
It's larger than regular Flare.
I
It's
missed
okay,
it. How
that's
much
just a
number was
version.
that?
3K.
Oh, okay.
Oh, big. That's just a version where Cryo was doing the Odysseus move, if you'll never guess what we lived through.
So you're saying this thing used something called Giga Flare? How'd you live through it? We're really good at this.
Same way we
Falcon.
lived through going to the void.
Falcon? May as well have the killer bow already prepped. Knife just doesn't want to do the move right now.
Oh,
well then. Okay, then better. Halo probability.
Anyway.
Can we talk about Killdozer?
If you want.
What about him?
No, not that Killdozer.
Not
the movie
Killdozer, the
Killdozer.
historical figure. Killdozer, the movie. Adaptation of Killdozer, the book.
Written by a World War II veteran, turns out.
As the only book he managed to write during the war years.
The Bulldozer becomes sentient and stalks a construction crew who is full of the least decisive people on Earth.
What are we gonna do about this Killdozer?
Like he just said, like, I don't know, let's go back to building no less than 3 times before going to do something about the fucking Killdozer.
They spend a fair amount of time hesitant to acknowledge the Killdozer.
Dog, what do you want? Okay,
That's-
dog needs to go out.
Is this another King movie?
No.
No, this is just
the
the film.
Sturgeon?
Sorry, I missed that.
Theodore Sturgeon, I think, was the author.
Not familiar.
Killdozer.
My favorite part of the adaptation is when someone is driving very slowly away from Killdozer, gets out of the car for some reason, starts walking away from Killdozer, and then comes across a rusty, shitty metal cylinder on the ground, and then goes,
Well,
well, I guess I'll crawl
that
into
person
that.
was operating the Killdozer, and when they found they were not in control of Killdozer, decided the best thing to do was to leap from the Killdozer.
Right. They were in
Then
the
flee from the
Killdozer,
Killdozer.
and then realized the Killdozer is Killdozer, and then tried to hide from it in a shitty metal cylinder, and then the Killdozer, Killdozed.
They have multiple Killdozering incidents that seem to just be, alright, maybe it's just having weird mechanical problems. Sometimes machines are just weird. Then it starts, then it escapes into the
And it
wilderness.
escapes and then
begins
stalks
to
us from the
stalk
fucking
them.
bushes.
Oh yes, the feral doing Hilda.
No, it's like literally just in the tree lines, and you can see it like reverse back into the woods after it's done observing you.
The Killdozer hides at one point and spies on them.
They get ambushed by Killdozer. Killdozer surprises them.
Kildozer's a shrewd
That's-
tactician and ruthless warrior.
Tactical genius. Pretty-
Because man, that's what I'm missing out on. That sounds amazing.
Closing note of the novella is that the survivors of the Killdozer are left wondering what they are going to do about this, where in the original novella it is a military construction crew on a Pacific island, just, building stuff, probably a runway, as you do, and having Killdozer incident unfold upon them, and then being left with, alright, how do we report this without sounding
Like we're making
like
something up.
Killdozer happened? And then, much to their relief, a Japanese airstrike occurs, and they manage to not die in that, and they're like, okay, we can just blame everything on that. Bombs fell, that is why those people died. Not
it
a
was not a
Killdozer. That would be
Killdozer.
bizarre.
That's absurd. What do you mean a bulldozer killed? No,
We are
it's an air
going
strike.
to just leave that.
In the
There will be
movie,
no
they
talk
just
of
died.
Killdozer.
In the movie, they're just like, we're gonna tell the truth, and no one's gonna believe us. What the fuck ever.
But whatever, it's what happened.
Oh man, reading up on Sturgeon, he had a collection of short stories called E Pluribus Unicorn.
Fuck off.
I don't get it.
It's just a terrible name. It's based off of E
This-
Pluribus Unum, but instead of unum, just unicorn. It's terrible.
Ah, I see.
Out of many, unicorn.
Out of many, horse with a knife. Yeah, from many one horn.
Oops.
Farewell, Ghidra.
Ghidra's so good. Looking at Ghidra reminds me of that terrible boss in Balan Wonderworld.
God. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ballad
Just lives in my head
Wonderworld.
now. Just the wasted opportunity for Fire Hydrant. But no, cowards. Being, for those who were not present / watching that, a fire hydrant that's also a Hydra, and instead it's like the Draco Hydrant or something as its name. It was tragic.
This wasn't the most awesome thing you're saying? Because that sounds pretty rad.
It should have been rad and they fucked it up, which I feel is like the thesis statement for that game as a whole.
Yeah.
Battling the wasted potential. The beatings will never stop.
Consecutive regular arrows.
I don't see any loss on that fungus.
Look closer.
I don't want to get closer, it's gonna eat me.
Get closer to the fungus, then turn around.
Why do I have to turn? I'm
Rest
not
your
gonna put
hands
my
on
hand.
the fungus.
I'm not gonna put my hand. Okay, so we also watched the Mangler, and it's so easy to not get mangled. You know, you just don't have to turn your back to the fucking Mangler. and-
Overturn this bottle of barbecue sauce directly over your head.
Like everyone gets tired of walking around this tiny ass factory, decides to have a smoke break directly in front of the Mangler's fucking mouth, turns around, presents the bat to the Mangler, and just puts their cheeks on the fucking table, basically.
The detective who is there specifically to investigate the Mangler because he knows, thanks to his wizard brother, that the Mangler is possessed by a demon, walks up to the front of the Mangler and then turns around and leans back.
For the love of God, Mushtresor. For the love of God.
I didn't think my ass would get mangled.
Also, the
The
moss
short
is
story
amazing.
movies, yes.
What's that?
Yeah.
There is moss present, it's just at the root of the fungus.
Ah.
It is a fungus of the moss.
So, I know we are using terms as a bit and as jokes and as whatever, but now I am thinking about a killer in a movie that does nothing but eats asses.
What about Deathbed?
Is this
That kills.
Is this hypothetical or real? Because I'm at the point of the night where I can't tell anymore movie.
Okay, so you know how people change their Steam friends a lot? Their Steam friends' names? So there's Deathbed, the bed that eats, and then one of my friends, Stanley's code, I think, at some point, had the genius stroke of naming herself Toots is the cat that eats ass. I wanna watch that movie.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
The
It's-
worst
it-
The
it's
worst
ironic,
B
man.
movie I have ever had the honor of seeing is Guns of El Chupacabra.
The fuck is that?
Guns of El Chupacabra is a movie which had no script. It was produced by the director's ideal of Zen filmmaking, which is to say he told the actors kinda what he wanted in the scene, and then just let them go. And also he was the star.
So it was a narcissist pet project. Got it.
Look, we've all watched a Neil Breen film.
Yeah.
And
No,
I'm not.
no, we haven't.
I'm not sure how to properly describe Guns of El Chupacabra, except to say that it was. At one point, the film crew is chased out of a local festival, and attempts to make this part of the movie.
What, they tried to shoot the rodeo and then, like
Like,
someone
they're
chased
in-
them out?
They're in somewhere in rural Texas, and show up at what is essentially a county fair, and are shooed away, and decide to make this part of their movie, which is about the space alien Chupacabra kidnapping someone and having to be saved by space bounty hunter Scott Shaw, who is playing Jack B. Quick, space sheriff.
Jack, be quick.
Yes.
Space sheriff.
Yes.
It's an incredible sequence of words.
One of the co-creators of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles starred in this movie, Kevin Eastman.
My brain is active.
Yes, and also Robert Zadar, who is an amazing man.
Fuck you.
I refuse to commit any of this to brand.
My brain is actively shutting down and was before Robert Zadar got mentioned.
And Robert Zadar was a wonderful man who signed one of my friend's copies of this movie.
Dude,
Okay, the one of there fills me with fear. Did they have, like, multiple copies? Do you have multiple friends who have hard copies of this
Yes.
strange movie?
Yes, I do
Oh,
have multiple
okay.
friends who own hard copies of this movie.
Hard copies.
that is the
That
least.
makes sense.
That is one of the least surprising things I've ever heard from Wars. Yeah.
I own a hard copy of the sequel to this movie, which is made entirely from cast off and discarded film from this movie.
You can't make a Lightning Returns 13-2 of well, you can, but you shouldn't.
I think the most B movie horror movie I've ever watched was probably Rubber.
And Robert Zadar is unfortunately the late Robert Zadar. God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Wait.
But,
It also starred Joe Estevez, younger brother of Martin Sheen and uncle of Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen.
I
Yes.
mean, just because
Yeah, he ran in a lot of the same circles as Robert Zadar.
a movie's a B movie doesn't mean it's bad.
I mean, it stands
I
for
mean, in
bad
this
news.
case, it sounds like it is.
Oh no!
this was a terrible movie. Yes.
Chad is replying to Rubber.
Oh.
Oh.
If you have never seen Rubber, the movie about the killer tire, you should see Rubber.
But, yeah, but
I have
Joe
not
Estevez
seen
has
the movie.
exactly one scene in the movie as Rocket Ranger Dan Danger. This scene has nothing to do with the rest of the movie and contains no other cast members.
The Ranger Danger.
Yes, Rubber is bad on purpose.
Dan Danger. They got Joseph Estevez to just play a character named Dan Danger.
No, named Rocket Ranger Dan Danger.
We say the full nom de guerre.
And Rocket Ranger Dan Danger has one scene in which he interacts with none of the rest of the cast and has nothing to do with the rest of the movie.
Alright, that feels like the right jump.
Also,
Dan,
the movie also stars Julie Strain, largely because the movie takes place. The filming took place mostly in her backyard.
Next time, a chance of the rest of the end credits.